pasar sus vacaciones. Y lo es no solo por sus playas de aguas turquesas y por su clima privilegiado, sino también por su patrimonio histórico y cultural o también por su gastronomía. Valores que la convierten en un destino único, con una oferta de turismo de calidad. Y es que el turismo forma parte de nuestra historia de esta isla. Está en nuestro ADN y ha sido y es el motor económico que durante años ha brindado bienestar y oportunidades en esta tierra. Sin embargo, los tiempos cambian. Tenemos nuevos desafíos en el horizonte y un objetivo común: avanzar hacia un futuro más sostenible, no solo en el turismo, sino también en los ámbitos sociales y económicos. El Consell de Mallorca no puede ni debe mantenerse al margen. Por este motivo, hemos organizado por tercer año consecutivo, juntamente con la Organización Mundial del Turismo de las Naciones Unidas, esta cumbre que reúne a líderes de opinión y también a los máximos responsables internacionales. Y lo hemos hecho para abordar los retos y las oportunidades a los que se enfrentan los destinos turísticos en la transformación hacia la sostenibilidad. A lo largo de estos días, Mallorca tiene el orgullo de convertirse en el centro internacional de debate turístico y se consolida, así, como capital mundial del turismo sostenible. Desde el Consell de Mallorca consideramos que es la hora de tomar decisiones valientes para hacer frente al reto que se nos representa, la gestión de los flujos turísticos y también la transformación de nuestro modelo. Un camino que sabemos que no podemos afrontar de manera sola, sino también que lo tenemos que realizar de la mano de nuestra sociedad. A través de nuestro Departamento de Turismo, seguiremos aportando ideas e iniciativas de cara a afrontar con soluciones el futuro más inmediato en materia turística. Y es que nos encontramos ante una oportunidad muy importante como isla para poder ser capaces de trasladar todas aquellas ideas y también propuestas que tenemos en estos momentos. Aquellas que nacen de iniciativas que ya hemos impulsado en este último año de gobierno, como son, por ejemplo, la reducción del techo de plazas turísticas, el cambio en el modelo de promoción turística y la lucha contra la oferta ilegal. Desde el primer día de legislatura, el Consell de Mallorca hemos apostado y escenificado una política de respeto máximo por la convivencia. Es nuestro propósito y es nuestra misión principal que estamos abordando desde el inicio de esta legislatura. Esto implica un cambio de concepto a la hora de la gestión turística, pero no queremos correr. Queremos trasladar nuestra visión de futuro siempre con el respeto y la convivencia como banderas inamovibles. No podemos hablar de promoción ni de turismo como se ha entendido hasta ahora. En estos momentos ya no estamos en el concepto que utilizábamos hace 30 años. Ahora el objetivo es buscar y luchar por un turismo responsable. Mallorca no tiene un problema de demanda y ya no podemos seguir creciendo en volumen. Ahora es el momento de crecer en valor. El Consell de Mallorca tiene claro el camino a seguir. Tenemos una hoja de ruta definida y la vamos a cumplir, siempre desde el diálogo y también desde el consenso con los sectores y con todos los agentes implicados. En primer lugar, queremos incorporar a la ciudadanía en la toma de nuestras decisiones. La prueba está en que hemos incorporado a la sociedad civil en el Consejo de la Fundación Mallorca Turisme, a la hora de tomar las decisiones siempre de manera coordinada y ordenadas para el futuro de nuestra tierra. Nosotros creemos que la participación ciudadana es un elemento clave para construir destinos turísticos más sostenibles, pero sobre todo más atractivos, a la vez que se garantiza que el desarrollo turístico responda a las necesidades y aspiraciones de la comunidad. Asimismo, como principal institución de gobierno de Mallorca y competente en la materia de turismo, hemos dado un golpe de timón en esta nueva legislatura para reorientar y también reposicionar la estrategia turística de Mallorca con la convivencia como principal objetivo. Esa es la razón por la que se han ido dando pasos a lo largo de estos primeros meses de legislatura. en busca de un turismo respetuoso y también responsable. En primer lugar, desde la Feria Turística de Londres, presentamos un documento de turismo responsable para que todos los turistas, cuando vengan a nuestra tierra, sepan que además de tener una oferta de sol y playa, tenemos un valor añadido en comparación con otros destinos competidores. Un pledge que ha firmado ya la mayoría de los ayuntamientos de nuestra tierra, patronales, aerolíneas, turoperadores y organismos internacionales como la Organización Mundial del Turismo. Asimismo, hemos iniciado la modificación del plan de intervención de ámbitos turísticos para reducir el techo máximo de plazas turísticas que puede tener Mallorca, pasando de 430.000 a 412.000. Se trata de una medida valiente, pero necesaria, y que cuenta con el apoyo del sector y, sobre todo, de la sociedad. También hemos impulsado un nuevo modelo de promoción que contempla una reducción del 70% en la asistencia de ferias turísticas respecto al año 2019. Y en último lugar, pero no menos importante, hemos puesto en marcha un plan integral de lucha contra la oferta ilegal, que nos ha permitido aumentar el número de inspecciones y también de sanciones, pero sobre todo nos ha permitido reducir los tiempos de espera en la tramitación de expedientes. De hecho, solo este verano hemos llevado a cabo más de 2.500 inspecciones en nuestra tierra. Como ven, tenemos un plan y tenemos una estrategia para que Mallorca continúe siendo líder, pero sobre todo referente en el sector turístico. En este congreso tendremos la oportunidad de tejer un futuro más sostenible para el turismo. Juntos exploraremos nuevas ideas, compartiremos experiencias y construiremos unas redes que nos permitan transformar la forma en que viajamos, pero también la forma en que vivimos. Les invito a todos a que sean agentes de cambio, a que compartan sus conocimientos, pero sobre todo a que se unan a esta emocionante aventura que hemos iniciado aquí en Mallorca. Por tanto, bienvenidos a Mallorca, bienvenidos a todos a los que habéis querido dar un paso al frente y sumaros a esta parte de transformación del modelo de turismo. Muy buenos días a todos y muy buenas jornadas.
Thank you very much for those remarkable words, Mr. Gomez, and authorities who are here with him today. It's nice to hear there's a will to change things, do things differently, and I think Mallorca can be a hotspot of sustainable tourism without a doubt. Now, after these exceptional welcome remarks, we now have the honor of hearing a keynote address from Ms. Zoetry Mallorca, Executive Director of UN Tourism. Zoetry, the stage is yours. I don't know where you are. Is she here? Oh, you're here, yeah. You want to? Oh, she wasn't on my script. She got, yeah, okay, well, we'll do that. Then please, the stage is for Ms. Maria Fernanda Leiton, Coordinadora of Department of Tourism Sustainability, of Costa Rica Tourism Institute. My bad, I'm very sorry. I didn't expect to knock you out of this thing. And then it's you, Zoetry, sorry. Buenos días.
Good morning, esteemed Zoetry Mallorca, Executive Director of Honor Tourism, Mr. Galmes, President of the Council of Mallorca, and as well of the participants of this third Sustainable Destination Summit. For Costa Rica, as Chair of the Committee in Tourism and Sustainability of Honor Tourism, it's a pleasure to welcome you to this important gathering, where various aspects of the role of tourism sector's place in sustainability will be discussed. We will also delve into challenges destinations and countries face to ensure that this activity promotes economic growth, community well-being, and the responsible use of natural resources and cultural heritage. As we shared this past September in San Jose from the Rectory of Costa Rica Tourism Institute, and through our country's own experience, we have witnessed firsthand the commitment to a sustainable, inclusive, and equitable tourism model, like the one we have promoted. It's only possible when public policies align with the engagement and commitment of various entities, stakeholders, including the private sector, civil society, communities, and academia. Therefore, congresses like these, which gathers us together, are together of vital importance to discuss grand-scale topics, which ensures competitiveness of our destinations while safeguarding the quality of life of our people, respecting their identity and protecting the environment. Costa Rica's tourism represents one of the main sources of organic change, where the country's vision has been focused on ensuring its growth in a planned way and focus on our demand rather than the offer. Our destination has experienced various stages of maturity and growth, from a general approach attracting visitors, through innovation with for a general approach attracting visitors through innovation with adventure activities and ecotourism, to a more integrated and sustainable offering that continues to evolve, becoming more inclusive and aimed at fostering social progress across different communities while respecting their authenticity and recognizing the greatest asset it is and is its people. Thus, our tourism development model is based on three pillars: sustainability, innovation, and inclusion, and is aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. The presidency of the Committee of Tourism and Sustainability is a recognition of Costa Rica leadership position, the historical path we have walked over the past 30 years, and the responsibility we have assumed focuses our agenda towards addressing the climate emergency, promoting nature-positive initiatives within the sector, and discussing acceptable limits of change and tourism carrying capacities in destinations. Additionally, we are addressing issues of biodiversity and resilience and promoting the use of the Social Progress Index to measure the impact of tourism growth and well-being people obtain from participating in tourism. Not leaving behind one of the outstanding challenges, which is to reduce and eliminate the use of plastics that pollutes the oceans, we encourage this meeting to also serve as a parting point for reflection and thought through the experiences and best practices presented in the different panels. The path for power and take leadership in shaping what they want to become, considering current challenges. This includes engaging local governments, businesses, communities, and other stakeholders to define their objectives and needs to ensure sustainability over time, and to go further toward regeneration, which must be the next step in our sector, as demanded by the planet and its inhabitants. This ongoing pursuit of progress welfare, hand in hand with our people and our commitment to the planet, is reflected in our signature phrase, Pura Vida. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Ms. Layton. I'm sorry I forgot about you. I won't do that again, so you're not going to get away from this one today. Next, and this is now the right moment, after these very interesting words of Costa Rican tourism, which if you've traveled to the country is a very good example of a sustainable, biodiverse type of tourism. Of course, the environment really provokes that situation there, but it's really outstanding. We're going to have the honor of hearing the keynote address from Ms. Urosevic, who's the Executive Director of UN Tourism. Now, please come up here. Thank you.
I don't know if it works. Thank you very much, Mario. Thank you, for welcoming us here. And a particular thank to Mr. Lorenz and his team for hosting us in such a great place. Is this working or I need to? It works? Okay. So I felt important to maybe illustrate because we have all imagination, but when we travel, I think I loved what we said yesterday. Impressions and feelings is what you take away. And thank you, Mario, for as well sharing that we're all here to learn, and that is exactly my, I can say, position. When I go somewhere, I love to learn, and I think we all love to learn. So let me embark you on our journey, on where we come from as an international organization, specialized agency for tourism. Doesn't want, but it doesn't matter. We're going to find a solution. Okay. Yeah, maybe you have a better feel. Ah, yes. You see? You were afraid. So we here, and yes, we have here the third summit. It's growing. It's growing in importance. It's growing in a place where everybody wants to be. Because, as we just said, Mallorca was one of the first world destinations. It has impulsed and inspired many other destinations, and it has really positioned tourism as a key sector for people. I think as well we have here properties and hotel chains that have expanded all over the world, bringing the wealth of knowledge and experience. And the world is watching Mallorca on how you are doing to get inspired too. So I think this is a perfect platform for exchange. I think what we want to do today, and because we come from a period of restriction, difficulties, and we are still facing them, we want to look at what is going to be the future. We want as well to look at exactly this lens of sustainability, which is related to people as well, because inclusivity and the value chain of the sector is important to consider. And then as well, we're looking at some new lens, pitching point on weather, architecture, and transport. We will have this during these 2 days, and I think quite interestingly addressed under another angle. But most importantly, I think that the big shift in tourism management is governance. And governance is more and more led by destinations, being their city, being their region, being their local authorities, and we can see that there is a growing capacity to unfold the beauty of tourism through the lens of destination. And of course, what we want is to look at actionable steps. Now, we are at a very interesting point, and September barometer, as you know, we produce a barometer 4 times a year, plus one edition at the end of the year to combine the whole year. Europe has only 1% less than in 2019, while some destinations are rocking beyond what they were in 2019 for many reasons, but that's where we are. Now, America's minus 3%, world minus 4% overall, and Asia Pacific 18%, because we know it was closed for a while. This is about the results worldwide, where we stand in terms of recovery, but as well, not only recovery, we know that man-made crises, which everybody is facing, have a huge impact as well on travel. And this is where we stand when it comes to arrivals. We are, in terms of numbers, we're 1.3 billion, minus 11% globally. But what is interesting is that in revenue, we're growing. And this is exactly what the president said, we want value. And I think there is, there are many reasons for this increase, of course, elasticity of prices, costs, inflation, and so on. But still, it's interesting to say that revenue from tourism have grown beyond the number of tourism arrivals. And when it comes to the percentage of tourism in the world GDP, we're almost at the same level as 2019. Now, I just would like to recall to everyone that tourism is trade in services. Sometimes we tend to forget it, but why I'm saying this? Because we were, in 2019, the third export earning category in the world after fuels and chemicals. We dropped during the crisis to the 9th place, but we're back on the 5th. And now, food and automotive products are ahead of tourism. Maybe we will recover, but we know many reasons for that, because, again, price elasticity, cost of food production have grown, so there are many other reasons. But it's interesting to mention, because this is a key message as well at the governance level. Being it at the regional, the destination, but at the national level as well. It's very important for tourism ministers to kind of boldly feature that on the agenda of their governance. Now, this is my interpretation of our transformation, how we should be transforming beyond GDP. We cannot only look at the lens of economics. You all know that world GDP formula was calculated in 1944. So this is when the world decided to have a aligned, harmonized benchmark comparing growth. In 1998 and 2000, UN Tourism created the first statistical framework for measuring the GDP of tourism, which is called the Tourism Satellite Account. And the methodology of calculating tourism GDP was approved by the UN Statistical Commission, because we are the custodian of setting standards globally for tourism. That is our responsibility with the UN. And now, in February this year, we have the UN Statistical Commission that approved another framework that we have been working with all of you for 7 years, is the Measuring Sustainability of Tourism Statistical Framework, MST, known by everybody. I think yesterday was a hot topic in the discussion of the committee and the STO network. And this is the first statistical framework in the world beyond GDP. So we can be proud as a sector to be leading the way of having the first statistical framework beyond GDP. Why beyond GDP? Because we need to measure social impact and environmental, compare and make the balance with economy. Now, we evolve as well, and as Mario said, in a different as well framework, which is the Global 2030 Agenda. The 2030 Agenda and the 17 SDG, universally approved by all countries in the world, as well mention prosperity, people, and planet. Actually, all these frameworks mention the same, but said differently. So on the one is economy, society, and environment, prosperity, people, and planet. And what we are working on now is to translate the MST, the Measuring Sustainable Tourism indicators, applied to the private sector in having a first reporting framework for ESG, which is all listed company needs to report, with the Oxford University, and we are now pooling that into an actionable framework that could be aligned. And we will be then maybe able one day to really measure the impact of tourism from the industry lens. This is just like where we were in February this year with the approval of the MST. I think this is very important to underline. And as I said, UN Tourism is a specialist agency. We have 160 member states. But for tourism, when we became a UN agency in 2002, we were requested to be the custodian of standards and statistics for tourism worldwide. So we are serving 193 nations. In our working group, we have the US, the Canada, the Australia, everybody that is not a member today, but is participating. And this stats framework, as I explained, is connected to the private sector. So we have tourism GDP, beyond GDP, and the private sector. This is our roadmap. And this is the ambition we have. Hopefully, when we have an agreed set of indicators, we want to create an AI tool which is going to gather information, aggregate the results, so that we can have worldwide impact calculated on the impact of tourism. We had fantastic support, because all this is done not with our regular budget. We had great sponsors. So Oxford University was one, but then we had Booking, we had as well EasyJet Travel that has been supporting us on that journey, but more to come. Now here, this is the MST framework. While advancing on creating the Beyond GDP framework, we have done a lot of pilots. We have done pilots, interestingly, at a national focus and subnational focus. This is the terminology in the statistical world. It's not destination, it's subnational. But it is exactly destinations. And it's very interesting because we have been having a wide range of destinations which have tested MST and on different thematic and topics. And we can pool on that methodology to actually combine and transfer that as well to the INSTO network. Here, this is the road ahead. We are now preparing the best practices and the compilation guide, which is going to be the reference book for the national statistical offices. This is something I forgot to say. When we have a framework approved in New York, it's not the tourism ministries. It's the national statistical offices. They are independent bodies at the country level, and the 193 and the 75 that were like, I can say the champions with us moving towards that have approved it. So it's a huge achievement. It's just not the sector, it's the global economy. And here, this compilation guide is going to be used by national statistical offices to integrate the indicators that are going to be measured at a national level when it comes to tourism. But then it can be drawn, of course, at a regional level. Here, yesterday, I think you had a very rich discussion with the INSTO, the International Network of Tourism Observatories, which are growing. They really provide a platform of exchange, and they provide a space for learning from each other, but as well accelerating action from each and every one. We have about 45 observatories so far, some still in the process of becoming observatories, and we had the last 3 years a growth of 50%. An incredible uptake, and we see that the world needs to be able to measure, to advance policies, but as well to inspire business models. Sorry. This is another framework of measurement that is related to the SDGs. This is for projects. When you implement a project, for the moment, we do not have kind of, I can say, an aligned benchmark to measure impact. This framework measures impact at all levels on the 17 SDGs. This is as well for the donors, but it's not the public here, so we'll not deep dive on that. And now the journey to 2030, as I said earlier, in the barometer, we do produce every 3 months the intelligence that is comparing countries' progress, results, receipt. But this is on the qualitative part, on the quantitative part. On the qualitative part, we have a network of about 400 experts worldwide, which are public and private sector, which we identify, and which are providing us qualitative information on the destination, on the work, and so on. So we have one key question that allows us to advance so that we can adapt the journey is what are the main factors waiting on recovery? So the main challenges. So higher transport and accommodation cost is one obstacle. It doesn't seem to bother you here in Mallorca because I was here this summer, but it's really full. Economic environment, that's the global environment. Staff shortage, this is an issue for everyone. Extreme weather events. Airport congestion, flight delays and cancellation. This is really bothering the consumer. I think we need to think better of systems. And low consumer confidence. Now, here are the lesser important, the offensive in Ukraine, the Hamas-Israeli conflict, travel restriction, visa requirement, and other geopolitical risks. So this we have to bear in mind when we advance. Now, there is another big shift, change, and I can say opening is with the Summit of the Future that just happened in New York a month ago. The Summit of the Future, there was not such a big gathering and rethinking the multilateral system from the lens of the countries since the UN were created. And it is actually to rethink maybe multilateralism and what works and what doesn't work. We all know. I'm not going to go into the detail, but I think it is important. We are part of that, and I think that we need to look at that lens on the future. Peace is definitely one topic key on the agenda, which we all need. And here, our Sustainable Development Department has been leading the way in preparing every 2 years a resolution on tourism. And this year, again, we have been sending out questionnaires and support to all countries. We need to lobby. We advanced. In 2022, we succeeded to include the word resilience. So just to change one word, it's very complicated, but we're there. And of course, my friend from Costa Rica, who hosted us about 2 months ago, as the chair of, with the minister, as the chair of our sustainability committee, which is a committee of the executive council of the governing body. We met there and rethinking tourism, changing a little bit the format, and having a forward-looking lens and look. And here, of course, we monitor policies. And I think it is interesting to see that coding of 18 tourism policies in 22, the result says that 93% of policies incorporate the term sustainability. But I think we still need to have more uptake on that when it comes to nature and when it comes to more detail. This is more for biodiversity, but... And 2 years ago in Canada, we launched a great alliance, a Nature Positive Tourism Alliance with the World Tourism and Travel Council and the World Sustainable Hospitality Alliance to really move on the agenda for biodiversity. I think this is a work in progress. We are going to launch, Dirk, I think in Colombia by the end of the month, a first interesting report which is going to be with a huge part on the private sector action as well, because I think everybody has a role to play. It's not only government that is responsible for biodiversity, but I think that properties are such as this one. It cares about its biodiversity, even though if it is exploited in rural land. Of course, we all know the climate imperative is really one of the elements that we need to look at. And therefore, for me, the translation of how we should be moving forward is really looking at creating a regenerative economy for tourism. That is, I think, trying to integrate all the dimensions from our perspective, from member states, from the trade, so all the partners, all the actors and stakeholders. We need to go into a net positive transition. And what does it mean? Of course, we need to look at emissions. Emissions are produced by tourism operations from all ends, because the value chain is broad, being it the transport, being it hospitality, being it recreational activities. We need to look at those. But what you really want to know and to have in a target is really, we want to increase, as a business, it's healthy, profits, competitiveness, sustainability, brand value, and jobs, but as well we want to reduce the carbon footprint, resource use, cost impact on climate, and inequality. And what ultimately what we want to achieve is really to provide better livelihoods, green jobs for youth as well, healthy society, and preserving heritage. Prosperity, SMEs are at the heart of this transformation, looking at transforming what we save in carbon credit. Maybe, I mean, you may be not familiar with the discussion of UNFCCC discussions on carbon trading, on Article 6 whatsoever, but we are there and we're monitoring because we are pooling the capacity we have within the UN system to be trickled down to our stakeholders and partners. And the planet, regenerative nature, just what I mentioned earlier, this nature positive initiative, for example, is one. So we need to unlock regenerative economy. I think that some of the measures that are taking place here are part of it, but I think we need to look at that lens to decarbonize, regenerate, collaborate, measure, and finance. Now, for me, one of the key responses to this economic model is the One Planet Sustainable Tourism Program. This is an initiative that we are co-leading, we are leading, and it is under a bigger framework of the of UNEP, United Nations Environment Programme. They are the lead of the One Planet. They have 5 programs. One of them is tourism. And in 2012, in Rio Plus 20, which is succeeding Johannesburg 2002 that Mario mentioned earlier, where first time tourism was mentioned, we succeeded to embed a program on tourism as part of the world global development. And I think here as well, this relates to the SDG 12 in the framework of the SDG, Sustainable Consumption and Production, and it is all about processes. This is enabling you to scale up capacity to accelerate the transition of a destination, a company, or a country into that. And this is where we embed our work on circularity, being it for plastic, for waste, for food, and other, and on climate. So this is really a very interesting framework. We are looking at all different ends. This is a little bit the stakeholders that are signatory of the Glasgow Declaration, which is the framework for climate action. We have about more than 800 signatories, and we have as well, we're monitoring the climate action plan, because if you are a signatory, you have 1 year to present a climate action plan. Of course, we know it's not inscribed in, I can say, in stone, because we're not prepared really to have climate action plans when it comes to tourism. It needs to be pulled with so many ends. Some countries are more prepared than others, because sometimes it's part of becoming a net zero destination or zero emission destination. But it is a work in progress, and this is a space we learn from each other. We have created a network of focal points on climate change in the organization for the first time. We have 60 countries which are part of it. Maybe we should be looking at the lens of having that in the INSTO, in the other networks that we have, so that destinations can benefit more, it can trickle down, but it is an interesting path. These are some of the publication and a series we have on policy dialogues on climate actions, where you can learn. And most importantly, another big achievement for us this year, it is the first time after 28 years that we are for the first time going to have a thematic discussion on tourism at the COP29 in Azerbaijan. So that is for us a milestone, because we are going to have for the first time a ministerial dialogue. We have so far 15 countries, 15 ministers, and 7 deputy ministers confirmed, but we will be having as well industry and destinations participating in 2 other events. So it's going to be a full day with a ministerial segment and 2 other segments. One is on mitigation and the other one is on adaptation and finance. So it's quite interesting. It's going to be a kickoff. It's hopefully going to lead to next year COP in Brazil in COP30, which is going to be again inscribed in the program. So we are entering now as part of a sector that can bring solutions, not only one that is having an impact. And this is another piece of work that is underway. Again, this is all work we are doing with mobilizing, I can say, our partners to join us on that journey. We are going to produce a World Tourism Report. It's going to be the first flagship report of the organization. Having learned from so many years, we do not have one space where we can embed, on the one side, measuring performance with data, but as well aligning them with policies. And we want to align them with policies not only on sustainability as a whole, but really on all dimensions. So it's going to be an index. It's going to have every time a thematic focus every 2 years, and it's going to really have an exercise on trends and foresights, and we will be calling upon you to contribute. So that's going to be, in a nutshell, it's going to address people, planet, and prosperity, and of course, governance. Another part that is for me, and I want to end with that, is a people-centered development. I think tourism is for people, using people, consuming people. It's all about people. And without people, there is no tourism. So basically, we have really the capacity to provide these beautiful lives and livelihoods, and looking at the lens of people. And our Secretary General in 2019, leading to 2020, the year of COVID, launched a concept and initiative to have the year 2020 as the year of rural tourism. And then COVID hit, and actually the only places we could go is nearby, like the countryside, the rural area, where we would be happy to be. Now, what we need to understand is globally, I mean, this is not in the region, but this is globally, 83% of people of poverty, people above poverty are living in rural area. And the gap of unemployment is 80% in rural area. The population, we know all that this is a huge problem, and the gap of education and skills. So yes, if we develop a sector more closer to the people and in this area, we definitely are able to provide livelihoods and have an economic diversification and retention. So this is a picture, I can say, of the flow. It's a huge program, and I wanted to share with you that every 2 years we do a survey on analyzing what we did well with the work and what the countries anticipate, what do they need that we focus on so that we can shape a program of work and a strategy. And the last 2 years, all our member states have put this initiative as the flagship, as the #1 initiative of the organization. So I really encourage you, because there is a competition on best tourism villages. I really recommend that all of you, because you all live in destinations, look at the lens of that and really push for your your villages to submit for the next edition. This is a snapshot on what's coming up. Interesting issues on urban tourism. We're going to the World Urban Forum that happens every 10 years in Egypt, in Cairo, because we work with UN Habitat, and we will be we're signing an agreement with UN Habitat and UNESCO, who deals with cities as well, on culture, but then as well livelihoods, and some interesting reports that are coming up. That's another space we have online that is born with the Indian presidency that now we reconducted at the G20 in Brazil, where we had as well a ministerial segment. And this is a space where you can get inspired and sharing your stories and best practices. And this is as well the second time in the history of the organization that we have a one day at the UN General Assembly. During the presidency of last year, last year, it starts in September, so it's last year already, UN presidency. The president had 1 week of sustainability, and we succeeded to have 1 day for tourism. So we had about 30 ministers coming and joining us and speaking and debating there, and I think really it's important that we position the sector at the highest level. We were as well at the Small Island States Conference, which happened as well every 10 years, and it was in Antigua and Barbuda, because we know that islands are having very particular economies where the leakages are very, very, very high, being it not only for food, but as well for energy or water for some of them. So the cost and the retention of the wealth that is created by tourism, which is most of the time one of the key economic sector, is to be mitigated by a capacity to produce locally and to reduce the consumption in terms of circularity. So that was our advocate there. We were as well part of the Baku process in Baku this year on looking at the lens of tourism and peace, and tourism and climate, and the climate emergency, climate security, this type of issue. I'm drawing this because I think it's important that you see the diversity of endpoints where we are and how we can bring that to the benefit of the destinations. And finally, in the same time we were there for the approval of the UN Statistical Commission for the MST, Uzbekistan and Maldives proposed a resolution. They worked 3 months on that, and it was approved the same day in April? Yeah, it was I thought in February, but I don't know anymore. But it's there. The UN General Assembly approved 2027 as the International Year of Sustainable and Resilient Tourism. So we will be preparing already now, but next year, most importantly, to really unfold the year. And I invite you to join all the celebration. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Urosevic, for such valuable information, for such detailed information, and for showing us also that this is complex and that we need to do a lot of work, which is usually the case in tourism. But I think things will happen. And before we move on, first thing I want to make an announcement for those of you that are on the panels and have to present in the next couple hours or so. It would be nice if you go to the back of the room and get your mic installed, so we're ready for that. And before we move on to the next panel, we're going to share a video. It's a very short video showing how Mallorca has evolved and what commitment this island has done to transform spaces into natural protected spaces, something that is very important. It happens in Spain as a whole, but Mallorca has, since 1962, and that's what we're going to see until today, consistently found protected spaces that have given a value to this island. So let's see the video. We'll go on with the panel. Not being so sustainable in time today, we did start late. We're moving along fine, but we need to move on to our next panel. I know a lot of you have heard about buzzwords. This is an interesting presentation we're going to have next. We're going to move into the next panel called From O-Tourism to A-Tourism, okay? We know that in today's world, buzzwords tend to deform things, you know? They often shape public discourse, they influence conclusions and positions before we even understand a fairly complex topic. And that definitely happens in tourism, which is expanding globally, so that's a problem. As the industry grows, it is more important than ever to remain aware of proactive in how we explain, engage, and shape the future of tourism on the diverse global travel communities it serves. So with that in mind, our next speaker we'll explore how these buzzwords and terminology can both challenge and drive narrative around sustainability in tourism and how we as a sector can actually respond. It is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Thomas Ellerbeck, a key figure in this field. Mr. Ellerbeck is a member of the Group Executive Committee and Group Director of Corporate and External Affairs for the TUI Group. His extensive experience in corporate and external affairs within one of the world's largest travel companies is definitely going to provide us with valuable insight into this important and I think very original topic. Mr. Ellerbeck, please come up. Thank you.
So good morning. Thank you. So first I was told I have to speak very closely to the loudspeakers, otherwise the translators can't hear me. And I think they have the hardest job today, sitting in this small box, following us all the day and translating. So thank you very much for translation, and do a nice translation. When I'm not good in English, make it nice. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for inviting me. It's really a pleasure to be here. I was here last year. It was amazing to listen to all the panel participants, also to listen to all the colleagues from industry and to learn, because I think it's always about learning and listening this kind of events. And thank you very much, Zoetry. It was fantastic to see. I know what you're doing because I know all the things with your team, what you're doing in sustainability with United Nations Tourism. Probably it's sometimes underrated what is done in your organization with all the people in the team all the time. And I think it's great for us to see this, to follow the film, your presentation. I think it's an amazing job, and also that it was possible to have sustainability and tourism in the assembly in New York, in the General Assembly. I think that's, well, I would say it's a privilege for our industry that this was possible. The headline for my presentation was given by Dirk. And it's a quite difficult headline because buzzwords are probably not only happening in the tourism industry. I think this is a little bit part of the media landscape, and you all, well, have your experience with buzzwords, especially when you're working in politics. Yeah, all in politics, they know this. You know this every day. There is one topic and everything is focused and streamlined on this topic, and then you can't escape, and then it's on us to come with the arguments, and that the arguments are listened. That's also often not so easy. It's much easier that people follow this streamlining buzzword stories than, well, the facts or the arguments. So let me try to say some words what I want to present, and hopefully we have also some charts. Oh, we have the charts because I arrived this morning at, well, it was nearly 10 o'clock, so it was exactly before the opening of the meeting, and then I learned the charts have been not here, but now they're here. Tourism is an attractive global growth market with strong macro fundamental and growth figures higher than overall GDP. I think this is the fact where we are starting. But this is probably also the topic we want to discuss when we are talking about, on the one hand, the over-tourism, and we should also all not forget, 3 years ago, we talked about another story. We talked about tourism was over for 3 years due to pandemic and Corona, and sometimes we forget this. We forget this, and we have also seen in places well, where we have high development, where we have also people with high income, that this was a difficult time. Also, I know from Mallorca, also in Mallorca, there had been places where it was not easy for people to earn money, to get food, etc. And, well, don't forget about other places in the world which are not as rich than Mallorca or Spain. This was a difficult time for all of us. But there are learnings out of these times. And I had the privilege, and I want to say this really, it was a privilege. We learned about the protests on the Canary Islands and on the Balearic Islands on Mallorca. And we had the privilege really to meet with the local environment, with the hotel association, with the unions, with people from the local production companies. So this Forum Civilidad, I think is the right name in Spain, hopefully in Mallorquin. Spain, or okay. So to meet with all the people and to learn from them, because I think we are working in the same environment. So we have probably good interests, and we have all. And I haven't heard from anybody I'm against tourism. When you have been in Germany or probably in France or in the UK, the headlines in the TV shows in the evening was protests against tourists. I haven't heard from anybody that they are against tourists. They wanted to have a more inclusive and, let's say, more sustainable way of tourism. But I also learned, some have said in this group, the decision was made by our parents in the 60s, that our island, that we want to grow with the tourists, with tourism industry, and now we have to bring this to the next level in a sustainable way, so that local neighborhoods and, on the other hand, tourists have a good time together, because the island belongs to the locals. The islands belong to the people from Mallorca. And the people from Mallorca have to make the decision how many tourists they want to have, what kind of tourism, and they have the responsibility at the end whether it works or not. That's not the decision by tourism companies or by governments from other countries. Also, we are also all friends and partners in Europe. Let me have some few words on, let's say, the development in the last, let's say, 5 years. When we look back on the elections, 2019, the EU elections, I would label them as climate elections. There was one focus, this was Greta. You remember Greta Thunberg was at that time. In all media, she was welcomed at all places. I'm not sure whether she was also at the United Nations. Probably she was. She was at the Federal Chancellery in Germany. I believe she was in the White House. She was at all places. And this was probably the framework also for the political discussion of a lot of topics. And sometimes, from my feeling, my impression, it was a little bit too much reduced to one topic, especially on sustainability. When we compare the EU elections from this year and also many national and regional elections, France, Netherlands, Spain, Belgium, it is now more a holistic view on the challenges we do have in Europe and we do have in the world. It's about economic growth, it's about migration, and since the wars have started, it's about security. So we have another approach now, and probably other challenges and also other responsibilities politicians have to tackle, and also the voters and the people who want to get answers from politicians and solutions, probably. The tourism industry, we are operating, as I said, in a different climate today, and some could say, well, we have now so much challenge with the wars, we have to invest much more in security. Is it the right time for sustainability? Do we have to change our agendas? I will say yes, it is the right time for sustainability. It is still the right time for sustainability. And you see also the reason on this slide. Tourism is an attractive global growth market, and with global arrivals, it continues to rise also in the next years. What we should think about, what is the right and the, well, no, I'm not good in clicking, to be honest. Oh, probably have to do it in the wrong, no? Oh. This way. I'm not good in using clickers, and I'm not good in using charts, I have to say. But sometimes I try it, and sometimes it works. Hopefully today it works. For me, it's a question, what is the operating model of our industry for the future? What is a successful operating model for tourism where we bring together responsibilities, opportunities, and, well, really our challenges we have to tackle? And at TUI, we stopped all these discussions about why. It's only the way, how we do it. What are we doing? How we bring our business to a sustainable business. And as a company with 130 aircraft, 17 cruise ships, 400 hotels, we are deep in the details of decarbonization through innovation, green energy, and sustainable fuels. And this is a topic we have in all meetings with all governments. It's, I would say, prioritized from us in all meetings where we come to the Balearics, to the Canaries, to Spain, but also I was just with the German president to Egypt. It is always on top of our agenda. Also to learn, to be honest, because we see different ways how governments prepare the country and also, well, work on the regulation in the country, because sometimes my learning is we have new times and we try to manage new times with old laws and old regulations and old behaviors, and sometimes it's not too bad to look to the one country or to the other country. Probably you cannot transfer everything, but there is always a good idea behind, and I will come later on this on some areas. More or less, we have all to handle the same. We all want to reduce emissions, incorporate ESG criteria in our processes, in our reportings, and getting out the result of it. But the question is, how can a company like TUI and also other companies create differentiation from the rest and translate for our industry what is expected from us? How can tourism drive the public debate when it comes to sustainability? I call this the operating model of tourism. This is not so much about the individual things we are doing, but more about the approach, how we become part of this bigger discussion we have in politics about all things of sustainability. And as I said before, we are coming from regulation, which is from the past, from policies, which is coming from the past, and we have to find a new balance between economic growth, social progress, environmental protection and its opportunities. And I want to show this chart. I like it very much, and it's not new. Probably some in the room have followed me also in the past, have followed the speech. I always use this chart also in the company to really underline to everybody what is sustainability. And what is sustainability, how it was defined by the United Nations or by Gro Harlem Brundtland, the former Prime Minister of Norway, when she has done all the work on the Brundtland report. It was end of the 80s, so it's, I'm right, probably 1987, I think, Gro Harlem Brundtland has done this work. I met her in my former times in politics when she was the Norwegian Prime Minister, a very impressive woman, a very impressive leader in her role as a prime minister, but also in her role when she moved to the health organization, United Nations Health Organization, and then later when she prepared the Brundtland report for all of us. I think you can see here, we had in the past, when we talked about sustainability, most people talked about the environment, and we have been not in balance with all three dimensions of sustainability, which is economic, social, and environmental. And you can also read this in the report. What Mrs. Brundtland has said, sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability for future generations to meet their own needs. That's the definition of sustainability. I am personally believing it. That's the way how we developed our sustainability agenda in TUI. And as I said, sometimes it is underestimated. Nevertheless, the discussion about sustainability in the past was driven too much on these environmental topics. And now we have to get to a holistic view on tourism. How can we have a more or a better view also on social and the economical part, because this gives us also the money and, let's say, the support in the businesses really to make change, to support the sustainable development. I talked about the operating model before. What is an operating model? Probably there are only ideas, because here in the room are the highest competencies. Some of you I know from last year, and probably you have much better ideas than me, and you have your own experience, but probably it's a good way when we collect our ideas, and this is also a huge chance. I would like to talk about this operating model on purpose. I don't call it a sustainability strategy. Every company needs a sustainability strategy to deal with their specific challenges, but to be real successful, you need not only a sustainability strategy, but also embedded sustainability in your business. And this means sustainability through the business. Also, when we look at the past, sustainability sometimes was, well, it was a department, and the one or the other company has rated it in a different way, but sustainability should be implemented in part of all, in all business lines, in all businesses. That's how we are doing this in TUI, and we are doing this since a long time. And for our discussion on sustainability, this means the operating model is the approach that we should take as the industry and to drive sustainability debates also with our stakeholders, with our peers, because you all have to convince your partners when you're working in a project. You have probably to convince your finance department on the one hand, you have to convince unions, you have to convince your stakeholders, and also in a public debate, as we are all doing, we have also the dialogue, and especially when you're in politics, you have the dialogue with your voters, with the people, with the local neighborhoods, because it's their country, and they have to give a framework, and politicians, well, are elected for a period of time, and after this time, there will be again election, and people will give their vote, whether you've done it in the right way or the other way. And therefore, I'm very much convinced that we should have this debate. You need this debate in an environment like a company, because also, from my view, probably sustainability is on the highest point. Today, after we have started our process with the agenda, with the People, Planet, Progress agenda for TUI, where we have involved all the departments, all the business units. All the business units have got targets, but we have not said from the top, this is your target. This has been developed together with a consultancy. So we looked really deeply in the numbers, 2019, and then there has been developed roadmaps and paths which is possible. And scenarios. Some scenarios will work, others will not work probably. When you think on the topic of sustainable aviation fuel, I think there's a high discussion in Brussels and in all member states and in all companies, because, well, it is possible to produce, it is quite expensive, but it's not enough at the moment, so nobody can get enough sustainable aviation fuel. This might be a topic in 1 or 2 or 3 years where we will discuss, can we reach all targets in this way, or what has to be achieved in the next level that we get the targets done. I'm convinced that we have every reason to be out and proud about the impact of tourism, and that we should use this when we talk about the sustainable tourism. One is employment. As of 2023, tourism directly supports about 100 million jobs worldwide. And when indirect and inducted effects are included, the impact over 300 million jobs. Over 300 million jobs in the world have a relation to tourism. This accounts for roughly 10% of the global workforce. 10% of the global workforce is related to tourism. The economic impact, many destinations, particularly small islands, nations, and developing economies, heavily rely on tourism for economic stability. In some countries, tourism contributes over 50% of GDP, which ties local livelihoods directly to tourism demand. And when you look on education and everything, which is also on investment and environment, it is related to growth and wealth, which has been started by tourism. And also as a German, you know, I'm from Germany, when I listen to some of the debates, sometimes I believe people do not know what is going on in countries. They have no, let's say, manufacturing, no national goods. There are countries in the world, they have a wonderful nature, they have wonderful people they like to do service in the hotel industry, in the restaurant industry, but they have no national goods, and they have no car manufacturing. So we, as you know, the Germans have been quite dependent on cars. Probably also we are getting a little bit in trouble at the moment with this focus on one industry. But I think we should really have in mind that tourism is a motor, is a job motor, and it's a motor for education and giving young people or the next generation access. I'm also a big fan when you think on academies with our TUI Care Foundation. We will come later on this. On the one hand, you have the junior academies where you train young people. Then you start the academy where young people get, let's say, vocational training, vocational education. And then there is a group of people, they do their jobs, they start their job, but they want to become an entrepreneur. And there is, in this industry like tourism, it's such a fantastic ecosystem, because you have, yes, you have the big ones, probably some say TUI is a big one, so you have the big ones, but you have hub and spoke. You have a lot of small businesses, local businesses, and there is so much room for entrepreneurs. And when you behave in a fair way, and when you develop in a fair way, then I think there's so much opportunities in all places in the world. Something what is for me very important is everything on cultural exchange and awareness. I was working for the German president in the 19th, and the president talked at that time about dialogue of cultures. And he meant dialogue of cultures, religions, and countries and states. This was a discussion which was a little bit, for some, a little bit sophisticated, also for journalists. It was quite difficult to attract them for this topic, because you have to add at that time a lot of explanation why it is important and so on. Today we are seeing what is going on in the world. It's a really challenging world for politicians, but for all of us, and it's a challenging world where we discuss about systems, system of freedom and another system. And therefore, tourism, open minds, tourism, open your heart, open your soul. I think everybody who is traveling is a fantastic ambassador for countries, for nations, for cultures, and probably it helps also to understand differences, because that's quite important. If you understand, or if you know about the difference between you and another person, if you know about why people behave different, then you don't see this, let's say, as a threat for yourself. Probably you have a better understanding, and you will accept, you will respect, which is probably the key word. Social infrastructure, I mentioned before, in many cases, the demand from tourists for services like healthcare, education, public amenities leads to improvement also of the local infrastructure. This is, I think, very important. But when I come back later to the topics on Mallorca, I also know in the other way around, the infrastructure is heavily used by the tourists, and this is probably a challenge for the politicians, and we have to work together on this. So when I look on building blocks, the recent protests on the Canary Islands or Balearic Islands, as I said before, there were no demonstrations against tourism, but demonstrations for more responsible tourism, more inclusive tourism, and probably respect for the livelihoods and for the cultural heritage, for the local heritage of local people. Water usage, energy prices, the question of available housing. I will not call it apartment, because in my speech it is apartment, but this is a wrong word. I think apartment is a heavy discussion, I would say, because then we enter the real estate topic, which is one of the problems in the housing situation on the islands and the Canaries and the Balearics, that apartments are used in a different way than it was planned, so they're used for tourists, probably sold on platforms in a not regulated way, or in a regulated way, but people do not follow the regulation, you could also say at some point, which makes it also again difficult for the government and for public administration to find solution. Of course, this all we need to understand much better what destinations want from us, because you see this affordable living space. This was a learning from our meeting here with the local communities, local identity, local culture and habitats. Also that people, the tourists, do not enter the areas, the local neighborhoods. I learned when I was on the Canaries, this was not on the Balearics, they said, well, in the past we had our local neighborhood, there was our local cafes, restaurants, we could buy our coffee, we had our coffee where we meet our friends and neighbors, and this was a coffee which was affordable. This was the €1, the €1.50. Now we have to pay the tourist prices. Yeah, we have to pay 3, 4, 5, and that gives not acceptance. And I understand this, and that's why it's so important to work on this. And on this topic, we are working together. Transport infrastructure was also a learning for me when I met the initiatives and institutions here on Mallorca, because I heard the traffic is has so much increased over the last years. This is on the one hand the tourists, but on the other, as I understood also, a lot of people from mainland have moved to the Balearics and to Mallorca, so you have much more residents on the island, and now we have to find, again, balance, and balance could mean more public service. I read in the papers there will come a train between the airport and I think Llucmajor and other places, and this is, I think, a good start, but I think you can feel it in the mindset of the politicians really to talk about this and also to handle it and to start with the initiatives. I know if you want to construct a trainway or railway, it will need probably some years. Probably it's faster here than in Germany. But I learned about 2028 or 2032 it could happen. I'm not sure, but you will know this better. But I think the good thing is the initiatives are done. The ideas are on the table. It's now for discussion, and that's, I think, a good start. One other point is social sustainability is key in building trust and mutual understanding. So we always said social sustainability is more than the S in ESG. You know, all this ESG, which is part of the regulation, which is part of the reporting, which is part of your businesses. The World Bank explains social sustainability is crucial for achieving broader development outcomes, such as reducing poverty, inequality, by ensuring that communities are empowered, included, and resilient. Resilient was also a word I heard before. It was also part of the debate with the United Nations. It was a very early debate. I think it was in 2022 when we met in New York. It was about having a more sustainable and more resilient tourism industry for the future. And Doris and Dirk, you have been at that time, and all the team of United Nations Tourism, you have worked on this, and I think that's exactly what we need. As an industry, we should promote that social sustainability is our biggest asset as an industry we bring to the table and to the discussion, because tourism is a people business, because we are in the business of enabling dialogue between cultures. And I mentioned before the work of TUI Care Foundation. My colleague Alexander Panchuk is also here in the room. He is the executive director of the TUI Care Foundation. And the results, when I see on our work, and all the others are doing fantastic work in these areas. We have more than 70 projects in 25 regions. 400,000 young people have got environmental education programs or this vocal education. More than 7,000 entrepreneurs have been supported, and more than 90,000 young women have been in our mentoring programs. And this is also a great achievement in a lot of countries. I think on Jordan, I think on Tunisia, I think on Egypt, especially in developing countries, in least and less developed countries, there is a lot of potential, but also a lot have been done. And this is really something we can bring as an industry, we all together can bring to the table. I mentioned before local housing, respect for local living spaces. We are guests. Living spaces means understanding and acknowledging that tourism does not happen in an isolated space, but is part of a local environment, of a local fabric. Tourism impacts local communities. Tourism interacts with the daily lives of local residents, influences their culture, their economy, their environment. Tourists use the same spaces as locals, restaurants, markets, and public transportation, which means tourism is inherently embedded in the local environment and fabric rather than existing in isolation. And that's something I was invited in the German Bundestag in a debate, in a hearing, and next to me was the director of a region in Germany in the in the Alps, in the mountains, southern Germany. And he always said, we do not any longer talk about tourism strategy, our tourism strategy, because tourism and guests are living in the same space. The one are here for longer or forever, the local neighborhood, and others are here for some weeks, but they come back every year probably. And we are talking more about a living space or a room where people and tourists, local people and tourists come together. And that's the way how we want to find a dialogue between our local neighborhoods and, well, everybody who is involved in the tourism industry, from business or whatever. And, well, when you are two invited for a hearing, you're probably following more what the other is saying. It was a very small region in Germany, but I was quite impressed by this way, talking not about an isolated tourism strategy, but an integrated, holistic approach to how tourism and local neighborhoods can work together more closely. Cultural exchange, I mentioned authenticity. Tourists often seek authentic experiences which involve engaging with local culture, tradition, and communities. Understanding tourism as part of the local fabric fosters richer cultural exchanges and helps to protect also the local heritage and leading to more sustainable tourism practice. And the word and also how we behave, for me it's most important, it's about respect. Respect, on the one hand, the opinion of the other, and on the other hand, respect the local heritage, the local neighborhood, and the way people want to have their country develop. As I said before, the locals have to decide how they want to develop the tourism and what is the future of tourism on an island, whether it's in Spain, in Greece, or wherever in the world. Tourism plays an important role as an economic factor I mentioned before and employer, especially in many southern European countries. The numbers have been impressive. Last year, tourism in Spain accounted for 12.8% of gross domestic product, and it will increase for this year. The package holiday is a key pillar, and it's very, very important that we maximize the economic growth by respecting local resources. And I think especially the package holiday is key because so many local people benefit from it. You have the employers and employees, you have the hotels, you have the, let's say, construction businesses, but you have also the way how you manage your tourism in the destination. Then it's much more organized, and that's, I think, the topic when we talk about the islands. In a lot of islands, you have this way of individual tourists coming to their homes or renting a home on a platform, and later they're using cars, so they have all individual traffic. It's different to, I would say, if people are coming with an aircraft, there will be a coach, they will be brought to a touristic area, to 1, 2, 3 hotels. The hotels have been developed, especially for hosting tourists. This was the idea when an area was designed for the tourism sector at some point, and I think that's quite important that we understand that the way how the package tourism, and probably in some years ago, I know my friends, they always said, oh, I'm so individual, I do everything myself. I book a flight, I book a hotel, I do everything myself, I have a rental car. It was quite sexy to be so individual. And probably our business and the package travel and like hotels have done it, have been a little bit boring for some, for this very fancy people, yeah? And this has changed, I think. First, after pandemic, due to pandemic, people look much more on a secure environment so that they have people they can trust on, they can help if there is a problem. I had a lot of calls in March 2020 where people gave me a call and said, well, I'm in Mexico. I need to come back to Europe. Can you help me? And I said, well, you're a package travel. We are responsible for, no, I have not a package travel. I booked the flight individually. Oh, I said, well, then it will be more challenging, but there was, in Germany, there was the Foreign Office, they brought people back, but they sent later also the bill for this, yeah, so you had to pay for it. So I think there is a new understanding that probably our way of tourism, this organized tourism, it's much more modern than people believe. I always call it a little bit like a concierge in a hotel. Yeah? You can ask him for everything, him or her for everything. You get the support. You will get service, and it's not. It's more security. It's more service in this package holiday, and I believe strongly it benefits much more for the local people because of the environment, because of that you coordinate, that you can streamline, that people will not go all individually by rental cars through the cities, and on the other hand, that you use hotels which have been constructed for this kind of tourism, which follow the legislation, which follow the regulation, which follows probably also the tax regulation. That is, as I understand from the papers, I only read this. This is probably also not in all cases in other kind of business the same if you rent apartments. So tourism needs to be part of the solution, as I said before, and you can see 3 pictures, and probably here should have been Mallorca, not Spain. It was Mallorca. So it was a meeting with the partners from the tourism industry, the minister, Maria, a lot of friends are here, Susanna, and we had a fantastic discussion about the different views, what kind of tourism, how much tourism, what are also the approaches of the protesters. We had before a meeting with the protesters, with groups of the civil society, and I had also the privilege to talk about one person of Fridays for Future, because this was also quite important to. He was here. Perfect. So I was demonstrating. Okay. But I think it's good to know all arguments. It's always good to know the arguments, to follow the arguments, and then you have probably the better ground for a fair discussion, and you can offer something. And I said before, my learning was from all these meetings, nobody said we are against tourists. We want to have a different way of tourism, and we have to design the tourism, the way of tourism in a new way. And that's probably what I say. The industry, the partners of the industry, also us as a company, that's why we have been so interested. I learned about a meeting in Germany, one of the German tourism associations. They have also done a roundtable in Germany. And Susanna and me, we had the privilege last week to be on stage in Berlin on a conference. And I said, well, probably it's okay that you do such a roundtable in Germany where representatives of German associations sitting around at the table, and you have the representatives probably of the Spanish and the Greek tourism organizations, but they are all in Germany. They are not here. And it's completely different. And that's why it was for us so important to have the direct contact. And we want to continue this. And I'm very happy also that the Forum of the Civil Society has accepted and has invited us for a next meeting, so that we also can try to contribute. I cannot, I want to be honest, I cannot say or cannot promise that we will contribute, but we want to contribute and to give our arguments, and probably also to learn what we can do better. And I learned a lot of things in this meeting. I learned that hotels are asked to buy 3%, nearly 3%, I think, local products. My first impression was, this can be not rocket science, yeah, to buy 3% local products. So now it's on us to investigate. Are we doing this? How we can do this better? What is the next step? And probably it's also in our interest to use local products because the guests want to have an authentic holiday. And at other places in the world, this is not needed in Spain or in Mallorca. But when I look on Cabo Verde, on Sal, you know, Sal is a lot of sand. It's a wonderful country. It's a wonderful island. It's sun, beach, but it's a lot of sand. So there is no fruits, no vegetables. So we have done this with TUI Care Foundation. So we have started to develop a project, Field to Fork, and we have worked together with local communities, with a local NGO, and now we have a farm where we produce vegetables and fruits which are delivered to the hotels, but on the other hand, they are also on the market for the local neighbors, for the local people. So this is not needed here. It's a completely different approach. It only shows if you talk with each other, if you understand the needs, then you can find a solution, or you can first try to do something. I was not sure whether we will be successful, but this is also completely okay. It's about trial and error. You will make mistakes, and then you will have the next step, and then you try it again, and later third time it will work at some point. And this is something we want now also to roll out to other places in the world. So I strongly believe this interaction. Yes, I'm always a bit too long. How much? 5 minutes?
Yes, 10 minutes.
Okay, good. I will come to an end, no problem. So Turkey and the same with Greece, but I was very impressed about what has been done on the Balearics. Also this dialogue which has been started by the government with the working groups that there have been now, well, the headlines for I think 14 working groups where the local initiatives are all involved, and also this online dialogue which has been started where the local people can participate. This will get all into the process. To be honest, I learned this here. I have not read this in the papers. I read and saw in TV about demonstrations and people against tourism, but I learned about this quite fantastic open dialogue here, and I was surprised that also some of the people in the room said, this kind of dialogue we asked for the last 10 years, and we didn't get it. This kind of dialogue between governments, industry, hotel associations, restaurant associations, and the industry partners like us. And I only can promise we are very open for this because we believe that is the right way to find solutions in an environment where we are all partners. Well, you host us, you welcome us, but we are partners, and that's why I believe we have also to deliver our piece to make the tourism successful, and on the other hand, also to get the acceptance out of it. I will come to an end. I said before, we should talk with, well, we should be proud, and we should talk with pride about this sector, about this tourism industry, because the numbers I shared before, wealth, education, working opportunities. We should focus more on really the positive side, but we should not underestimate it. It's now a little bit small in my presentations. It's a little bigger. We know the challenges. We have a lot of positive impact, but there are challenges, and we accept these challenges. That these challenges, I will say, most of the companies, well, have in their homework and in their agenda. That's why I say we have an agenda, a sustainability agenda, which is certified by SBTi, so Sustainable Science-Based Target Initiative, with numbers for 2030, not 2050, because 2050, let's be fair, 2050, well, I'm young, but I will be retired in 2050, and I can promise everything, and that's also something, if you want to convince people in a company, also your colleagues, because they have to handle this all the day. They have to deal with topics all the day. When I promise things for 2050, they will say, oh yeah, you're a nice guy, but it's okay. So that's why we said we need really 2030 as a target, as a mid-term target, so that everybody also understands how he or she can contribute and what's the contribution for the daily work. But in the public, I believe this industry is doing great things, and if you think how the changes have been in the aviation industry, the modern aircraft, okay, there are now some problems on the one hand with Airbus, on the other side with Boeing. With deliveries, we get not enough of it, but the new aircrafts are much more efficient, so we have a lower footprint when you look on everything which has been developed in the cruise business, which is coming. So the boats are, most of them will get at some point green methanol probably. We will get to green methanol very soon, and the Mein Schiff 7. There are a lot of initiatives which have taken place. When you see everything in the hotel business, solar panel, there we are coming back to the new times and old regulations. I have to deal with countries where you're only allowed to use 20% of the solar energy you produce on the roof of your hotel. And the other energy has to come to the public grid. Probably it's not the best incentive for somebody to invest in solar panel on the roof when you cannot use it for your own need in your hotel. Yeah, that's something which is on the, let's say, negative side. On the positive side, let's have a look to Turkey. In Turkey, we are now operating 3 solar parks, photovoltaic parks, and there will come another 3. This is 100 kilometers away from Antalya. So we got the land from the government in the mountains, we constructed the solar parks, and we can use this energy in Antalya and in Bodrum with a very small fee. In most of the countries, also in Germany, you produce energy, you have to sell it for a low price, and then you buy it back, but for a much higher price. They have done it in a, I would say, very competitive way. So you do the investment, you can produce, and then you get it out for only a small fee at another place. But not all countries are on this level now, have not decided in this ways, but that's something we can learn from each other. That's, for me, so important when I'm in different countries to understand what is the best practice in this country and how can things be transferred or not. Not everything can be transferred. So coming to an end, I think we should be self-confident as an industry that we can achieve much more, that we are a fantastic employer with this industry, that we bring especially also to least and less developed countries wealth and also opportunities for people. Local participation is key. And for the future, well, I wish for myself and for all of us that this growth industry will have a fantastic place also in the reputation, getting more attention in the public sector, in also media. And sometimes it's underestimated what people are doing, how they work in a hotel, what they do on service for the people. I think that's very, very important. And well, the most important thing is respect, talking to each other, having a good dialogue. And when I look to politics, I hope that we get fair and predictable frameworks, fair and predictable regulation, that we come away from over-regulation and over-bureaucracy. I have the feeling, but it's only a feeling, it's out of the belly, it's not with arguments, that also the European Union has understood that the new Commission should have another approach than the old one. The times are challenging for a lot of countries in Europe. We have recession in Germany, not in all countries, but in some countries. We are in competition between Europe, Asia, the United States. So if we do not, our homework, if you do not start to deregulate in some areas, if you do not start to stop over-bureaucracy in some areas, over-reportings we have seen this in a number of fields, then it will be difficult in the competitiveness framework all are operating it. But, well, I trust that this will happen. And on the other hand, I mentioned before the tourism sector, also on the island. You have on the one hand the industry which operates with the package travel, which is in most of the countries since decades. I know that we are in Spain with our fantastic partnership, joint venture with Rio, I think since 60 years, 50, 60 years. This is also in other countries. So we are here in good times, in bad times. We stay, and we are invested, and that is core for most of the companies. They have hotels, they invest in companies, and others, they sell. And both, it's okay. Customers should have choice in everything, but I also believe that we need a level playing field also in European regulation between the package travel, which gives security, where we care for the people, where we care for the customers when they are in the destination, where we use hotels which have been constructed especially for tourism, and let's say the platforms, they offer their space in the internet, and you could put in your flats, but it's a different business. It's a completely different business, but we should not get over-regulated while the others are not regulated. We need a level playing field for our industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Mr. Ellerbeck, for your thoughts in this discussion. One thing is clear. Next year, if the summit is held, we're going to have to add an extra day to our talks, because there's always a lot of things to discuss and a lot of interesting things to share. Now, we're going to take a turn in the next panel. We're going to talk about where I want to live. It's a very fascinating question that we're going to dig into, actually more than one question. Why do people choose to live in places that are becoming popular tourist destinations? That's an interesting question. Of course, if it's an interesting tourist destination, it's probably a very attractive place to live. What drives them to return to their places of origin? Because a lot of people that go around and try to live in another place of the world eventually return to their places of origin. And how do they envision the future of these destinations themselves, the residents, and obviously tourists alike? So this discussion is actually going to explore the deeper connection between residents and their homes. Beyond the shared taste with visitors, it will look at how these destinations balance the needs and expectations of both locals and tourists. And to lead this debate, the first debate we're going to have today in the summit, we are honored to have Bartolomé Dellà. He's the Associate Professor of Department of Economics and Business at the University of the Balearic Islands here in Mallorca, Dean of the Faculty of Tourism of the Balearic Islands and Director of the Meliá Hotels International Chair, and the Chair of Tourism and the Environment. That's a long one. With this extensive experience in the field, Dr. Dellà will guide us through the important conversation about the interaction between tourism and local communities. So, Dr. Dellà, welcome to the floor. Thanks for being here, and it's all yours.
Good morning to everybody. Benvinguts, bienvenidos a la primera mesa redonda que lleva por título That's My Place to Live. Para mí es un placer pues, intentar moderar un poquito la temática que vamos a intentar tocar en esta mesa. Creo que todos somos muy conscientes de que Mallorca es un gran destino turístico, conocido a nivel mundial, con un potencial de industria que ha generado un conocimiento y un saber hacer exportado a diferentes lugares del mundo. Pero Mallorca, como gran laboratorio turístico que es muchísimo más que un simple destino turístico. hemos sabido, al igual que otros destinos, convertir el turista de una sola visita en un turista enamorado, en un turista repetitivo, en un turista que acabó convirtiéndose incluso en un residente temporal y que recientemente pues cada vez estamos viendo más como ese turista que empezó de una sola visita, repetitivo, residente temporal, ha pasado a ser un residente permanente. Y probablemente toda esta evolución que ha experimentado el sector y concretamente estos turistas probablemente se deba a un proceso de enamoramiento continuo y constante que ha generado pues un idilio entre los visitantes y lo que han encontrado, en este caso, en el destino turístico llamado Mallorca. Sin duda, ese enamoramiento solo se podría explicar con una parte muy importante como es la cultura. El patrimonio cultural del destino constituye en muchas ocasiones el factor clave para conseguir que el turista se enamore, el turista repita y que acabe convirtiéndose en un residente más y acabe decidiendo en mover su residencia habitual de su lugar de origen al lugar donde en un momento decidió practicar turismo. Y dentro de ese patrimonio cultural, sin duda, la artesanía, la gastronomía, el producto local constituye una pieza clave, fundamental, inigualable, irrepetible y que en muchas ocasiones constituye el efecto dinamizador y el efecto diferenciador con otros destinos turísticos. Y yo creo que en ese sentido la temática de esta mesa y la elección de los ponentes que forman parte de ella creo que toca una parte muy importante para poder explicar por qué muchos destinos y concretamente por qué Mallorca se ha convertido en un lugar no solamente bonito para visitar, sino tal y como establece el pledge diseñado por el Consell de Mallorca, en un lugar maravilloso para vivir, maravilloso para el residente. Y por ello nos acompañan toda una serie de representantes, punteros, líderes e innovadores en todo lo que constituye el producto local, la artesanía, el kilómetro cero y el respeto por no solamente el medio ambiente, sino también por las comunidades locales. Nos acompaña en primer lugar Araceli Iranzo, fundadora de la agencia Publicidad Kitchen, de la marca de bolsos de palmito Antic Mallorca y también fundadora de la Escuela de Artesanos Antic Mallorca. También nos acompaña Joaquín Pulqué, artesano jabonero y destilador, localizado en Sóller, que elabora jabones y productos cosméticos con productos tan interesantes como son el aceite de oliva virgen de Sóller, el aceite de almendra virgen y las plantas que podemos encontrar en este patrimonio UNESCO llamado Serra de Tramuntana. Y también nos acompaña José Cortés García, chef ejecutivo durante 20 años, que ha desarrollado su trayectoria en diferentes países como Emiratos Árabes, Noruega y ahora mismo en Mallorca, cofundador de la Asociación de Cocineros y Cocineras de Baleares, catador de aceite, miembro del panel de cata de sobrasada de Mallorca y actualmente chef de la finca STO, todo un referente en nuestra isla. Y ya sin más, pues os lanzaría una primera pregunta que yo creo que constituye un aspecto muy importante. ¿Qué pensáis cada uno de vosotros de vuestros productos, de esas innovaciones que habéis desarrollado y de esa puesta en valor que ha hecho que el turista y el residente se enamoren de esos productos y marquen un factor diferencial respecto a otros? Por ejemplo, José, si quieres empezar.
Bueno, sí, perfecto. Buenos días a todos y a todas. Realmente nosotros en el marco del aceite de oliva virgen, que realmente es un ejemplo claro del producto local de Mallorca, nosotros en la finca realmente engloba un todo. Realmente es lo que podríamos llamar ese ejemplo de economía circular, en el que empieza desde el aceite de oliva, una experiencia, el conocerlo, el vivirlo, ver cómo se hace desde la aceituna hasta cómo se termina el aceite. Después engloba por un agroturismo, que realmente es lo que el turista cuando llega a Mallorca le apetece ver, un sitio de calidad, y termina en ver todo lo que hemos visto antes en el producto final, que sería el restaurante, la comida. ¿De acuerdo? Todo eso hace, bueno, pues que tengamos un producto que al turista, cuando nosotros viene a visitarnos, realmente se enamore. Tenemos ejemplos de gente, nosotros estamos en Algaida, que se ha quedado a vivir en Algaida. Ha venido a visitar, le ha gustado mucho, es parte de la montaña, de Randa, el ver cómo se hace todo, un trato familiar, porque al final el mallorquín lo que tiene muy bueno, que le gusta mucho al turista, es que tiene un trato familiar. Entonces eso, quieras que no, engancha mucho y encaja muy bien con el tema de la ponencia, ¿no? Al final, lo que quiere el turista es un trato familiar, un producto de calidad, un producto artesanal y poder disfrutarlo, claro.
Sin duda, yo creo que la finca STO constituye lo que podemos llamar un producto desde 160 grados, donde se observa tanto la producción del producto, la elaboración en la gastronomía y un lugar de alojamiento, que acaba haciendo pues, ese factor que acabas de señalar, que es el enamorarse del destino y acabe provocando que incluso un turista acabe residiendo no solamente en Mallorca, sino vecino de la propia finca. Joaquín, ¿tu perspectiva?
Sí, yo pienso también que los turistas, los residentes, valoran los productos hechos en Mallorca. Yo hago mis productos en Sawyer, todo está hecho en mano. Tengo también la carta de jabonero del Consell de Mallorca. Tenemos un apoyo también del Consell aquí en Mallorca para desarrollar un poquito nuestra actividad. Somos peque, efectivamente podemos decir que small is beautiful, son pequeñas actividades. Yo uso aceite de oliva de la cooperativa de Sawyer. Tenemos una pequeña finca de familia donde tenemos cítricos ecológicos. Y la gente efectivamente valora los productos artesanales, hechos a mano, también naturales, hechos en Mallorca. Y estoy en contacto cada día con tiendas, exportadores, pero también clientes. Yo monto cada sábado, cada domingo en el mercado artesanal de Sawyer. Y la gente, les gusta hablar a la gente y ver que al final también producimos de una manera sostenible, kilómetro cero, y también que el dinero circula dentro de la isla. Yo compro aceite de oliva, yo trabajo con empresas que hacen packaging aquí en Mallorca, diseñador de Mallorca, y vale, esta es súper importante.
Yo creo que, al igual que habíamos observado en la finca STO, yo creo que uno de los aspectos importantes que señalabas es el factor de comprar local para generar un producto totalmente arraigado, dando salida pues, a una producción de naranja, a una producción de aceite que tienes en el propio territorio. Pero me interesaría saber, ¿quién crees que valora más pues, esa naturalidad, ese 100%, ese ADN que tú señalas que tienen tus productos? ¿Quién los valora más? ¿El residente? ¿El turista? ¿El turista que se ha convertido en un residente? ¿Dónde observas una mejor comunicación del producto?
Yo creo que al final todos, finalmente tenemos muchos turistas, entonces el volumen de negocio es más importante con los turistas y también el poder de adquisición. Pero a la gente, los residentes, los gustan también de tener estos productos que son hechos en Mallorca, porque también participamos en la agricultura, el tejido también industrial y comercial de la isla. Y, vale, es muy importante para mí de tener este aspecto.
Muchísimas gracias. ¿Araceli?
Sí, hola. Yo creo que cuando viajamos en general a otro lugar lo que queremos es descubrir cosas diferentes, ¿no? Y que realmente queremos llegar a lo real y a lo auténtico. Y lo que para mí la artesanía tiene esto. La artesanía es la cultura, el patrimonio de un lugar y de todas las gentes que estuvieron ahí antes. Nosotros hacemos bolsos de llata que hemos hecho desde siempre en Capdepera con sesmadones de esa llata. Entonces, es un proceso completo con nombres y apellidos de todas las personas que están haciendo esto y es muy real. Entonces, claro, cuando alguien conoce este producto y entiende lo que hay detrás, que por eso tenemos una escuela de esta artesanía, porque uno no puede apreciar lo que no conoce, entonces es necesario enseñarlo, enseñar cómo se hace todo el proceso y ponerlo en valor. Un poco cuando la gente descubre esto, pues lógicamente es entrar en la cultura de Mallorca de verdad, es arraigarte, es sentirte dentro, ¿no? Y conocerla de verdad. Entonces ahí, ¿cómo no te va a enamorar? A mí misma me enamoró cuando llegué y es lo que pasa con todos los, ¿no? Con tanto los turistas como los residentes, ¿no? Que también todos han llevado sus senallas toda la vida, pero gracias a la escuela descubren también cómo se hace una senalla, de dónde viene, dónde está el palmito, que al final tenemos un producto totalmente sostenible porque es que crece salvaje en Mallorca, no hay ni siquiera que echarle agua, lo recogemos, hacemos y es un producto 100%, o sea, es un solo material y totalmente, ¿no? Entonces, tenemos algo maravilloso, si hablamos de sostenibilidad, es como cuidémoslo y obviamente pues cuando la gente lo conoce, le enamora.
Una de las cosas más interesantes cuando estos días estamos hablando, en la Escuela de Artesanos que fundaste, que observas cómo esos nuevos residentes que empezamos a tener en la isla son muchas veces los más interesados en conocer cómo se produce y en aprender esas técnicas de producción antiguas que muchas veces se están perdiendo. ¿Qué observas en este nuevo residente? ¿Ves que tiene ganas de inmiscuirse y de profundizar en esa cultura del lugar donde va a vivir?
Totalmente, ¿no? Es que realmente la artesanía te lleva al lugar y te lleva es lo que te digo, es real. Estás tocando de verdad los materiales, ya no solo con la llata, hacemos madera, hacemos telares, hacemos joyerías, hacemos marroquinería, es realmente conectar con los materiales, con la sabiduría, con toda la tradición que hay aquí. Entonces, sí, es verdad que la gente que viene de fuera y se queda a vivir, al final ha escogido Mallorca por algo, y justamente es por eso, ¿no? Por su cultura y por toda esa tradición que ha mantenido durante tantos años. Y si te metes en el proceso, es la manera más rápida de llegar a ello y de sentirte parte. Al final, la escuela lo que está creando también es una comunidad en Mallorca de personas que valoramos y apreciamos esto, tanto los que lo hacemos, como los que lo consumimos, como los que lo queremos apoyar, ¿no? Y esto está siendo muy bonito. Y es verdad que muchas veces sí hay mucho interés de la gente que venía de fuera, ¿no?
Muy interesante. Joaquín comentaba un aspecto que yo creo que es muy relevante, que es small is beautiful. Creo que es un concepto muy interesante porque es el que da, digamos, una razón de ser a los productos que estáis representando. Pero como economista sé que al mismo tiempo supone uno de los grandes hándicaps desde el punto de vista de rentabilizar el proyecto y de rentabilizar el producto. Es decir, las economías de escala y la posibilidad de alcanzar un cierto volumen desaparecen y en consecuencia tenemos que adoptar distintos modelos de negocio. Porque al final tenemos que tener muy claro que la sostenibilidad ambiental es importante, la sostenibilidad social es importante, pero también la económica. Tenemos que hablar de proyectos que sean rentables al corto, medio y largo plazo. ¿Cómo habéis diseñado estrategias que intenten suplir esa falta de volumen, esa falta de no poder ser más grandes, porque a lo mejor tampoco lo queremos?
Bueno, sí, en nuestro caso, desde el principio, siempre hemos tenido claro que lo que prima es la calidad. Eso lo tenemos súper claro. Pero sí que valoramos que todo sea, que sea un proyecto familiar, que sea un proyecto sostenible, porque al final todo se utiliza, todo sale de la tierra. Si no cuidamos la tierra, al final tendremos realmente un problema. Esto lo comentábamos también anteriormente. Mallorca es limitada, tiene unos recursos limitados. Nosotros lo que tenemos que hacer es cuidarlo desde la finca, desde mi trabajo, desde nosotros. Yo trabajo solo, no tenemos más personal. Yo voy, compro, cocino y sirvo. No se tira nada. Somos muy conscientes del kilómetro cero, de cercanía total. Compramos todo de la comarca, la mayor parte posible de la comarca. Intentamos tirar nada, no se tira nada, se cuida. Hay una conciencia sostenible, pero también una conciencia económica, porque al final el utilizar bien nuestros recursos nos hace también que seamos rentables. Es verdad que el negocio del aceite es un negocio romántico, porque realmente no te da, por esa limitación que tiene Mallorca, no tenemos todos los olivos que tienen a lo mejor en Andalucía. Entonces tenemos que buscar maneras para poder financiarnos, poder mejorar nuestro sistema y poder ofrecer con garantías lo que nosotros queremos hacer. Por eso, pues, ellos crearon ese agroturismo, un agroturismo precioso, muy pequeñito, muy sostenible también, y un restaurante en el que nosotros, la idea es ofrecer una gastronomía mallorquina, sincera, que al final, para terminar, es un poco lo que el turista busca. Realmente no quieren comer otro tipo de comidas, podrían comerlo en otro sitio, en su propio país. Ellos quieren empaparse de la cultura mallorquina, de lo que es realmente Mallorca. Mallorca al final es como una despensa maravillosa que cuando el turista llega a Mallorca lo primero que ve son almendros, olivos, naranjos, árboles de algarroba, la tierra, ¿sabes? Los payeses. Eso es realmente lo que es Mallorca y lo que creo que tenemos que conservar y que al final el turista quizás no lo tiene tan arraigado en un país y es lo que le llama la atención para quedarse aquí a vivir.
Y tal y como tú lo señalabas, probablemente es el turista, el que tú señalas, que genera mayor valor añadido. Y no me refiero solamente al económico, sino que el que genera mayor valor añadido para el destino. desde los 3 puntos de vista. Yo creo que es muy interesante, porque muchas veces demonizamos otros tipos de turistas que quizás no son de la perspectiva que tú comentas, pero yo creo que apostar por ese turista que sí quiere profundizar en la cultura local y arraigar es el que generalmente
es un
acaba
target
traduciendo.
diferente y tengo que decir que desde la Consellería, porque hemos podido trabajar con ellos, realmente apuestan también por ese tipo de target de turista que va a respetar la isla y que nos va a hacer también, oye, pues crecer como es Mallorca, claro.
Y en más la gente quiere vivir también experiencias, experiencias gastronómicas, experiencias de artesanos, hablar de talleres, hablar con el artesano para ver cómo se hacen las cosas. Este es muy importante también de explicar de cara a cara a la gente cómo trabajamos, podemos hacer, porque al final somos también en contacto directo con el cliente, no es una multinacional. Y la gente, ellos les encantan de tener este discurso, este intercambio con nosotros, que también necesitamos de vender para producir. Es muy importante esto.
Sí. No, y Joaquín, tú señalabas que una parte importante de vuestra producción sale al exterior en forma de exportación. ¿Cómo llega ese cliente que compra vuestro producto desde el exterior? ¿Qué es lo que busca en vuestro producto y por qué se enamora sin tal vez haberlo ni siquiera probado?
Sí, bueno, yo tengo una muy pequeña producción porque yo trabajo solo, soy jabonero y todo es natural. Y bueno, yo trabajo con la Unión Europea afuera, con la web, pero también con exportadores como Feta Soyer, que venden muchos mis productos también en Alemania. Los productos de Mallorca son muy valorados porque están hechos en Mallorca, es un pequeño territorio y en Europa hay muchos clientes que quieren también aprovechar de los productos cuando ellos son en Mallorca, pero cuando ellos son también en su país. El mercado es pequeño aquí. Para la exportación, para nosotros, es una suerte. Y también hay gente que compran los productos aquí en Mallorca, te conocen así, y después cuando vuelven a su país, ellos ahora es muy fácil de enviar en Finlandia, en Alemania, en la península, en Francia. También es importante, somos un poquito embajador del turismo, de la cultura de Baleares, yo pienso.
Araceli, dado que vosotros acabáis comercializando un producto que requiere una especialización y una labor de unos artesanos que históricamente en Baleares pues han estado muy arraigados, ¿cómo ves el relevo generacional de esos artesanos y esas artesanas en mayúsculas y en negrita que han elaborado durante tantos años? ¿Ahora hay relevo? ¿Tenemos continuidad de producto?
Pues podría decir que sí. Esa ha sido la labor, ¿no? Yo empecé en el año 2009 con las Madonas y en todos estos años mi labor ha sido esa, ¿no? La de encontrar la manera de que no se pierda no solo su técnica y su tradición, sino la calidad de su trabajo, que es excepcional. No hay otra igual en todo el Mediterráneo, ¿no? Y entonces tomar conciencia de esto, y por eso surgió la escuela artesana, porque realmente necesitábamos formar a nuevas generaciones. Y también por eso, otra de las labores que hemos hecho ha sido el poner en valor el trabajo de la artesana y que esté bien pagado, porque claro, si una senalla vale 20 euros, lo que hay que saber es que hacer esa senalla son como mínimo 20 horas de trabajo. Entonces, es normal que nadie se quiera dedicar a esto. Entonces, el problema ya no es solo la formación, sino cómo se está pagando este trabajo para que siga. Entonces, otra de las labores que hemos desarrollado todos estos años ha sido eso, es decir, esto se tiene que pagar de una manera digna y por eso unas cestas no pueden valer 20 o 30 euros, tienen que valer 200 euros o 300, porque llevan 30 horas detrás de trabajo mínimo, pero sin contar que hacemos toda la recogida y todo el trabajo. Entonces, ahora que hemos logrado tener ya un tarifario donde ya se paga mucho mejor, estamos ya teniendo una nueva generación de artesanas que trabajan con nosotras y con sus Madonas también, con lo cual es muy bonito porque hay gente joven y hay gente desde 95 años a 30, ¿no? Pero es verdad que este trabajo, para tener la calidad que queremos, tienes que llevar años haciéndolo. Entonces, es un proyecto muy a largo plazo, pero sí, hemos enseñado a más de 500 personas en Mallorca a hacer yata y pienso que sí, que está asegurado. Y no solo nuestra iniciativa, también hay otras iniciativas más que también en el Parque de Artà están haciéndolo, o sea que por suerte ha servido para algo y creo que sí que tiene futuro.
Y como vemos en los productos que empezamos a ver innovación, es decir, empezamos a ver que esos productos tradicionales ya empiezan a incorporar una cierta innovación, probablemente introducida por esas nuevas generaciones con sangre fresca, que viene con nuevas ideas y que intenta desarrollar algún aspecto diferenciador que hace que ese producto pues, sea más al alcance de las nuevas generaciones, ¿verdad?
Totalmente, ¿no? Al final, yo cuando empecé, claro, cada uno tenemos detrás lo que tenemos, nuestra vida, nuestro bagaje, y cada uno vamos aportando algo a todo esto, ¿no? Yo creo que ya empecé con nuevos diseños, con nuevos colores, con nuevas cosas, y que eso ha ido estimulando a otras personas, y ahora mismo en el grupo que somos es increíble dónde lo estamos llevando, ¿no? Que antes parecía que era A, B y C y no había más con la yata, y hay muchísimo más.
Joaquín, te quería plantear una pregunta porque muchas veces se comenta que aquellos que quieren empezar a desarrollar ideas innovadoras y diferentes, a veces chocan no tanto con la demanda, sino con el proveedor local al que tienes que convencer, en tu caso, para la naranja, para el aceite, para la almendra. ¿Qué respuesta encontraste cuando llegaste a Sawyer y empezaste a introducir tu modelo de proyecto, tu modelo de negocio? ¿Encontraste sintonía? ¿Ha sido un proceso también de enamoramiento constante? ¿Cómo ha sido esa labor?
Sí, efectivamente, para mí usar materias primas de aquí de Mallorca es súper importante, pero no es tanto fácil, porque también la producción no es tanto grande. Para encontrar, para mí, el aceite de oliva, hay cooperativas, hay fincas. El aceite de almendra virgen había menos, entonces hay que buscar también los proveedores que son aquí, que también hacen cosas en el tiempo, porque el negocio no es para una temporada. Trabajamos por 5, por 10, por 15 años. Bueno, también yo uso también los cítricos de nuestra pequeña finca familiar, somos en eco. Bueno, es mucho más trabajo, más fácil de comprar a grandes empresas, base y hacer su preparación y vender. Pero no es la misma cosa de usar productos locales a pequeños proveedores, y la gente le gusta. También los proveedores, al final, de incorporar en nuestro trabajo es muy importante.
Muy interesante. No sé, tú comentabas la importancia de la sostenibilidad y del hecho de que intentáis minimizar prácticamente a cero el residuo que se genera y practicar, digamos, esa economía circular al máximo nivel, teniendo en cuenta que sois gastronomía y alojamiento al mismo tiempo. ¿Crees que el turista que recibís lo valora? ¿Crees que está concienciado y conoce del impacto de su consumo en el destino? ¿Veis una cierta sintonía entre el proyecto que desarrolláis y el visitante que consume vuestro producto?
En nuestro caso sí, porque realmente cuando el turista llega, nosotros hacemos una cosa bastante diferente, que les hacemos una visita a la finca. Ellos pueden ver la almazara, ellos pueden ver cómo se recoge, hay una explicación de la propiedad. Entonces ellos ya entran viendo una limpieza extrema, les han explicado pues que se utiliza todo, que se recicla todo, que se utiliza para abono. Entonces ellos ya vienen, ostras, con ya una idea. Y luego les damos de cenar en este caso. Entonces ellos ven todo lo que han aplicado, todo lo que han entendido, lo ven aplicado en la cena, porque lo que yo les cocino está cocinado con ese aceite. Es el hilo conductor, de la dieta mediterránea, y está aplicado en los platos. Ellos ven todo. Luego salimos, les explicamos, son muy partícipes, interactuamos muchísimo con ellos. Entonces ellos se sienten súper cómodos, se sienten parte de esa familia y entienden nuestra filosofía, lo que es la cultura, porque al final gastronomía, igual que mis compañeros, artesanía, es cultura. Entonces ellos, al ser partícipes de esto, se sienten muy integrados y entienden todo lo que es el concepto. Entonces ven pues toda esa circularidad del proyecto, que al final pues nosotros intentamos que todo quede en la tierra.
Sin duda, como señalabas, el aceite es cultura, el jabón es cultura, la yatra es cultura y es parte de nuestro patrimonio y es probablemente nuestra identidad y lo que enamora al visitante, como señalábamos. Vosotros sois representantes de 3 proyectos y creo que aquí tendríamos que también intentar ser un altavoz para otros tantos muchos que se desarrollan en nuestra isla y no están aquí participando. ¿Qué producto pensáis? ¿Qué idea tenemos ahora mismo en la isla que no se está desarrollando al nivel que debería y pensáis que sí que podría generar un modelo de producto similar al vuestro? Es decir, ¿qué producto parecido al que vosotros habéis puesto en valor pensáis que ahora mismo no tiene el valor que se merece y lo debería tener?
Bueno, a ver, esto lo pensamos, no era fácil en mi caso de gastronomía porque es lo que comentábamos, Mallorca es muy limitada y no es un sitio que exporte, quitando la sobrasada y alguna cosa más es difícil. Yo siempre hay una cosa que siempre me ha encantado y que no hemos puesto en valor porque no somos buenos vendedores y son sus cocas. Las cocas de verdura, que hacemos saladas, dulces, de todo. Es como una especie de pizza, pero mal comercializada. Entonces lo voy a dejar ahí, porque realmente nosotros es un producto muy bueno que todo el mundo le encanta, pero que no lo hemos sabido comercializar.
Pues esto lo que acabas de enseñar me parece súper interesante porque en mi pueblo tenía un amigo que cuando intentaba explicar a un turista qué era una coca, dirá, això és una pizza mallorquina.
Exactamente.
Això és una pizza
sí,
mallorquina.
es por eso, o sea que...
Joaquín.
Yo pienso, efectivamente, que dar también valor añadido al producto. Los cítricos, el aceite de oliva, hay muchos productos, pero también dar valor añadido con la transformación, porque al final el producto bruto hay un valor, pero dar un valor de transformación a mano en Mallorca, para mí cualquier producto es muy importante. Y el valor hacia el trabajo también manual de la gente, de los artesanos, es muy importante. Aquí, por ejemplo, en la Sierra de Tramontana, tenemos la ayuda del Consejo con el consorcio de la Sierra de Tramontana. Yo, por ejemplo, tengo este distintivo del Consell de Mallorca de la Tramontana, es súper importante para comunicar, para vender los productos. Son sellos de calidad y que la gente le gusta también de ver que realmente es un producto de verdad en un falso producto, porque también hay falsos productos y es muy importante.
Araceli.
Pues yo, si pienso en artesanía, creo que el bordado mallorquín, ¿no? Creo que fue algo importantísimo, que se exportaba y que, ¿no? Y que era muy apreciado y creo que se está perdiendo un poco, ¿no? Quizá en las casas todavía la gente sabe, ¿no? Las abuelas saben hacerlo, pero creo que es otra de las cosas excepcionales y de mucha calidad y que pienso que habría que fomentarlo. A mí por lo menos me resulta muy difícil encontrar personas que quieran enseñar bordado mallorquín.
Siguiente proyecto.
Es ahí.
Una vez has lanzado ya el primero,
lo lanzo por si alguien...
es el siguiente proyecto que puedes tener que hacer. Yo creo que es muy importante lo que tú has señalado y creo que en el fondo lo que habéis señalado todos, que es poner en valor el producto. Es decir, tenemos que ser conscientes de que si queremos mantener esa cultura, esos productos tan arraizados en nuestra forma de ser, tenemos que darle el valor que corresponde. Lo que comentabas de un bolso de yatra, pues las horas que lleva, teniendo en cuenta que muchas veces hablamos del comercio justo de cara al exterior, cuando queremos importar productos del exterior, yo creo que a veces nos olvidamos de que en la propia casa también tendríamos que aplicar importantísimo ese producto y lo que cuesta, pues cuando tienes producciones de aceite más limitada que lo que podemos encontrar en el exterior, donde la maquinaria es mucho más fácil de introducir, aquí no ya sabemos que no es el caso, tenemos que ser conscientes de que eso se tiene que pagar, porque es la única forma de poder mantener unos salarios dignos y de que en consecuencia poder mantener esas culturas. Yo creo que todo lo que habéis señalado es importantísimo y yo creo que forma una parte importante de lo que tiene que ser ese atractivo de cualquier destino turístico a nivel mundial y en nuestro caso lo que es Mallorca y de lo que ha permitido que nos hayamos convertido, disculpad, en un lugar maravilloso para vivir. Y yo creo que ese debería ser el punto clave de cualquier política turística. Cualquier clave de política turística tenemos que pensar que tiene que buscar al final el bienestar del residente. Es decir, tenemos que buscar que el residente tenga un bienestar económico, importantísimo, un bienestar social y un bienestar medioambiental. Solo de esa forma podremos conseguir que el turismo alcance esa sostenibilidad que todos estamos hablando y que estamos buscando. Quiero agradecer a José, a Joaquín y a Araceli pues vuestras magníficas aportaciones y nada, ha sido todo un placer poder moderar esta mesa.
Gracias.
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 Pues nada, a trabajar.
Well, thank you very much for the valuable information again. As we just saw, think global, act local in many aspects, social, sustainable, I think after that talk, we're also getting a bit hungry, but we're still going to have to wait a little bit because we talked about all these local Mallorca products, which are very attractive. I've had the opportunity to try them all. And we're going to switch topics. Actually, we've been talking about sustainability, and we're going to move into a couple keynotes now that are going to be refreshing perspectives. That's the actual title of our next panel. We know that sustainability is often discussed in the same fishbowl. This happens with climate change too. Sometimes we tend to throw everything in the same bag and just give it a tag and that's it. But our next panel, Refreshing Sustainable Perspectives, is going to take a look at something we all like to talk about, and that's the weather. Weather is a conversation that, of course, us meteorologists love to talk about. It's also the reason why we never take the elevator when we're going in a building, because every floor you stop, there's somebody asking you about the weather. It's something we talk about all the time. And in tourism, weather has always been important, of course, but it's becoming more and more important. It's actually becoming crucial, and it's going to be more crucial in the future. Because we know that weather, climate, is going to shape the future of tourism. It is already happening, and like everything else, things are changing rapidly. The tourist, the tools we have, the resources we have, weather is going to shape the way we travel and the way we see things. So, this is really strange, but I can introduce myself again. I'm no longer your master of ceremony, although I am now, but I'm going to switch. And now I'm Dr. Mario Picasso. I'm a scientist. I've been working in weather and climate. Well, I actually started with weather when I was 12 years old, but obviously this has been evolving. And, well, I've been commenting with some of the colleagues that are here today. I've been working in sustainability, climate change. I did my PhD at UCLA, but basically my topic of interest was hurricanes, which is very much linked to tourism. We just saw the impact of 2 major hurricanes in the last 2 weeks, for example, in Florida. So that's a major topic, and of course, my idea here today is to give you a quick chat, very quick, because I know we're on a time scale here now, about basically how climate can, in a way, shape the way tourism happens in the next few decades. Of course, I have to put on the table some things that are happening, but I also want to put, and this is the final part of my quick speech, solutions, what we can do, and try to adapt some of those to tourism. So let me see if I can handle this, because everybody had problems. Let's get that first slide on the screen. I hope it works better than the video we tried to see. But I don't know if I have it there. Do we have a PowerPoint, or do I just talk? Oh, there it is. Okay, that's not my PowerPoint. It's coming up somewhere. Anyways, it is true that if we look at future climate scenarios, we know that climate's going to continue to change in a certain manner. It's going to be hotter, and we've already seen that happening here in the Mediterranean region where we are in Mallorca. Temperatures are rising on a global scale. Of course, we want to do whatever is possible to keep our temperature to close to 15 degrees on average on a global scale. And so it is important that in the coming years we do what we have to do so. There's actually a quote that I normally like to use, and we're still waiting for that PowerPoint. I don't know if it's there. If not, I'll just go on and talk. It doesn't really, my PowerPoints are usually just images in the background that sort of come with the words. But basically what we need to do, and this is a quote for Robert Swan. I don't know if some of you know him. He's a world traveler, a discoverer. He's been on both poles of the world, a British explorer. And basically, what Robert Swan said is the biggest threat to our planet is to think that somebody else will save it. So we're always thinking that somebody else is going to do what we should be doing. And that's on an individual basis, meaning that we sometimes tend to think that somebody else is going to recycle, somebody else is going to put solar panels on the roofs, somebody else is going to do what we need to do sustainably speaking. Now, that doesn't always happen. You have to think about one thing. There's a big amount of population on this planet. There's 2 million people living on this planet. From the data I have, you can correct me, but in 2023, I think about 1.3 of those billion people, or 1,300 million people, were tourists traveling around the world. And obviously, and there it is, there is a tendency, let's see if I can pass this through now. There it is. That's the quote I was referring to. There's a tendency to think that we're doing the right thing, but we're not doing it at the right pace, okay? We've already talked about the SDGs, the sustainable goals that we're pushing forward. That's part of the responsible tourism pledge that Mallorca is applying. We're working in all these different 17 sectors, some more related to tourism than others. I think, honestly, that we're moving forward, but we're moving very slow considering that this was signed in 2015. It's 2024 going to 25, and we're 5 years away from this being met. So obviously a lot to do. And in terms of what we know about weather and climate is, I think some of you may say, well, I don't believe really this is happening at the pace you're going to say it is. But sometimes I think we have a misperception of the difference between weather and climate. Weather is what's happening right now today. If you walk outside, it's 24 degrees, partly sunny. That's the weather. Climate is an average of many weather situations. And sometimes we have this misperception, but it's common because just a few years ago, we had a tremendous snowstorm here in Spain. I think some of you may have been here, Filomena. It's a very common name. But that dumped so much snow. And I remember people telling me, how can you be talking about global warming this year if it's actually, we're 1 foot under or 2 feet under snow and it's 10 below? Well, when I told them this was in January, when the year ends, look at it and tell me if this was a warmer or not year than average. So sometimes we have this misperception that we're not warming up because we have these specific events that make us think it's not that warm. And that's why I always say that weather's a bit like your personality. You can be happy, you can be a serious person, and climate's more, weather's more like your state of mind in the moment, but climate's more like your personality. It's an average of many situations, and that's what makes you as a person. So we have to keep clear that weather and climate are not the same thing. Of course, we have to keep in mind the natural impact. We know, and this is natural impact directly to tourism, there's always going to be a signal in climate that has to do with natural events. We don't have as much eruptions in terms of volcanoes anymore as we did in the past of the history of this planet, but we know that this in the past has been a problem for tourism. Remember, some of these volcanic eruptions basically paralyzed the airspace in some areas of Europe a few years ago, especially with the Iceland volcanoes. And then we have what I told you. A lot of people, more traveling, and that makes tourism a sector that potentially could be more and more contributing to this global climate change signal that we're seeing. Human impact is obvious. I think a lot of these data I'm putting on screen are things you know about. We're always concerned with two major gases. That's carbon dioxide and methane. They're the most potent greenhouse gases we have. CO2 probably the most important, and the reason why it's important is because it has a long life. It doesn't disappear the next day you put it in the air. It takes years and years for it to go away. So even if we stopped pumping CO2 into the atmosphere tomorrow, we would still have a lot of CO2 to deal with over the next so many years. Methane, on the other hand, is a more powerful gas than CO2. It's not as abundant, and it doesn't last as long in the atmosphere, so it tends to go away faster. But in any case, these are the two key factors that we're considering. We also have emissions of particles, and when I say this is because when we travel to places around the world, one of the things we're becoming more concerned about is the air quality, which is something we don't talk about much. We're concerned about the cities we travel to are not, you know, a dust bowl full of particles of pollution. And this is causing a lot of, even if you didn't believe climate change is happening, this would be a good enough reason to change the way we operate our energy and the way we take energy away from the planet because we're polluting the air. And finally, changing the surface. We're changing the surface in many ways where deforestation, we know, is going at a rapid rate. That's changing the environment. That's making some tourist destinations less attractive. But at the same time, we're changing the ground. And here, just a moment ago, we had people talking about the importance of local products. So not only do we need to take care of our ground, because it's where we produce food and other things, but because it's a big sink of carbon. And if we don't take care of our ground on a global scale, we're definitely going to have a big problem. So we could say, and there's a debate about this, that we're living in a new geological era, which is called the Anthropocene. This is our new era that us humans have created with this new ingredient. Now, I'm not in favor of putting a lot of ups and down curves, but this is to show you that we measure CO2 in the world. that the CO2 has been increasing. This is measured in the highest point of the island of Hawaii, the big island of Hawaii. And it's a very unperturbed area. We use that data because it's not perturbed. It's in the middle of the Pacific. And what we've been seeing is that, you know, there's been escalating. This doesn't even go up to where we are today. It's been going up higher and higher, but we're past the 400 ppms, which is a very significant landmark. The zigzag is because photosynthesis and trees and plants have a seasonality, so it goes up and down depending on the time of the year. But in any case, I want to just show you clearly that if our main concern about CO2 is that if we go back to 1750, we can see clearly a spike in the concentration of CO2. And not even this, if we go back in time, because paleoclimatologists reconstruct climate very well using different methods, fossils, bubbles of air, etc. We can also see that that spike that shows up in the curve is a spike that really stands out in the last 800,000 years, okay? So there's clearly human influence, and this is shaping the climate we live in. CO2 being a thing, but as I said, methane too, because these are the two gases that have a clear influence on climate change. People can debate whether water vapor also plays a role. Obviously, there are other gases that are nitrous oxides, etc. So luckily, the Earth has two lungs. One is blue, one is green. The green one we talked about and we have to preserve, and also because it's in favor of the type of tourism that people are choosing to do today. And the blue one as well, not only because our oceans need to be clean. Look at the island of Mallorca. It's surrounded by a beautiful Mediterranean Sea, where one of the most attractive things for some of the visitors is actually to see clear, crystal waters that are not polluted. And this includes solid material like plastics, but also the fact that oceans themselves are absorbing 90% of the excessive energy that us humans are pumping into this planet. So they're giving us a big favor, but how far? And this is the question that we raise about how the future of this sector will be, because we don't have a clear answer. We don't know exactly how much the warming, the melting, and the storms will increase, and that's going to depend on how much we are sustainable, not only in tourism practices, but in any practices. Now, here's the last 15 months. I could add 16 because September should also be on this list, but it hasn't been updated yet. But we've had the 15 consecutive warmest months on this planet, one after the other, okay? This goes from June 2023 to practically today, okay? This is alarming because this has never happened before since we have temperature records going back to the 1800s something. So it's crucial to see this. And again, you can see that in those signals, there are blue spots on the map that indicate cold anomalies, but overall, the warm ones dominate. And look at this map of temperature anomalies of the ocean. This is from October 12th, just a few days ago. If I take a clear look at this map, the first thing I see is that red and orange dominate. That means that the oceans in general, including the Mediterranean, which is here, and it's cut off over there, because these projections are done for La Nina, which is this blue spot you see here. And that's one of the reasons why hurricanes are being so intense in the Atlantic this year. But this gives us an idea that we have an excess of water vapor. This is all energy for the atmosphere to become much more aggressive. So when we make storms, when we make hurricanes, when we produce droughts, they're all amplified by these effects, okay? We know that there's a clear indication that one of the biggest no return points, okay, the points where we don't think we can go back no matter what we do, is this one. Ice melt in the Arctic. Actually, there's already experiments going on to try to pump ice into the Arctic to cover it again with ice. Why? Because not only because ice affects biodiversity, navigation in the area for tourism, that's also an effect to take into account, because ice is like a big mirror that reflects a lot of the solar light. So if we take away that mirror, we start absorbing more energy, the Earth gets warmer. So this is a problem. And so is the problem that comes after that, which is we're rising sea level. Now, we are in a coastal location right now. This morning I was talking upstairs with people. The first thing they were asking me is, how will sea level rise affect the island of Mallorca? How will it affect other areas? This is Miami, which is a city that has a big problem already with this. The problem is that the only thing we can really do right now, of course we're trying to mitigate climate change in different ways, but we have to adapt rapidly. And adaptation is the key word for many sectors that are involved in this, including tourism. Mallorca is in the Mediterranean. It's obviously a closed sea, so the impact won't be as great as an open ocean and like the Atlantic. That's where the impacts will be bigger, or the Pacific, where we see countries already disappearing, like Maldives, et cetera, et cetera. So not only do we have changes, we're changing the way the atmosphere circulates, okay? When we get rid of ice, when we change the surface, obviously the atmospheric dynamics change, and we're seeing that these jet streams that drive our storms are moving in different directions. Before it was like a tight belt and it all stayed close to the Arctic, but what we're seeing now is that these jet streams tend to meander much more. What does that mean? That we can have intrusions of very cold air where we normally don't have them, and at the same time very warm air, making it all the way to Northern Europe, and having heat waves in Scandinavia and Germany and Russia. What do tourists do among this situation that is unexpected? When you look at the climate of, when you take these guides that show you the climate of Berlin, and you suddenly get to Berlin and it's 33 degrees. So this is obviously driven by all these changes that we're imposing on our atmosphere. Just for travel purposes, we already know that travel is more turbulent. You get on a plane, the chances of you having a turbulent flight today are much higher than 20, 30 years ago. And this is because we have more wind shear, we have a much more unstable atmosphere in some places of the world. We also know that the world is increasing in weather extremes, but is that true or is that not? People debate about that. Well, it's true. Why? Well, because we have technology. Technology is much more precise, so it obviously gives us more information. It's also true that everybody now has a phone, and in that phone there's a camera. That didn't happen before. So we have more eyes taking pictures of our atmosphere. Where you saw a tornado in the past, you didn't see one, now you see it. And you say, wow, now there's tornadoes. Well, maybe there were tornadoes before, we just didn't have a way to picture them. And finally, we have more exposed activities to the weather, and that includes this sector of tourism. Obviously, we tend to build in places where we shouldn't build, and we tend to put things in places where we shouldn't be, and that's why eventually weather has a major impact on those places, and that's also something that has been controlled with time. Now, not to put data on this graphic because there's so many sources and the data is so variable, but we know that the carbon footprint of global tourism is big. And actually, tourism I think it's about 8% of greenhouse gas emissions. That's a rough figure. But we know that transport is the big issue. How can we limit transport contribution to climate change? Well, we're trying to eventually get to electrical planes, ships, moving around in a much more sustainable way. That's going to take a while. Hydrogen, all these technologies that are being developed, but there are other things that are present in this circle, and a lot of them have to do with the way we do our tourism. Okay, that's changing. It's not only changing because we need to change it, obviously, and we have imposition. If we didn't have the European Union and other organisms saying, hey, you have to cut how much you emit, then who knows what the limit would be, okay? But scientists do model predictions, and this is something that the tourism sector should keep a close eye on. We should look at what the Earth would look like in terms of temperature and precipitation, depending on how much we warm it, and this depends on how much greenhouse gas emission we take. This is a 1.5 degree warming, which is where we are right now, and slowly going up. That's a 2.0 degree warming, and you can see that not only is it going to get warmer, but places like Spain that are drier will become drier, and places that are wetter will become wetter. That's what the tendency is with climate change. It doesn't mean that where it rains, it won't rain. It will rain more, and where it doesn't rain, it will rain less. This is a very vulnerable area of the planet, and so we have to keep in mind that we have to adapt. That's the way it goes. Water we haven't talked about, but obviously for the island of Mallorca, it's an important issue that, you know, some years will be better, some will be worse, but we have to. So sustainable tourism needs to mitigate climate change. There are different ways to do this. Here we've had all kinds of ideas, putting solar panels, using wind energy, any source that will de-energize what we're doing. We take energy out of the system. And this means that people, well, they can choose different destinations. You know, I think it's not about people not going to the same location they used to go to enjoy their vacation. It's more about doing it on a different time scale. It's like, I have to admit, I hate hot, humid weather. And so if you're going to see me in Mallorca, you're going to see me now. You're probably not going to see me in July or August because I don't cope well with that. And some people don't either. And so it doesn't mean that the volume of tourism will go down, but obviously some people will prefer to come to Mallorca in a time of the year where they never expected to go before. And now because of our changing habits of work and lifestyle permit us to do that, I think that's going to be a tendency, is where we choose to travel doesn't necessarily have to be in the peak of the usual travel season, which was July, August, September, June, July, August, September, whatever. But not only that, we're going to choose other destinations because we like the environment. We like the cool weather. We like to see weather phenomena. We like to see the environment. And we like to mingle with the cultures and live the country as if it was our backyard. So all those ingredients are coming into place. And one of them, for example, is ecotourism. I think it's an upcoming type of tourism. It's happening more. Here, I think there's a potential, tremendous potential, because of all the environment and all the natural spaces that makes you want to come here, want to eat the local food, want to mingle with the locals and do that, feel like you're at home. That's upcoming in many places. When I say ecotourism, can be agritourism, can be any type of tourism that means social inclusivity, of course, sustainability, and respect for the environment. Hey, I've done this too. There's tourism of chasing tornadoes, and I've been in one of these vans with these people filming, and they love it. You know, it's also a new type of going to see extreme weather. I mean, just like we put volcanoes earlier. So this is a common thing. It's already been done many years. It doesn't mean you're going to come to Mallorca to see water spouts moving through the Mediterranean, but look, if they're there, why not enjoy them? Cities, which are going to adapt a lot of tourism. Well, we have to, we're going to talk about this in a moment. I'm going to talk to that with Klaus, which is our next speaker, Mr. Klaus. But in any case, urban tourism needs to change the way the cities are. We need to adapt these cities to incoming people. 70% of the population will live in these cities by 2050. We need to change that and make these cities much more sustainable and make them greener. That's the key word. And finally, there's something that's going to really change the way tourism is. And I think it's this digital revolution that we're going through now, and it's going to just explode in the next couple years. And that's all the digital aspects that can help tourism become much more sustainable, much more organized, and much more focused on what we really need to do to absorb this huge volume of people that are traveling, especially in the last 3-4 years. So this is going to be really promising. And finally, something important, we need to be much more circular. And this goes for every sector that we would talk about. We're still producing a lot of material, food, wasting a lot of things, not reusing. We need to reuse. And I think in the tourism sector, there's a lot of opportunities for reusing. I think that's essential. So circular economy. But things will go beyond the earth, and the sky is no longer the limit. So we're already thinking about traveling to the moon, to Mars, to all these other places with whatever that means in the future. So just a quick perspective of some ideas. I'm 27 seconds down. I did better than Mr. Eckler. But anyways, thank you, and I'm going to continue on. Back to your Master of Ceremony, Mario Picasso. And this really, I wanted to lead into this because I think cities are an important thing. I know that we talk a lot about rural, and that's fundamental, and we can't just push the rural aside. It's an integral part of tourism. If you're in a city, you want to go outside to see other things. And that's what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about a fascinating keynote, the integrating perspective, and that has to do with architecture. It's a whole new world that I think is going to evolve a lot with this digital era we're moving into as much. The creation of buildings shapes the relationships between people and the spaces they inhabit. And through thoughtful design, that reads the landscape and works in harmony with the environment. Architecture fosters interaction, community, and a deep connection also with nature. So to talk about this topic, which I think is very interesting, we have a renowned expert in the field. This is Mr. Klaus Lohenhardt. It's an accomplished architect from Austria. Mr. Lohenhardt exemplifies the integration of the natural and built environment. He creates spaces where people can connect not only with each other, but also with the world around them, which is fundamental. By the way, he has recently been awarded with the UNESCO Award for Sustainable Architecture, so I think he has a lot of interesting thoughts to share with us. Let's give him a hand.
Thank you. So, estimados señoras y señores, I'm really excited to be here on Mallorca again, and I was asked to actually start with a little introduction from where my thought space that I'm happy to share and take you on a journey now comes from. This, what you see here, is the Austrian pavilion in Milan 2015 that we designed. So this is downtown Milan, and what the Austrian government accomplished was an oasis of an Austrian forest downtown Milan. And just taking you on this little movie for a few seconds. So imagine a place that is downtown, a city that breathes, the atmosphere of a forest. And with this imagination, I want to take you on this journey, actually here to Mallorca, and you see the Tramontana Mountains right here, where I could stay with my family actually last fall. And that is such an amazing environment, as you can all, of course, cherish this beautiful landscape, that you think, well, everything is fine anyhow, right? I mean, look at those amazing places we can appreciate. But there's this but, and we have just seen from Mario, thank you for this amazing sharing of yours. There's, of course, a backstory to it. And so let's go into a very quick reality check, And so the question is really about how can we tackle this amazing scale of issues and problems? Because all of you, you are change makers. So you are here because you are shaping the future. And the question is, look at that scale. Is there anything we can do about that situation? That situation that, really affects the immediate communities, even here on the island. All those situations that you have been through. Just an example from the neighboring island of Ibiza. You see these two aerial images from February 1st, 23 and 24, and you see this drought situation just, with your blank eyes. And that is a situation that is, of course, twofold, which is, one, it has this global dimension of changing climates, but then, of course, it has the local condition of practice of how to work with the local condition of water. So in between that breadth, that field, that we have this global condition, but then there's a local one that we can very clearly influence and work on. I would like to take you on this journey, and we have to start here, a notion that you may not be familiar with, but it is the understanding where our mindset was creating that situation we are in. I'm talking about Western metaphysics, where we all come from in our understanding. Here, this cover from the Nature magazine for the first time talks about the Anthropocene. This was 2015, so almost a decade ago, right? And Carrie Young, this artist, in her work is exactly working on that condition, reflecting on where we come from. And the condition that you see here on the top right of separation between culture and nature, these dichotomies that we even speak, that we think, and that we practice, is creating that distance from us to what we call our environment, another terminology that is actually really difficult because it talks about an outside, right? An environment. But there is no something like an environment, and I think that's what we really have to learn. The other really important aspect is that this mindset that we created and that was very successful in the last 100 years was an extractive mindset, as you all know. And now the big task is to go from an extractive mindset into an integral planetary mindset. So how can we actually go in this transition, right? We have heard amazingly today what the goals are, but how can we actually walk that path? How is it possible to take that action? And you see how that fields of engagements are going to change, right? And I want to take you on this journey of how we can actually really together walk that path. So I want to talk about innovation in the field of tourism, of designing destinations, because I'm actually amazingly optimistic about the potential of the field of tourism to be a leader in that changing landscape of our planetary world. And I want to take you into the so-called hinterland. I want to take you, because we are on Mallorca, show you this beautiful island from that perspective that you all are familiar with. And you see there is this, very amazing island with a big hinterland of agricultural production, of aliveness that you barely can see here, right? A living world that we have to understand in its potential to change microclimates on that scale. I'm sharing with you this distorted diagram of our planet, and you wonder, why did our continents get out of shape? What this diagram shows us is the productivity of CO2 capture, or the production actually of O2 in an annual cycle. Here you see October as the southern region of our planet is much more active in its activity of capturing CO2, and this is how our planet looks like throughout the year. So this is our world, this is our alive world that we have to invite, again, in tackling those issues that we are dealing with in terms of climate change. We talk here about planned performance, about the performative capacities of our world we want to invite back into our lives. And you can see here, in terms of carbon storage, that a big degree here happens in the soil in terms of carbon storage. I want to take this story to Mallorca and talk about the potential of activating this incredible way of carbon storage on an island like Mallorca. And as we know those stories from the island, where about 130,000 hectares are laying bare, right? You can see those images for good reasons. We don't have time now to discuss, but for good reasons. I'm wondering if there's a way to activate that land, to store carbon, but even more importantly, to create a community of active farming, of an ecological farming that has the potential to even influence in a positive way the microclimate on the island. So there's a game changer coming up that I'm really very excited about to share with you right now. And that game changer, of course, takes us first on a route. When you see this diagram of when we come from an horizon that has to change, which is the top horizon, number one here, when we think about, renovating our cities and our landscape in a way, there's certainly, that's the practice of a transition, but where we want to go to an economy that is really engaging the aliveness of our planet again, we have to start here and now. This is what the diagram talks about. You see, Horizon Dry is emerging and is reliant on an existing economy, but needs to be in response to be able to achieve that change of our economy. So the big potential that I'm talking about is actually the valuation of our natural world, of the performative capacity that I was just talking about. And this diagram from the IPCC shows two fields of action in climate mitigation. And you see here the sphere of the built environment that you can see on this line, and just above the sphere of the natural environment. And you see those levels going up far further than in the built environment. And that's why I really want to talk about the potential of land and landscape with you. What about if we, again, are able to combine and marry, co-create these two spheres into a societal practice that integrates the capacity of the natural world? And as we are discussing biodiversity credits in terms of the ESG reporting that is coming up, destination development is high up. There's a high demand in terms of developing destinations that even address the potential of biodiversity credits. So there's one practice in agriculture that just a few months ago has been accredited a carbon mitigation solution technology, which is biochar. I can't explain this in detail, but what you see, this charcoal is a special charcoal that captures carbon and scientifically proven stores that carbon forever in the ground for 97% of what you see here. This is being applied in agriculture as a nutrient, as a capacity to restore the soil on the islands in the Mediterranean, where the organic level of the soil has been decreasing to only a few percentage. So, with all this having said, this new appreciation of what we see about the natural world, the performative capacities of the natural world, I want to argue for new alliances to be taken. So we have to invent new ways of co-creation all together across all fields, and that makes it so interesting for the tourism sector, because the tourism sector, of course, is working on alliances with the hinterland, with the region, and with the communities. So it's a potential to activate all the communal capacities. We have heard about the SDGs before, and we all know that these conceptual silos in itself are, beautiful goals. But again, how can we activate those goals? And it is really about the idea of co-creation, of creating new models in which we combine all the different aspects of the SDG in a single societal communal practice. So, and I'm very optimistic about this, and I'm showing you going from this theory to a potential to a real practice example in a moment. So this potential of integrating, this way of co-creation, we actually worked on 2 examples with my students in Austria, in the last years, and looking at the islands on the potential for a co-creation of a bioregional system. And what I want to foreground again is the capacity of biochar. What we just briefly calculated is for Mallorca, the 130,000 hectares of fallow land produce 1.7 trillion calories, which can feed 1.9 million people annually, just to show you the capacity. So that is really just an amazing way to understand the capacity of our regions in reintegrating these hinterlands into our understanding of what we talk about a destination. We this summer we were working on Mallorca. This was just a big coincidence here, coming here. And looking at one local practice, which is Circle Carbon Labs here from Mallorca, and you see here the testing grounds of Circle Carbon, what it means to amend the existing soil on the island with biochar and having these kind of yields coming up. So there is already like a lighthouse project on the island where we can imagine, okay, when we take this into the community, engage farmers and allow them through carbon creditation of biochar to have an additional income. I think the entire understanding of what we talk about destination can change in a very beautiful way. I brought you one example of such an approach from Austria, and on purpose, not an example from a touristic background, but from a company that is producing ecological goods in Austria. And we applied for the Grüne Erde in Upper Austria the same principle that I was just describing, designing a communal networks of actors that are more than human, which means we're not talking only about humans and people and practices, we also talk about animals, we talk about microclimate, we talk about the soil, all part of this design of a more than human ecology for our future living neighborhoods. And so the Grüne Erde project in Upper Austria was built on a former cornfield, and really changing not only the landscape, the aesthetics, but in fact the social practice and neighborhood. We integrated a social communal agricultural farm where 82 farmers from the neighborhood, just neighbors, are engaging on the fields of this company, of their headquarters right now, and really enhancing the idea of what it means to have a company in their location, on their site. So you see, this organic farming made possible through the engagement of a company, giving their grounds to that farm, and achieving a communal, not only interest, but a communal discourse, a communal engagement in that village that was just simply not existing before. And so promoted also on the website of this company, Grüne Erde, something else actually started to happen. Tourism started to set in. So it became a destination, became really a destination. So there are tours across the company, across the headquarters, that I'm going to show you in a moment, not only on a monthly basis, not on a weekly basis, on a daily basis. There are tours now, there are really tourists have been setting in, to experience that achievement, that true local practice of what landscape can do in creating a destination where there was only a cornfield before. And so we work on these pillars that you see here, where familiar terminologies, of course, are being visible. But I also want to talk about the aspect of how this all comes together. When we talk about ESG reporting, what if we are not talking about the offsetting of CO2, but about the insetting? And this is what we aimed for at the Grüne Erde. So all goals in terms of climate goals, we have been insetting, meaning we have been dealing with all those goals on the project side. And I think this is an amazing potential to think about, oh my God, instead of offsetting, how about insetting and enabling our sites, our neighborhoods, our destinations, our hinterlands with that potential that comes with the need of ESG reporting. So suddenly this need of a reporting turns into a potential for a local neighborhood. And I think this is an amazing way to understand the potential of the tourism sector as such. And again, so this is the approach that we worked on with the Grüne Erde. And this can even move into architecture. So when we think about, oh no, we are not separate from what we call nature as an outside or an environment. This is the Grüne Erde, and you see images from those courtyards that are actually climate active. And these courtyards substitute HVAC systems, so we are cooling actually this building, in inviting nature back into the building, and allowing this performance that you saw in terms of the diagram pumping, actually having in the building substituting climatization and cooling the building down. Why is this important? Because you can see, even from Harvard research, there's a big need to understand that air quality, of course, in our buildings is an issue we need to address in our cities, in our neighborhoods, because of human health issues. And what we did not expect to happen at the Grüne Erde site, at this headquarter, is what happened with their employees. What actually really happened is that in these environments, you see here some images in terms of the climate, the capacity to cool of those courtyards. What happened is that those people, the sick leave rate dropped to almost zero once the company moved into that building. But not only that, there are so many self-initiated applications to that company from people who want to work there. This company doesn't have the issue of a lack of employees and workers. And so that's actually not my achievement, but it's really the natural performance. It's really the aliveness of nature being drawn much closer not only to our hearts, but also to our buildings, right? Our neighborhoods, our social practice. So I'm really opting for that the tourism sector really, makes that step and, makes that step into the innovation of how we can get closer to those environments. This is an image of one of those courtyards in...
Because we have this panel, we want to give them time to explain, expose, and debate. We will push lunch to 2 p.m., just another half an hour, so you're going to have to be a little bit patient on that side. But we are honored to have Mr. Manuel Molina, who is the director of Hotel Zoetry. Manuel, the stage is yours with all your devotees. Buenos días. Yeah, you're welcome.
Hello, good morning. Buenos días. This panel will take place in Spanish with translation to the English.
Mario.
Dígame.
So, thank you very much. Muchas gracias a todos. Muchas gracias a Naciones Unidas Turismo. Podéis ir sentaros si queréis. Es un verdadero placer y estamos muy agradecidos también, pues bueno, porque Naciones Unidas haya elegido no solo España, sino Mallorca para llevar a cabo este evento tan importante para el sector. Gracias también por permitirme formar parte de este evento y de este panel tan interesante y además acompañado, nos falta Mr. Jafari, acompañado, como digo, de profesionales de muy reconocido prestigio, a que me gustaría empezar presentando, que muchos de ellos ya los conocéis. María Frontera, ella es presidenta de la Federación Hotelera de Mallorca. María. Jafar Jafari es fundador y editor de Annals of Tourism Research desde hace más de 50 años. O sea, cuando hablamos, Mario, hablabas de la perspectiva de los datos de climatología. El señor Jafari tiene también una larga perspectiva que podrá compartirnos. También es profesor emérito de la Universidad de Wisconsin, presidente fundador de la Academia Internacional para el Estudio del Turismo y doctor honoris causa por la Universidad de Algarve, de Las Palmas y también de la Universidad de las Islas Baleares. Está también Vicente Fenollar, él es el presidente y CEO de Aboris y director financiero del Grupo Barceló. Y Ginés Martínez, que es el vicepresidente de Alianzas Globales y Asuntos Internacionales de Alpitur World, que es el principal tour operador italiano. También presidente fundador de Green and Human, que nos podrás hablar de ello. Me he puesto el cronómetro y estoy marcando un número. Presidente fundador de Green and Human, principal consorcio de sostenibilidad en España. Cuando hablamos de excelencia turística, como reza el título de nuestro panel, es imprescindible hablar de sostenibilidad. Al final, la sostenibilidad, cuando hablamos de excelencia, es un concepto pues prácticamente ya imprescindible y del que nadie puede obviar. Y hay un acople.
Es tu móvil.
Mientras tanto, si queréis, cuento
Qué
yo algo.
silencio, ¿no?
Yo pensaba...
por aprovechar, que
claro,
nos han dicho que va a ser la mitad.
Tenía curiosidad por este panel para ver si podían más el interés o el hambre. Y veo que puede el interés, o sea que estoy contento.
Bueno, yo sacamos con retraso. No, decía, pues, si no sigo así, no pasa nada.
Sigue, sigue.
Vale. Sí, ¿Se oye? ¿Sí? Vale. Decía que uno de los argumentos más relevantes por parte de bueno, lo que siempre hasta ahora estábamos diciendo OMT, la Organización Mundial del Turismo, que ahora es United Nations Tourism, es precisamente que es en los destinos, principalmente, donde al final se acaban aterrizando o teniendo que aterrizar o aplicando todas esas estrategias de sostenibilidad que en muchas ocasiones se marcan desde entidades, pues a veces locales, muchas veces nacionales y a veces supranacionales, europeas, que tienen pues a veces cierta dificultad para conocer la realidad de los destinos y sobre todo también de las empresas, que sois también los primeros interesados en ser destinos más sostenibles, porque al final también somos empresas más sostenibles y más competitivas. Por eso me gustaría empezar preguntándoos de qué manera valoráis vosotros, me gustaría que empezara señor Jafari por esa visión más global que nos va a ayudar también un poco a poner el marco a los comentarios posteriores, de qué forma se están aplicando esas estrategias, esos planes de sostenibilidad en los territorios, en las empresas. Si se están aplicando con intensidad, si hay dificultades que a veces pueden ser financieras, económicas o incluso logísticas o humanas. Damos un pequeño espacio para la traducción para el señor Jafari.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Dirk, I revised my comments as we asked last night. You know, I prepare my talk in advance, and then last minute is the best thing is to do it, to go with the flow. You're asking a good and a hard question. We know so much about tourism, both in research, academically, and in practice. And in practice, we saw that today. We talk about everything you can imagine, almost everything you can imagine in tourism. As big as climate change and architecture, right, the last one, to Mallorcan fabric that we did not talk about, but the soap making we did. So the range of topics we talk about is amazing. But I think what I have concluded in my own thinking, not just in this session, but before, in life, we have a lot of ideas, focused ideas, but they don't come together. We are so big, the tourism industry is so big, and the study of tourism is so vast. It's economics, anthropology, sociology, geography, management, marketing, all of them. But then connecting them, bridge them together has been extremely difficult and not successful. So I have been thinking that there is a need for a monitoring system that monitors the sentiment of the stakeholders. The only stakeholder that we monitor regularly, some destinations do, is the satisfaction of tourists. Are they satisfied with the tourism experience in Mallorca or elsewhere? But that's not enough. We need to know the satisfaction of the host community as well. We talk about it, we don't do it. We just don't do it. Because they're here, they should know that tourism generates jobs, economic activities, they should be grateful. Well, that's what we think they should be grateful. But they have a different mentality. It's like trying to tell Native Americans or Aboriginals in Australia that we know how to do things. They said, wait, we have been here before. This is our land, Native Americans, Aboriginals. The residents of the cities, destinations have been there before. So they have this mentality which could be right or wrong. But if it is not right, they believe it is right unless we show them otherwise. So that would be the second satisfaction we have to index. One is the tourist annually, residents. Then the tourism industry workforce. Rarely I have seen that being done. How satisfied you are with your job, with your performance, with the intensity of the work that you do. And finally, the fourth group that we have to monitor is the satisfaction of the government. Is the government satisfied with the performance of the tourism industry? And these have to be done, in my opinion, I recommend to main destinations, to do it annually and do it chronologically in 5 years. Not that you do it this year and, oh, the tourists are happy, so it's okay. No, do it next year and measure it, and the year after, and the year after. Has it been done? Yes, we did that 30 years ago, but we did not follow that. We had a project called Vienna Center Project. We did questionnaires of the tourists and the local communities in 1 year, and 5 years later, the same questionnaire was asked the same population, and we saw the difference. And the big difference we saw was about the mentality, attitude of the host community towards tourism. Hospitality had gradually shifted to a level of hostility. And this is something we do not monitor. This is something we have to accept. We have to deal with it. So I think these bridges must be built. Just talking about the stakeholders after stakeholders as if they are separate things, they have to come together. So we need to have annual satisfaction surveys and compare it across the years to see how it works.
Thank you, Mr. Jafari. Vicente, María o Ginés, como queráis. Podéis comentar lo que ha dicho el señor Jafari o directamente contestar a cómo estáis aplicando en vuestras empresas y también en los destinos.
Yo veo que en este momento hay la obligación de las empresas de informar de las acciones que está realizando en materia de sostenibilidad. Entonces, ya tenemos anualmente un informe que le llamamos informe de sostenibilidad y creo que es muy útil. En ese informe, por ejemplo, nosotros lo tenemos en nuestra página web, es público, somos transparentes, lo ven los accionistas, lo ven los gobiernos, lo ven los empleados, lo ven los sindicatos y lo ven todos. Yo creo que hay un nivel de información en este momento que es suficiente y que se ve claramente lo que está haciendo cada uno. Se ve todos los temas de igualdad, se ven los temas de huella de carbono y se ve todo. Entonces, yo no creo que haya que poner a las empresas más trabajo de indicadores y de información a futuro, porque creo que la información que ya tenemos en este momento es suficiente, ¿no? Creo que lo importante es lo que se ha dicho en las sesiones anteriores, ¿no? que el turismo es muy positivo y todos los países les gusta el turismo. Hemos visto esta mañana, ¿no?, la intervención de lo bueno que está haciendo y lo importante que es para Costa Rica el turismo.
Una metodología en todo el mundo pues muchísimo mejor para compararla. Pero desde luego, sobre todo, y visto la experiencia que tenemos aquí, es que no porque haya cambios políticos se acaben unas iniciativas que son buenas y que continúen en el tiempo. Esto por un lado. Y también que es verdad que la percepción está cambiando mucho porque ha habido un crecimiento brutal del turismo. Es verdad que en la pandemia todo el mundo empatizó con las empresas turísticas, pero después con este boom pues tenemos que aprender, y mira que durante la pandemia aprendimos a repensar y a reformular muchos de los procesos y la manera en que cómo estábamos haciendo las cosas. Aquí en Mallorca, desde luego, y yo que represento la patronal hotelera, 850 hoteles, 200.000 plazas. Les puedo decir que lo que hemos estado haciendo durante estos años es acompañar al sector en una única dirección e intentar que a través de la circularidad, que se ha hablado mucho hoy en las ponencias, pues tengamos una misma base en común, misma metodología, misma estrategia para que luego nos podamos medir y evolucionemos. Pero tal vez, y estoy segura de ello, no lo comunicamos de la forma adecuada. Y también tengo que decir que los resultados no se ven inmediatamente y necesitamos también que...
De modo responsable, no solamente a nivel medioambiental, a nivel social con sus propios colaboradores, por supuesto con sus clientes. Creo que Tomás de TUI, en su breve intervención, ha comentado que la repatriación de pasajeros en la pandemia, el Grupo Alpitur repatrió 20.000 pasajeros durante la pandemia. Pusimos vuelos para traer material, de hecho, incluso algunos lo hicimos desde China a normativas vigentes, ¿vale? De esas 900, 168 ya son sancionables. Es decir, mañana no estás cumpliendo y cataplum, te llega una receta. Pensemos, además, que esto no nos afecta solamente a las grandes empresas, afecta a todo el sector. A día de hoy ya es un hecho constatado con los últimos decretos ley, sean nacionales, regionales o municipales, todas las empresas del sector turístico, el 100% de las empresas del sector turístico reguladas, tienen que atender sin que fuese sostenida cuando crearon la fundación, lo que hace el compromiso de la familia. Esto ahora lo estamos registrando y está bien registrarlo,
bueno,
pero esto no es
responsabilidad social corporativa se llamaba antes.
No es la parte práctica de esto. Portaventura, y hoy no están aquí, pero creo que son uno de los referentes en sostenibilidad en España, llevan haciendo memoria no financiera y registrando todo lo que hacen en materia de sostenibilidad décadas. Entonces, insisto, creo que es algo que es importante saber cuál es la diferencia entre la aplicación práctica y esta normativa, que está bien porque hay que encontrar el punto de equilibrio.
Entonces, y yo creo que también perdona Vicente, las empresas pequeñas y medianas llevan a cabo muchísimas iniciativas y sobre todo ahora estamos aprendiendo a comunicarlas con la terminología adecuada, pero durante muchísimos años lo han llevado haciendo sin vergüenza.
Daba un poco de vergüenza.
Bueno, no querían contarlo a veces pensando que no se utilizase, ¿no?, para promover, pero la verdad es que estas iniciativas se llevaban a cabo y yo creo que es que no todos utilizamos la misma terminología y a lo mejor la sostenibilidad es que implica tanto y tantas líneas de acción, entonces también tenemos que utilizar la formación para acompañar a todas estas empresas y a los propios trabajadores para que esas líneas de acción que están haciendo, que ya puede ser de igualdad de género, ya puede ser en tema de residuos, en transición energética, son 1000 cosas para que todos lo pongan debajo del paraguas y como tú decías, llegarán más tarde las pequeñas y medianas, pero llegarán en algún momento. Entonces, hay que inspirar las más grandes a las otras cómo hacerlo.
Sí, nosotros somos más partidarios de hacer cosas, ¿no?, y luego reflejarlas en un informe anual, pero más partidarios de pasar a la acción, de hacer cosas. Y creo que la información que se reporta, desde luego los accionistas la entienden, la ven bien, preguntan. En el informe está todos los proyectos de la Fundación Barceló, que hace proyectos por todo el mundo, escuelas, centros sanitarios, guarderías, pozos, campos de fútbol por África, cantidad de cosas que están en la memoria, ¿no? Y nosotros pues somos partidarios de hacer cosas, de pasar a la acción, ¿no? También tenemos hasta la financiación, ahora hacemos financiación sostenible. Financiación sostenible con nuestros bancos, donde vemos con los bancos nuestros objetivos de sostenibilidad y las condiciones de la financiación están ligadas al cumplimiento de esos objetivos. Bueno, pues es una colaboración entre entidades financieras y empresas que ayuda a todos los objetivos sostenibles que tenemos, ¿no?
De aquí sale una cuestión muy clara para el doctor Jafari, porque al final el doctor Jafari es un gran conocedor de la realidad turística española, pero también un gran conocedor de la realidad turística mundial. Yo, como conocedor de la española, y después de escuchar estos 3 casos, pero también con toda la trayectoria que lleva usted de estudio y análisis, ¿en qué hemos fallado como industria turística? Ha sido una cuestión de comunicación, no hemos sabido comunicar, no hemos sabido enlazar con las comunidades locales. ¿Qué es lo que ha fallado? Y también, o a lo mejor es más importante, ¿cómo ha cambiado la sociedad española para que se esté viendo la industria turística en muchas ocasiones y en algunos destinos y en algunos momentos, todo hay que decirlo, no de forma sistemática y global, más como una amenaza que como una ventaja, más como una desventaja que como una ventaja? ¿Qué ha cambiado, doctor Jafari? ¿O qué hemos hecho mal con esa visión suya que puede tener desde fuera?
Well, I'm not in a position to say where anybody has gone wrong. That is something that needs to be answered by the people themselves. But I think our conception of tourism is broad, but again, my problem is that we don't bring it together. Sustainability means different things to different people. The first time it was introduced in the tourism industry, it meant that my business would be sustainable. That's how it came into the conversation. Today, sustainability means the millions of things. But so Mallorca is doing a wonderful job. I'm a second homeowner here. I've been going and coming here for about 25 years. I work closely with the university, and I'm a university professor, so I would like to answer it in that respect. The tourism industry is a global force, there's no doubt about it. It's a major economic activity in all, but not in all 193 of the United Nations, but in most of them. But all the 193 countries of the United Nations are engaged in tourism, either in incoming tourism or outbound tourism, or actually both. So that's universal in case of tourism, and accomplishment has been unbelievable. But there is, I'm a bridge builder and a bridge maker. There is no connectivity between what universities are doing and what the industry is doing. We do so much research in tourism, so much, any question you can imagine, we have written on it. We have done scientific research on it. But the tourism industry is going on its own way, and academia is going on its own way. There is no bridge. The knowledge is not transferred, not sufficient amount. Let me give you a number. I don't like statistics based on numbers. In the year 2021, just beginning of COVID, I ask you, how many scientific articles do you think were written about tourism in 1 year, 2021? 100, 200, 300? 10,000. 10,000 scientific, academic articles were written about tourism. The tourism industry is practicing. Now, a question, it's not a good question, but what percentage of these 10,000 articles have been read by the tourism industry? You have to answer yourself. So there is no transferability. We are doing a wonderful job in academia. The industry is doing a wonderful job. But why aren't we connected? Why aren't we the same? Is field of medicine or engineering as separated as we are? Students of engineering understand the actual engineering and vice versa. Medicine does the same thing, but I cannot say that about tourism. This is a gap that is widening, and it is unfortunate.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
Mira, hay una palabra que a mí me gusta en inglés, que es accountability, que básicamente es hacerte responsable de tus cosas, ¿no? Yo creo que una de las cosas que estamos haciendo mal en el turismo, y con esto no quiero hacer tipo nuestros representantes políticos ayer en el Congreso de +, con el tema de la corrupción, pero yo creo que lo que no estamos haciendo bien es poner el punto de mira sobre las cosas que no están bien centradas. Hablo de una cosa muy concreta que en Mallorca, pero yo creo que a nivel mundial afecta de un modo muy notable, que son los alojamientos turísticos. Lo mismo que hemos contado, la reacción de TUI, o yo he dicho la que tuvo Alpitur de modo responsable con sus pasajeros y con la sociedad. Tanto el avión aquí a España lo mandamos porque España es uno de nuestros mejores destinos y dijimos, oye, tenemos que contribuir con un destino que nos ha dado tanto. Estoy convencido que a Boris podría contar 1000 cosas de todo lo que hicieron durante la pandemia. Me encantaría escuchar las cosas que hizo Airbnb. Perdonar que sea tan abierto y ponga una marca. Desde el momento ya que diseñaron la marca, que no pensaron en la sociedad Airbnb, el nombre ya es un poco complicado, pero aparte de esto, no toman ninguna responsabilidad. Absolutamente ninguna responsabilidad. Le dices, oye, ¿tú te imaginas una página web que publicase productos que no tengan el sello de sanidad o el sello de la Comunidad Europea, que publicasen esto y no tomasen responsabilidad de los daños que podrían generar en salud o en otras materias a la población? Pues esto es lo que tenemos con Airbnb o con cualquiera de los que está publicando oferta ilegal. Y esto es lo que desvirtúa la realidad. Desvirtúa qué están haciendo las empresas turísticas responsables, ¿Qué están haciendo las pequeñas y medianas empresas? Nosotros, y vuelvo a lo de Green and Human, porque me ibas a preguntar y no me has preguntado, entonces yo pues respondo yo. Green and Human nace para...
Le iba a preguntar por Green and Human, pero no me ha dejado hacerlo porque quería que terminara la ronda para que hablara de los pequeños, como bien ha dicho María, pero bueno, va a hacer un spoiler.
Nosotros, cuando lanzamos Green and Human, donde además Saboris es uno de los grandes impulsores también, junto con Hyatt, Iberia, Renfe, las grandes compañías... Hostel Tour, por supuesto, dijimos, oye, necesitamos, por un lado, poner en valor lo que estamos haciendo como grandes empresas, todos juntos, pero esto se da por sentado, tenemos los recursos necesarios para hacerlo. Pero si realmente queremos hacer una acción que sea netamente transformadora, vamos a involucrar a la cadena de valor que supone en España más del 80% de las pequeñas y medianas empresas. Y entonces es poner ayuda y recursos al servicio de ellos. En los 3 años que lleva Green and Human, 3 oficiales, 4 trabajando, el flujo bidireccional es fantástico. Ellos nos aportan muchísimo de lo que están haciendo. Te puedo garantizar que no existe ni una sola de las empresas de alojamientos turísticos que se haya interesado por participar en esto, porque saben que están en un modelo donde el fair play o las normas generales que sirven para todo lo del sector, para ellos no les interesa que sirva. Y esto, volviendo al tema de la regulación, es muy importante.
Porque en el fondo están desvirtuando también la convivencia de las, comunidades locales en los destinos.
Yo creo que no es el único motivo, pero por supuesto, gran parte de la responsabilidad de lo que estamos viendo en las manifestaciones de este fin de semana en Madrid y de los problemas que tenemos de vivienda en muchos sitios, que Mallorca sea uno de las plazas de España con el incremento del coste de alquiler o del coste de la vivienda para comprar más altos de toda España, esto es de un efecto descontrolado de la oferta ilegal. La oferta legal, fantástica. Si Airbnb se limitase a publicar oferta legal, me quitaría el sombrero y diría un modelo disruptivo, fantástico, pone al servicio capacidad no usada.
Ha quedado claro.
Como ya se habló de Green and Human,
pero es verdad,
Oscar, es que la gente tiene ganas de comer, ¿eh?
Tiene toda la razón, y además que en Mallorca el principal problema de todo es la vivienda. Luego vienen otros más y no viene únicamente derivado de toda esa transferencia de camas hacia Airbnb, pero obviamente hubo un cambio totalmente disruptivo de hoteles y vivienda unifamiliar al pluri. Pero bueno, lo vamos a dejar ahí, que lo he explicado muy bien. Y ya por hablar de pequeñas empresas, ¿no?, que estábamos comentando, y yo volvía a lo de la academia que estaba comentando, de la universidad y del sector turístico. Nosotros desde la patronal siempre intentamos acercarnos a todas las instituciones académicas de las diversas índole, pero también tengo que, mea culpa, porque nos pasaba también con el sector primario una cosa también particular, y era que cuando llegamos a la federación, cuando yo llegué en el 2018, recuerdo que como yo en Sawyer tengo mucha relación con la cooperativa y siempre hemos estado trabajando con la comunidad local, pregunté cómo estábamos trabajando a nivel de comunidad de Isla de Mallorca, y vinieron unos cuantos representantes, que hay alguno que nos acompaña hoy, de cooperativas, de Unión de Payesos, y hacía 12 años que no se sentaban a hablar con los empresarios hoteleros. Entonces, había unos estereotipos creados tan antiguos que no conocían nada de lo que nosotros habíamos estado haciendo, de esa transformación que estábamos viviendo, y nosotros tampoco conocíamos el día a día de las dificultades que ellos estaban viviendo por regulación, que también nos pasa a nosotros, pero a ellos también, las dificultades del campo, los trabajadores como nosotros. Y creo que ese intercambio ha hecho que a día de hoy estemos más cerca, estemos trabajando más junto a ellos, preparando jornadas para que nosotros nos acerquemos más, porque durante la pandemia también aprendimos mucho de ellos, y ellos aprendieron que tenían que espabilar con el tema de la tecnología y aprovecharla mejor para acercarse. Entonces, con la academia también, puertas abiertas, pero también es cierto que ellos se pueden acercar mejor enviando toda esta información, las publicaciones que hacen, que a veces nosotros tenemos que buscarlas, es un mundo que no dominamos. Entonces, si se acercan, luego nosotros podemos reenviar esa información a los 1000 usuarios que tenemos, y la cantidad de personas que lo lean o no ya dependerá de lo que cada uno quiera aprender. Pero desde luego, en estas jornadas como hoy es donde detectamos estas ganas de aprendizaje, y nosotros hoy estamos aprendiendo aquí de todo el mundo.
Vicente, decías tú antes, y lo hemos hablado en alguna ocasión, cuando hablas de esas normas y la implantación de las normas, que tenían que ser posibilistas. También existe una atomización de normativas en destinos en distintos destinos. Por ejemplo, vosotros trabajáis en ¿cuántos países?
Bueno, estamos presentes en hoteles en más de 30 países.
30 países.
Y luego en la parte de viajes, pues trabajamos en más de 100 destinos.
Claro. Eso en sí mismo son 30 normativas que tenéis que cumplir de forma distinta en cada situación. ¿Cómo os facilitaría que fuera de otra forma para poder implantar modelos escalables, ¿no?
Sí, la complejidad de la normativa viene de la Unión Europea. En los países donde o bien son destinos de Aboris o tenemos presencia hotelera, la verdad es que la normativa no llega a los niveles de la normativa europea, ¿no? Entonces, ahí en la nueva normativa, el CSRD, que se va a entrar en vigor en el año 25 y que tendremos que publicar en el 26, pues hay más de en torno a 2.000 indicadores que tenemos que trabajar, ¿no? Entonces, estamos trabajando en prepararnos y lo vemos muy, muy complicado. Y además necesitaremos también información y ayuda pública y a lo mejor de la universidad, porque alguno de los indicadores es cómo te impacta el cambio climático en tus resultados o en tu balance. Pero claro, nosotros estamos en Costa Rica, estamos en México,
eso te lo va a poder decir.
Estamos en Baleares, en Canarias, en Madrid. Tenemos compañía aérea, cómo afecta a la compañía aérea, cómo afecta al hotel, cómo afecta al tour operador, cómo afecta. Entonces, hay indicadores que tendremos que ver cómo lo trabajamos, ¿no? Pero necesitaremos ayuda porque nosotros la evolución del clima, pues no somos los expertos y además deberíamos de tener una guía, porque si no lo tenemos, pues Meliá lo hará de una forma, Barceló de otra, Riu de otra, y entonces
pues os decía
el clima es el mismo para todos, ¿no?
Normas más globales.
Sí.
Quedan 2 minutos para terminar, si queréis utilizarlos en medio minuto cada uno para una última reflexión o casi última petición en relación a esas normativas para lograr la excelencia, como decía, o la sostenibilidad en la excelencia. Y si queréis, terminamos en este orden. Ginés, empiezas tú ahora.
Vale. Pues yo, siguiendo un poco lo que decía Vicente, creo que sería muy útil que estos reguladores, estos legisladores o estas personas que trabajan en esta normativa trabajasen codo a codo con las empresas de todos los niveles para entender lo que están diseñando, cómo se implementa luego en las empresas, porque lo importante no es la burocracia, sino es el impacto que tengan esas medidas realmente en la transformación hacia una actividad más sostenible.
Yo creo que además Europa tiene que tener en cuenta la diferenciación de los territorios insulares, península, la afectación no es la misma y a lo mejor ahí también incidir. Y luego, bajando a nacional y comunidad autónoma, nosotros en Mallorca estamos haciendo un excelente trabajo con el Consell de Mallorca. El sector hotelero quiere ser hoteles circulares, primer destino circular del mundo, pero si no hay un plan estratégico a nivel de gobierno balear para que el tejido productivo y la administración pública se sume, no vamos a llegar muy lejos, se va a quedar ahí.
Vicente, 30 segundos.
Sí, yo diría que la información que reportamos y que ponemos a disposición del público en general es suficiente, da una imagen fiel de lo que estamos haciendo y creo que tenemos que dedicarnos más a hacer cosas que sean positivas para el medio ambiente, para todos los temas sociales y todo el tema de governance. Yo creo que tenemos que enfocarnos en la acción y creo que el nivel de información que ya se hace está perfectamente y es suficiente para accionistas, para clientes, entidades financieras y proveedores.
Dr. Jafari, your last 30 seconds, please.
Well, my last comment would take us to the opening remarks. And the two terminologies that I heard in opening remarks, welcome remarks, was collaboration and alignment. Which goes back to my bridging concept. This is really badly needed to be done in the tourism industry. And we have UN tourism represented here. We are always talking about international tourism. always. International tourism is only 1% of tourism, 5% of tourism. How about the other 95%? The chart that we look at here, tourism is going up and down. It was international. When we say 1.5 billion people traveled, it's not 1.5 billion, it's 1.5 arrivals, not persons. So if we recognize that domestic tourism has a massive role in the economy, think how much domestic tourism is happening in India, in China, in the United States, in Canada, in Australia. I sympathize with Jamaica, Malta, if they don't have that much of domestic tourism. So I hope you and tourism would wake us up to the reality of the 100% of tourism, and we talk about domestic tourism as well.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jafari, Vicente, María, Ginés, ha sido un placer y espero que también para vosotros haya sido interesante. Y me parece que ahora Mario va a lo que en mallorquín se dice dar el sus. Que va.
Well, thank you very much for this wonderful debate. And yes, many topics to consider, especially connecting and doing the right thing. I know everybody's hungry. Before you leave, we'll first take a picture. I think it's picture time there, but okay, before we move on to lunch, I would ask for just 1 minute. We're going to actually watch a video of the Responsible Tourism Pledge of Mallorca. This one will be short, and then I'll give you indications of where we're going to have lunch today. Mallorca product, of course, which we've been discussing all morning. Excellent. We're going to be having it near the chapel, so I think there's indications of how to get there. In any case, this is not a huge place, so follow the flow, and I'm sure it will lead you near the chapel, but it's indicated on the signs on the paths, okay? So I'll see you back here. We're going to be having lunch between now, 3:20, we rejoin here in the room.
Un, dos, sí. Sí. Un, dos. Sí. Sí. 1, 2. Mira les freqüències altes i ja està. Sí, sí, 1, 2. 1, 2. Sí, sense acoble. Sí, sí, 1, 2. Check, sí. 1, 2. 1, 2. Sí, sí. Sí, 1, 2. 1, 2. Sí. Sí, 1, 2. Sí, sí. Sí, sí, sí. 1, 2. 1, 2. I si em muteges un i només vagi amb un? Mutegen un? Sí? Qui era mutejar? Estan tots encesos, tio. Muteja 16. Sí, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Sí, sí. 1, 2. Sí. Vale, ok, ja està. Guai. Pensa que ells xerren així. Xerren així. Quan més en fora, millor del micro. Sí. 1, 2. Sí. 1, 2. Check. 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 Sí. Sí. Crec que és aquest, Me pareix que és aquest. Vale. Sí. 1, 2. Check. Sí. Que n'hi ha molts, Però m'agraden aquests micròfons, tio. Sí. 1, 2. Sí. Sí. 1, 2. 1, 2. Sí. 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 1, 2. Check. Sí. 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 1, 2. 1, 2. Sí. Vale. Guai, ¿listo?
tardes. Vamos a intentar arrancar lo antes posible. Sé que estáis con el café, pero son las 3:30 de la tarde. Si podemos empezar, genial. Estoy aquí intentando reunir. Gracias, gracias, Susana. Okay, everybody, let's try to take a seat as we move on to the next panel. Please wrap up your coffees and find your favorite place, please. Okay, everybody there? Thank you very much, thank you very much. I hope you really enjoyed our local cuisine today, the Mallorca cuisine. Actually, I wanted to mention while we get everybody to sit down that as we were enjoying that meal, your carbon footprint was being measured. So just so you know, at the end of this event, you're going to know exactly, or we're going to know exactly how much one of us produced carbon, and maybe we can think about compensating. I think there's actually an activity tomorrow after the last panel, after lunch, which is going to lead to reforestation and carbon footprint cutting. Okay, so we move on. We had a great morning, exciting talks. Great panelists, great discussion, great debate. And we're going to move on with the last three of today, which are definitely very exciting. Next term for us is a topic that is pre-competitive cooperation and the role of destinations. Now, pre-competitive cooperation is a crucial concept in sustainability, something we've been debating all morning. Fostering successful actions and partnerships. And for destinations to thrive, they must understand the key elements that are important to private sector actors embarking on this journey and enable their actions to create a sustainable future. Now, we are very fortunate to have Dr. Dirk Lasser, Director of Sustainable Tourism and Resilience at UN Tourism. He's going to be our moderator for this panel. Thank you for coming up. Ms. Swance Lehertners, Managing Director, Projects and Corporations at Futuri CV. Mr. Juan José Rodríguez, the Executive Director of Turismo de las Islas Canarias, our other islands in Spain. And Mr. Glenn Manzik, which is the CEO of World Sustainability Hospitality Alliance. Let's welcome them all. A very interesting debate, very interesting topic, and let's get started. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mario. Thank you very much, and thank you, my dear panelists. Sánchez is the CEO of Futures, José Juan Lorenzo is the Executive and Director of Turismo de las Islas Canarias, and Glenn Manzik is the Chief Executive Officer of the World Sustainable Hospitality Alliance. So thank you very much for being such a loyal audience and joining us directly after the lunch break. What we want to discuss here among us for you is related to pre-competitive cooperation, and as Mario just outlined again, an important concept in sustainability, because there are certain things where cooperation absolutely makes sense for the private sector before they actually then again separate and compete against each other in the marketplace. A very typical concept, competition, and the pre-competitive cooperation is an element which makes in sustainability a lot of sense in certain areas where we need to combine our forces rather than acting as competitors, especially on issues of super common interest. And we picked for today's conversation here one in continuation to what we were discussing last year. What is it there for destinations where pre-competitive cooperation makes a lot of sense. And we looked at the issue of carbon emissions. And we have here three, the right actors, somebody who is from Futuris and developing a perspective out of an outbound market right now with a larger project which is receiving a lot of endorsement already in its design phase and continues other projects before. Svante will speak about that in a second. Then later on we have one of the big players in the hospitality area speaking on behalf of a large portion of global beds. It's right now around the 50%, Glenn, you will...
Exactly.
Yeah, 50% of global hotel bed capacity, saying over there and interpreting then what are the needs. And we have here this famous fly. Everybody here before on stage was fighting with this fly. If there is somebody who will be remembered from this conference, is this fly. Nameless but impactful. So Jose Juan, on the other hand, is an actor from with a very determined approach, and you joined us already at the COP we had of UNFCCC. Joined in Egypt 2 years ago, where you explained what the Canary Islands were doing. And with that, I have set the scene and introduced my fellow panelists. And I start with Svante to explain from her perspective right now what this project is about, and then starting with the other panelists to see where cooperation through such a project or a similar initiative could make sense. And the most important question for everybody here in the room, what is in there for destinations? What is the role of destinations in this specific project or in projects which are following the same idea of pre-competitive cooperation? Svante, please.
Thank you so much, Dirk, for inviting me and to be able to tell you a little bit more about this project that Dirk was mentioning now many times, which is called Klimalink. We at Futuris, we have developed this project during the last 3 years, and we've started with the project in the beginning of 2022, and actually in the end of 2022 we were already ready to found an organization to further distribute this possibility and take this further. And this is the organization called Klimalink. And what is Klimalink all about? I mean, we heard it already in Mario's presentation again today, how fast we need to act with regard to climate change. So I think everyone in the industry is aware about that we really need to cut down tourism emissions. And that's, of course, a big aim of UN Tourism as well. So I think we're all on the same page with that we need to do that, and there's no why about that. But how? And the how is often difficult. So how do you know, as a company, where you need to put your focus, where are the concrete measures that you can take to reduce your emissions, especially when it comes to Scope 3 emissions of the travel sector, which are, of course, the huge chunk when you're looking at tour operators, for example. So with Klimalink, our big aim is to provide more transparency, to know where to act and how to act exactly to reduce the tourism emissions. And the one big aim of Klimalink is to make travel carbon footprints or climate footprints visible. And by visible, I mean on the one hand to the point of sale, to the end customer, who can then decide based on the climate footprint next to other factors like price and comfort, etc., of course, which travel options they want to take, and are empowered by that to actually make a more sustainable booking decision. And then on the other hand, we are also empowering companies, travel companies, to make informed decisions when it comes to their product design. So for tour operators to make their product more sustainable, more climate friendly, based on the better transparency. So that's in the end the aim of Klimalink, to provide this transparency on carbon emissions, on climate footprints of travel products. What have we done so far to achieve this? We've been working on 3 pillars. The first is all about methodology, because of course, to have a comparable value of travel emissions for our customers or businesses, we need to have a consistent methodology. So we worked on that a lot during the last years, and we've been successful with that by building on what is already there as well. So we've defined methodologies for flight, rail, car and bus, and hotel accommodation. So most of the most important travel components of a trip we have already created methodologies for. As I said, we are building on what's already existing, and there Glenn, of course, comes into the picture because we were really happy that, for example, in the accommodation sector, the Sustainable Hospitality Alliance had already done a really great job in creating the HCMI, the Hotel Carbon Measurement Initiative, which we were able to build on. The second pillar we've been working on is, once we have the common methodology, once we know how we are going to calculate the emissions, we need to get the travel emission data to the companies. We need to transfer it to the systems so that it can be displayed at the point of sale and also used in the company-owned systems. And therefore, we have founded the platform Klimalink. Klimalink is, in the end, a travel emission database. So we are collecting all of the different travel emission data in Klimalink, and then we have several ways of distributing this data to the tourism companies so that they can integrate it into their own systems and then show it, display it at the point of sale. Because what we don't want is the 100th carbon calculator where you need to go to a separate website, put in your trip, and then you can see the emissions. No. We want to have the climate footprints really at the point of sale in the common booking systems that the customers are using anyways to research their trip, to book their trip. That's where we want to get the climate footprints into.
Svante, I stop you here because right now
I was finished too.
No, it's fine because it explained the origins and the perspective of the project, how it was designed. And I would like to hear right now from José Juan how that is seen from a destination perspective. If we have a commitment from a destination, what is your role as a destination when it comes to carbon and climate action? We can imagine over there a lot of things, but when it comes then to carbon measurement, and do you see over there an interface to others in this carbon measurement activity?
Por supuesto. Pero permíteme primero agradecer al Consell de Mallorca la invitación a estar aquí una vez más. Es un placer, y a la ONU Turismo también. A ver, nosotros desde el año 22, el Gobierno de Canarias, Turismo de Islas Canarias, que es la entidad a la que represento, tenemos un plan de acción climático. Y ese plan de acción climático, que bueno, que ya es importante tener un plan, aunque sea un plan inicial y que te proyecte, lo más importante es cumplirlo. Y en 2024 puedo decir que vamos cumpliendo todos los hitos de ese plan. El primer hito, ese plan, está desarrollado bajo el framework de la Declaración de Glasgow, ¿no? Pero por hoy muy rápido. El primer objetivo de cualquier plan, y en concreto uno de acción climática, es saber dónde estás. Entonces, la primera tarea que tuvimos que abordar es hacer estimaciones, porque no teníamos datos, o sea, bienvenido, no teníamos datos, estimaciones de la huella de carbono de toda la actividad turística de Canarias. Y todo en esta vida se puede estimar y comunicarlo y empezar a entenderlo, ¿no? Estimamos la huella de carbono del año 19, para tener una referencia antes de la crisis. Estimamos la huella del carbono del año 22, que fue 7,34 millones de toneladas de CO2. Hemos vuelto a estimar la del 23, que la publicaremos el próximo 15 de noviembre en el evento de la Declaración de Glasgow, donde vamos a rendir cuenta. De esa huella, el 75% es conectividad aérea. El 75%, que son 5,4 millones de toneladas. El resto, 1,90 y tantos, es la huella de las actividades en destino. Y aquí hay dos ámbitos. Hay un ámbito en el que claramente podemos influir, y ahora me gustaría un poco explicarme, y hay una que tenemos, bueno, que somos actores principales, no que podemos influir, que podemos tomar decisiones. Y hay otro ámbito en el que nos queda un poquito, que es más responsabilidad de la industria aérea, de las compañías aéreas, pero en el que nosotros no somos ajenos, somos parte, y es una parte fundamental de las emisiones de nuestro destino, y tenemos que implicarnos y nos explicamos. no es
Pues
implicado.
Juan, te puedo interrumpir
Sí.
porque no lo sé cuánta gente sabe cómo vosotros en las Canarias habéis calculado en su día las emisiones
De la conectividad aérea, por ejemplo.
Sí,
Es decir,
exacto.
nosotros como una entidad de destino tenemos todas las operaciones aéreas, están en los sistemas. O sea, no es complejo realmente, es como todo ponerse. Tenemos pues las 57 compañías que están operando con Canarias, todas las semanas tenemos actualizados todos los movimientos, las distancias, los tipos de aviones, tenemos que hacer alguna estimación de los tipos de motores, pero bueno, eso es la parte más compleja. Después tienes también el tiempo que están en los movimientos de aproximación a los aeropuertos y la etapa del vuelo. Con esos datos, con los tipos de motores, con los consumos de esos motores, puedes calcular las emisiones de una forma precisa. Lo tenemos ya en un modelo, voy a decir Excel para que se entienda, y podemos todas las semanas ver las emisiones. Y además nos da muchísima información del esfuerzo que está haciendo la industria aérea y vemos la evolución, como evolución desde de las 57 compañías. La que menos emite en un año volando a Canarias emite de promedio 38 gramos por kilómetro y asiento por ASK. Y la que más, 88, más del doble. Y es importante ser consciente de eso. Y cuando estás con los operadores, pues poder valorar el esfuerzo de cada uno.
Let me stop you over here because that was for me back then one of the most impressive calculations I have seen done by a tourism destination. And that is then the reason when Svante approached me and showed me the methodology, which is still not published because it's an ongoing project. But
It is
yes,
up.
it is
Last
up
week,
now.
2 weeks
Okay,
ago.
perfect. So that was where we saw that this is right now being reflected. So that you really see the different facets of the actions being reflected in the measurement and not being an abstract measurement which is covering up. That was the reason, just for the audience here, why these two speakers are sitting here today having this conversation in front of you, but please continue.
Cuando decimos que ver cómo evoluciona y ver el esfuerzo, por ejemplo, la incorporación de nuevos aviones más eficientes tiene un impacto directo en las emisiones. Todos sabemos, los nuevos aviones, respecto a una generación anterior, pues un 20% de reducción, y si desplazan aviones más antiguos, pues muchísimo más. Y nosotros lo vamos viendo claramente. Los operadores que incorporan nuevos aviones reducen sus emisiones. Y esa divergencia tan grande es fruto de este tema. Por otro lado, eso nos permite también, en la medida de nuestras posibilidades, hacer lobby con nuestro gobierno, con el gobierno europeo, para que Europa desarrolle, junto con las compañías aéreas, que desarrolle esquemas que aceleren la descarbonización de la conectividad aérea con el SAF. Y también nos permite, y termino aquí.
No, I just wanted right now to give the other very important facet, the chance to be explained. Glenn, you represent over there these very important and committed hotel associations around the world, and you speak on behalf of them when it comes to commitments. You also develop as a group over there practical guidelines, and HCMI was one of the guidelines which is also now used in this climate link calculation, which we saw 2 years ago when we analyzed what are the de facto standards used by the industry to measure. We saw that being quite often used in the world. Glenn, besides explaining briefly who you are, it would be interesting for the audience to know right now what hotels would expect from destinations. We had last year this discussion where you showed hotels ideally want to receive more information than just the price when they try to purchase a product. They would like also to see the carbon footprint of that product. If it's provided locally, can the local authorities provide you with this added on information as well as the human rights element? So please answer also the question of what is your wish from a destination manager? What would be helpful and make a destination over there attractive for the hotel industry, which is operating in this sphere of or as part of your membership?
Of course. Again, also, I want to echo, it's indeed an honor to be here again. This is such a beautiful part of the world and be a part of this important summit. So I thank you for this opportunity to share what's happening within the World Sustainable Hospitality Alliance. And you're right, Dirk, the engagement from the industry has been extraordinary, and pre-competitive is the core of that effort. We've grown 400% in the last 2 years. And that's when we adopted a philosophy called net positive hospitality. And what that means is we want to give back as an industry to the destination for which we have the privilege to operate within, then we take out. That's fundamental to the approach of the Alliance and how we want to position the industry. And we know regulators are expecting more from the industry. We've talked a lot about that already today and over the last couple of days. We know that communities are expecting more of contribution from the sector, and we have to change the narrative. We know that, you know, the customer is looking at these things in a much different way, and they're willing to pay more, particularly the business traveler, which is mandated to do that, and they have to collect that data back and share that back to their companies. But we also, more importantly, as these companies, we have a number of companies within our membership that are opening a new hotel every single day for the next 3 years. As that growth happens around the world, who's going to actually work in these places? And they want to work, these new employees want to work for companies that have purpose, higher purpose than simply serving a customer, quite frankly. And that's where it really comes into reporting and being clear and more transparent as to what we stand for as an industry and being much clearer. The other group that's very interested in this, of course, is the investor themselves, the asset owners and the investors that are in this space. And I have the opportunity to sit on a few boards, and one of them happens to be with a number of financial institutions, particularly CEOs of banks, global banks, largest bank in the world. And they pat me on the head, Glenn, and they say, you've got a lot of work to do in your industry because we in our industry don't believe you're taking sustainability seriously. And as a result, we're investing our dollars elsewhere. And that's a real important message that we need to understand because obviously we're in business. And this is where transparency comes into play and measurement, having more clarity around measurement and moving away from what you just referenced, abstraction. You know, the complexity of this, we have made this discussion of sustainability very complex. Lots of acronyms, lots of language that doesn't resonate, quite frankly, with the operators that actually have to record this material and actually have to present this out. They have to see the connection between what we're asking them to do and what that means for them when they're cleaning a room. So it's really important that we have clear methodologies that actually shows clear results, that connects to those, say, 4 pillars of interest groups that are out there that are looking for transparent data from industry. So our alliance is working, we have developed a comprehensive pathway to net positive, which helps businesses understand how to get there and where they can find themselves on the journey. And to your point, and we're very grateful you've adopted the hotel carbon measurement tool. That tool was actually developed in 2012, well before a lot of the conversations we're having today on Scope 3, for example, and GHG protocol certification. So I'm pleased to say all the companies now have co-invested again to update that tool substantially to ensure that it's transparent, to ensure it's GHG protocol, and to incorporate Scope 3 into the tool itself, because that moves us down the road. And where destinations can play a big role is we need to align on some of the language and on how we measure this progress so that we are communicating in the exact same way. And so we're very proud of the fact we formalized an agreement with UN Tourism and our work on the ESG's universal criteria to ensure just that we're actually going to speak the same language between the public and private sector on some fundamental areas of measure, obviously carbon being one of them. And where destinations can play a key role is engaging in the tools that we as an industry would be deploying, but also testing them to make sure they actually work on the ground. And that whole Scope 3 measurement when we incorporate that into the tool, needs to engage the destination to make that happen.
I think that is the elephant in the room, the Scope 3, and because that is actually what most of the companies, tour operators or hotel companies are referring to, then being actually the most relevant, but at the same time the most difficult, and to improve over there the measurement and especially the frequency of the measurement, you need partnership, and that's why we're discussing here pre-competitive cooperation, because there's where actually the cooperation makes a lot of sense. You cannot cooperate to do the Scope 1 calculation in your own company or Scope 2. That doesn't make much sense, but Scope 3 is extremely relevant, the cooperation. So Svante, I play that back to you. Right now you have over here two very interesting players. What is the next step on the wish list for a destination? What do they need to do or what would needs to be done so that this data is flowing more easily into the systems, and actually those who are making the commitment becoming the competitive advantage when, and that is the understanding of your project, when then actually being communicated by the travel agent to the client, right?
Exactly, yeah. That's exactly the point. We, in the end, to inform the customer, we need the data to be as specific as possible. I mean, if you're looking at flights, you can't just take generic flight emissions from one airport to the other, because as you explained very nicely, the emissions are so different when it comes to the airline, when it comes to different aircraft. So it has to be very specific, and that, of course, also goes for all of the other elements of the travel value chain, for example, in the hotel sector. And for flights, the good thing is we are quite advanced. We have all that very specific data already, which is great. But for the rest of the travel components, and that's where I would really like to extend the invitation to everyone in the room, is to really support us and help us into building up a really good high-quality database of specific emission data from tourism activities in the destination. So, for example, even in the hotel sector at the moment, what we're going to integrate in our platform at the moment, because we don't have any specific data from the hotels, or they are at the moment not, those who have reported specific data are not really willing for them to be published yet. We are working on that. But what we really would like to achieve, of course, is for hotels to see, at the moment we are using average data. So the data we are putting out for a hotel in Mallorca will not be the exact right data from this hotel, but it will be an average for the island for a 4-star category, for example. And that's not good. So we really would like to provide an incentive to, to the hotels, this conference slide. We would like to provide an incentive to the hotels to provide the property-specific data, have it verified, use the HCMI methodology for it, have it verified, and then we can, of course, use that data and provide this exact property-level data. And that goes for all of the other travel components in the destination as well, be it transport, buses on the ground. I was speaking to you, I think, this morning about electric-powered boats, even going towards tourism activities. So really showing the entire travel value chain and working together to gain this exact emission data on the entire chain. So that would be really, really great addition, I think, to...
I give you a relief of the flies, and José Juan, the flies always going to the speaker. I think that they are well trained, aren't they? José Juan, what is the function then of the destination management organization in all that?
El rol de los destinos es, en este tema, el rol de todos es fundamental, y la misión es tan grande que hace falta muchísima colaboración. Antes decía que, hacemos un seguimiento a las compañías aéreas, seguimiento, conocimiento, intentar ayudar en lo que podamos. Cierro ese capítulo. donde realmente tenemos que ayudar a las compañías del destino de toda la cadena de valor y especialmente a las pequeñas empresas a que midan su huella de carbono y a que la reduzcan su huella de carbono, a que puedan hacer sus propios planes de acción.
Y cuando miden, if they measure, shall they report to you? Where shall they report to?
A ver, nuestro plan de acción climático se ha construido sobre la base de que tenemos que tener una única solución centralizada en todo el destino. La tenemos, la lanzamos en noviembre del año pasado. Ya llevamos un año de experiencia, Scope 1 y Scope 2. Estamos desarrollando el 3. Seguimos desarrollando la solución, mejorando e incorporamos un simulador. Hay más de 200 y pico medidas que pues, una empresa de actividades puede adoptar. Hemos hecho un simulador que les permite saber si cojo, de acuerdo a mi huella de carbono que he calculado con la calculadora gratuita y con los servicios de apoyo que te da el destino, de acuerdo a eso, cuáles son las medidas que puedo aplicar, qué coste tendrán y qué impactos van a tener en la huella. Todo eso lo estamos haciendo y van a ser realidades en este año próximo 25. Pero la labor que nos toca a los destinos y la más complicada es captar, formar y acompañar en un proyecto a largo plazo a las empresas. Y ahí tenemos un rol inmenso y hay que hacerlo con sistemas, con plan, con recursos y con equipos. Y eso es lo que estamos haciendo en Canarias. Y ahí, en la misión que tenemos, pues nos falta toda la colaboración del mundo. Nosotros, visto cuál era el escenario, hemos dicho, vamos a hacerlo. Y lo estamos haciendo y estamos muy satisfechos. Este año, pues más de 300 personas han pasado por cursos concretos de qué es la huella de carbono, lo importante que es y cómo se mide, alcance 1 y 2. Y ya son 70 las compañías. Tenemos todo un programa permanente de cursos online, todos los meses. Tenemos un programa de cursos presenciales. O sea, vas construyendo todo el sistema que tiene que abordar y llegar a miles de empresas.
And when you are developing these support mechanisms, where are you taking the information, or are you taking the courses from somewhere, or is this something you are developing from scratch?
La solución, en una primera, hay que ponérselo muy fácil y muy comprendido, por eso muy comprensible. De hecho, invertimos mucho en usabilidad, en un piloto que hicimos con todo tipo de empresas, para que, y de hecho el resultado de que nuestra solución dice que es muy amigable, que no tiene nada que ver con el ministerio, que no me escuche nadie, porque somos un equipo de marketing, venimos del marketing y sabemos comunicar y sabemos cómo todo el tema del user experience y tal. Toda esa parte la tenemos. Lo importante ahora es mantenernos en todo este tiempo, es declarativa. La primera aproximación es que voluntariamente la pequeña empresa, gratuitamente y acompañado por nosotros, suba su factura, suba todos sus insumos y calcule su huella de carbono en el alcance 1 y 2. En el año que viene, el alcance 3. Vamos a desarrollar un sistema de verificación, pero no toca todavía. De momento, la primera aproximación es entender este nuevo medio que es tan complejo, que es tan distinto de lo que hemos hecho en el sector turístico.
Allow me one comment, because in the previous panel, Professor Jafari was mentioning then, yeah, there's so much research done, but it's not taking into account somewhere else. And here, that was the tricky part of my question to you. So you are developing that, but at the same time, we saw here in this initiative the use of HCMI. We discovered back then also there are certain de facto standards which are developed differently with a different spirit. So what I'm also trying to get out of this here is right now, what can we facilitate? We have the Glasgow Declaration, we have a network, you are a signatory, a very active one, Glenn as well, to facilitate that this is not just developed everywhere from scratch. One thing is that we here expose lead actors in their discussions so that others can get the stimulus. But Glenn, what was the idea behind that when you developed originally and cooperated originally? Because that is pre-competitive cooperation.
Absolutely, and they got in the room and they decided they needed to get a handle on this, and they're doing it again because they realized the limitations of the existing systems that are in place. And these companies are being asked the same question 10 different ways. And this is really critical that we don't position the industry in this way, because they won't be able to deliver. And they won't be able, and it's, you know, in some companies, it's interesting, some of the smaller companies, they may have 10, 15 hotels. They're spending over $1 million on reporting. That's a significant aspect of what's taken away from their sustainability efforts, their investments they could make in sustainability. So the real opportunity here is, right now last year we did a comprehensive analysis of all the frameworks and all the different ways these companies are being asked to report, and identified 16 key core areas of areas of materiality that these companies have to report against. So this year, it's about looking at universal criteria, really zeroing in on 4 or 5 key things that we could get universal agreement on, those the companies that are headquartered in China or headquartered in the United States or headquartered here in Europe, and getting some real, and carbon obviously is one of those areas. And so that effort is going on right now. Obviously, the HCMI is going to be one of those cornerstone areas to measure that progress. And what we want to do, and when you were asking the original question about with destinations, we want to work with Canary Islands, and we actually talked about that yesterday. We're going to make sure this happens immediately. And to your point exactly, we as an organization want to work with destinations, with the UN tourism, to develop alignment around this, 3 or 4 key measures, so that we are talking the same language to the companies. Because we have you know, the DMOs are obviously connected on the ground with those hotels. We're connected at the company level, and we have an accelerator program where we do pilot projects around the world on different topic areas, from waste management to measurability. And so in those leading destinations that are doing those kind of items and looking at and taking this really approach, we're very keen to work with, so that we're actually talking the same thing.
Yeah.
Because we're going to confuse these folks, and what will happen is that we'll get no action at all in the end. And we'll actually still be talking about this 5 years from now, trying to get our arms around how we measure this topic, because we're confusing folks. And so through training and through engagement, and so alignment between private sector and the destination on this kind of topic is really, really critical. And one of the things we are doing embedded into the criteria is we're looking at a universal portal of data collection from the hotel companies. As I think we all know, it can be very difficult to collect data from hotels, because there's a lot of fear about what that data is and who's using the data. So if there's a for industry, by industry data solution that they own, they understand where it goes, they can automatically API connect to a destination portal that's been established, and you could pull that data straight out, and you know it's clean data. And that's the one thing with our universal criteria efforts. While EY, for example, Ernst & Young is leading the process on a global factor to build the criteria, we will have a third-party auditor to audit that criteria that's totally independent of that, so that we can certainly future-proof the industry for impending legislative changes that we'll be expecting criteria to be seen in that light. So know that that process is happening at the corporate level, and so there's a real opportunity to make that connection at the destination level.
Svante, you wanted to reply, and if you could reply, and right now for the last minutes, I would ask all of you to think of the role of destinations in that cooperation, and to make that easier, to make that not only an ad hoc process, as I said before, but a regular reporting, and to think of that competitive efforts, or company efforts, let's put it like that, company efforts are transported faster and more reliable to the market, so that they turn into a competitive advantage.
Yes, I mean, that's exactly what we are looking after, and it's so good to see and hear from all of you that so many people are working on that already. I mean, we often hear oh, you also do it into climate footprinting of travel. Well, we're doing the same. Oh, then we have to see that we're not competing against each other. But I think this is bullshit. We really need all hands on deck with this issue. So I'm always really, really happy to hear about other initiatives in that field. And then about methodologies, etc., we can talk, we can align that. But it's really important that as many organizations and people that as possible are working in that field. And for example, what you're just saying about this database, where there would also be kind of a verification mechanism for carbon footprints, for example, behind it. That's exactly what we would need, and we could maybe also have it on destination levels for activities, for mobility, also for other hotels that are not part of your organization there. So I think those are the main cornerstones to have a possibility, like one database or separate databases that are interlinked, connected to each other, where this data is gathered, verified data is gathered, and where it can from there be transported towards the point of sale. Then we have this chain, right? We have the company that can calculate their emissions. They can do it on a regular basis. They can do it each year. They can provide their data in a verified form to databases, and then we are transporting it to the point of sale where the customer will know about it. And if a hotel puts in solar panels on their roof, they will see it the next year already. So and then this competitive advantage will work, and we really get this incentive for companies, also airlines, when they are purchasing in the future more sustainable aviation fuels. The effect will be immediate, and then we will really come to a point where this higher transparency will lead to incentives to become more sustainable. So,
Jose Juan, that argument of Svante right now brings another interesting question then to you, as you are the destination representative here. Can data be the new flyer promotional material of a destination?
Of course, Estamos encantados de compartir lo que estamos haciendo, de aprender de lo que están haciendo, que tenemos mucho que aprender de ustedes y no estar emprendiendo solos. Hay una siguiente fase que tenemos que abrir y creo que tenemos que compartir esos datos ya. Y me encanta estar, te agradezco la invitación en este panel, porque hemos hecho un esfuerzo que nos tocaba solos y la tarea es muy grande y hay mucho que compartir. Pero una fase que no hemos abierto todavía porque no toca y debemos empezar a abrirla es cómo vamos a materializar o cómo vamos a poner en valor los esfuerzos que las compañías están haciendo en el momento de la venta y de la compra. Y ahí pues tenemos que colaborar, es decir, nuestra misión es facilitar lo que puedan medir y llevárselo al cliente final y que el cliente final pueda tomar decisiones mejor informadas. Y ahí, no sé, con Glenn tenemos muchísimo. Nosotros estamos trabajando con estimaciones en hoteles. Nuestro foco no está en las grandes cadenas, no está en los hoteles. Nuestro foco está puesto en las empresas de toda la cadena, de las actividades en destino, más pequeñitas, que nunca llegarían, que nunca van a llegar. Es decir, si no trabajamos con ellos, nuestra labor va a ser de formación, de acompañamiento y dar soluciones. Y darle acceso a las soluciones que hay en el mercado, a la de Glenn o a la de Sanjay. O sea que esto es muy necesario, es muy importante, tenemos todos el compromiso de hacerlo, porque sabemos que es importante la emergencia climática y nos lo están exigiendo nuestros clientes y va a ser el factor de ventaja competitiva. En 2026 queremos que todo el producto que esté publicado en el ecosistema digital de turismo de Islas Canarias informe de su huella de carbono. Ese es el reto que tenemos. Y ahí la labor es ingente.
That's a big statement. That brings me back to Svante. Are you ready to communicate that by then?
Yes, definitely. We are ready to communicate by beginning of next year. So
at the beginning of next year.
We're starting to putting the climate footprints in the booking systems beginning of next year. But of course, until then, we have the entire value chain of travel. That's going to take time, but I'm sure we're going to be ready by then, so we can match.
That takes me back right now to Jacobo. Are we ready to show the video?
create unique experiences for our customers. And unique experiences require a healthy environment. And so, of course, sustainability is a key pillar of our strategy. And it's about carbon reduction, about biodiversity, and about sustainable travel options. For sustainable travel options, transparency is critical. That is why we are a founding member of Keynote. We believe that working together in the industry to provide an end-to-end transparency on the carbon emission of the trip is critical to empower our customers to take informed choices. In addition, having the data directly in our booking systems allows us to further develop more sustainable products. Together with industry partners and Klimalink, we are committed to an even more sustainable tourism in the future. Together we can make it.
Protection in particular, we need to work together as an industry. We can't do it alone, definitely not sustainably. Therefore, what do we want to achieve? What we need? We need the industry, our customers, and we are definitely seeing in particular our own responsibility with Klimalink to address three big aspects. The first is reduction of CO2 emissions. And we want to achieve a transparent positioning towards our customers to make them buy more climate-friendly travel products. And the last one is our climate strategy and our science-based targets that we do want to achieve.
As travel industry, we are deeply committed to climate protection and sustainability. Klimalink provides transparency. Transparency about the climate-damaging emissions of travel covering the entire journey. This allows travelers to understand the environmental footprint of their individual trips. Tour operators can use this information to make their products more eco-friendly, while travel agents can offer advice and help arrange holidays that are more sustainable. Climate protection will play an increasingly important role. When it comes to travel, the carbon footprint will be one of the key competitive factors. By working together, we will be able to meet the challenges we are facing, and Klimalink is the tool that unites our efforts.
Destinations can't manage what they can't measure. Klimalink is a transparent, certified standard that can help them to measure the environmental impact of their tourism offering, enabling them to identify and implement effective emission reduction measures. They can use the detailed emission data of transport and accommodation services from Klimalink for their own climate accounting and measure the size of the climate footprint of their offer. Destinations can contribute to an improved calculation of Klimalink's climate footprint by collaborating with local service suppliers like local accommodations, transport, or activity providers to deliver better and more exact input data into Klimalink. This could help to make the emission figures even more specific and reliable, and could lead to a global travel footprint database of the highest quality.
Thank you very much, dear panelists and dear audience. This was an example we discussed over here with three representatives right now, elements of the value chain, and we discussed one very specific resource. We discussed especially the role of pre-competitive cooperation and the role of destinations in the future when it comes to sustainability, communicating sustainability, and what role evidence will play today and especially tomorrow in this competitive environment. I thank you very much for having shared here the stage with me. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you for having us.
Good work.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for our panelists for this great debate. Very valuable information and very nice to see we are on track of measuring carbon footprint, which is essential, I think, to really quantify and know where we stand and how can we improve. That's really the goal in many senses. We're going to shift to the next panel, also a very interesting one, supporting destination development. And development institutions are increasingly focusing on destinations. They're helping transform them while aiming for sustainable impact through their actions and funding. Now, recent developments have shown the importance of destinations adopting integrated approaches such as observatories, which we've talked about today, which involve regular monitoring and evidence generation to guide a fundamental thing, decision making. So, moderating this panel is Cordula Wolmutter. She's going to be accompanied by a series of talented speakers and debaters, Ms. Eve Lehman, Destination Development and Stewardship Specialist, Ms. Norafitza Shafi, Development Economist at UNDP Malaysia. We also have Ms. Tanisha Williams-Brown, Inter-American Development Bank. 3, because one is missing, we don't have with us Alex Rayon. The only man, yeah, they kicked him out. No. But thank you very much. I think we have a very exciting panel ahead, so listen to them.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mario. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for being still with us here in this wonderful hotel. Thank you, dear Susanna, for hosting this event here in this beautiful setting. We are incredibly pleased to be here on this beautiful island. I have fantastic panelists here with whom we will discuss a little bit on how development agencies are working currently with destinations, two amazing examples. They came a long way to Mallorca. The Nisha is coming from the Caribbean, from Barbados, all the way from Barbados. And Fissa is coming all the way from Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. And one destination from Canada, Thompson or Kanagan. It's really amazing that you came all the way to Mallorca in order to share your insights, which also shows the importance of the topic that we are discussing here, namely the sustainable destinations and the transformation of the tourism sector at the destination level. Now, these guests are not the only guests, Susanna, as you know, they come from far away. We have here in the audience a very international audience. For the ones who haven't been with us yesterday, there was an international meeting of observatories of sustainable tourism that are part of a network that UN Tourism is leading. So we have here representatives from California, Sonoma, from Australia, from Guanajuato in Mexico and Nuevo León in Mexico. We have Colombia here, Cali. We have Guatemala even here. From Brazil, some representatives as well from Austria. Several destinations plus the ministry. Greece, for instance, is in the audience. From Ireland, the Atlantic Coast Observatory, several researchers and experts are here. And Spain, of course, Malaga, Canary Islands, and we have from China and from the Philippines, our colleagues here from the observatory. So there's a lot of knowledge in this room. So therefore, I think mingling and sharing experiences is of utmost importance. Which brings me to our discussion now at this moment. Destinations are in the focus of development agencies. So what does that even mean? Since we are working for many years with destinations already, we see an increased interest by development agencies on working closely with destinations. We have examples from the World Bank, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and the Inter-American Development Bank, but also UNDP. So my first question would be, how does that work? So a development agency goes into a destination with which views, what makes it so important, this work at the destination level? Maybe Tanisha, you start.
Sure. So thank you for having me here in the beautiful island of Mallorca. I'm an island girl myself, so I appreciate being here. So the work of the IDB goes back to the 1970s, where interventions in the tourism sector in Latin America and the Caribbean has been very vast, to the tune of over $4 billion over our 26 member countries. And this has included at more than 50 programs. We do also have technical cooperations that seek to provide various types of support, as well as knowledge generation products. So specifically, our work in our tourism sector framework is across 6 line actions. One being the very important function of tourism diagnostics. So we're talking about observatories, of course. And so we provide support with diagnostics. In fact, let me say at this point that we're hoping to support the establishment of a tourism observatory in the Caribbean. So the first ever. And if you've worked in the Caribbean space, which I'm covering, so I cover the Caribbean, the bank's portfolio for the Caribbean, it's very, very difficult to have access to consistent data for decision making and policy. So it's important, we see the importance of intervening with regards to establishing that observatory. The work of the bank also is on really and truly increasing awareness around climate change and tourism. We know for small island developing states it's critical. We are literally in the line of hurricanes, right? And major storms. And so it's really important that our stakeholders and policy members intertwine into policy practical actions that deals with climate change. We're also working on improving crisis management capacity. Again, in tandem with climate change matters, it's important. This is very, very early, but we're working on climate change, building climate change crisis management capacity and communications response. So these are just some of the areas. What has been mentioned at the start of this morning's proceedings is tourism governance, and that's also very important. So with UN Tourism, we're currently collaborating on the observatory, the Tourism Law Observatory, which is supposed to be launched in 2025. And this would provide a cadre of laws and regulations that can be reviewed throughout the region and assist in best practices and knowledge exchange. So again, the work of the IDB is very vast, it's multifaceted, and the work continues.
Thank you. I think that is very interesting, also the information about the observatory that is going to be established and the lines of work that you have in the Caribbean, which is not an easy region also, and very dependent on tourism, as we know. So I guess also this creation of the evidence and data and measurement, that what you say is a challenge. It's not only in the Caribbean, it's everywhere.
Yeah, and let me just, if I may, let me just say that of recent times, we've had interventions with the tourism satellite accounting over the years. But again, various challenges, and more recently, the bank is supporting, for example, Barbados in restarting the TSA. We're also providing support to Jamaica for the advancement of the MST framework. So in our little region, that is the most tourism-dependent region in the world, these actions are critical for the sustainability of tourism.
Thank you, Denisha. Very insightful. Which brings me to Fissa. Please, Fissa, tell us what UNDP Malaysia is doing in the destinations.
Thank you, Gordula. So for Malaysia, for instance, well, UNDP is basically a sister agency to UN Tourism, where UN Tourism specializes in tourism, whereas United Nations Development Program, UNDP, specializes in development programs. So for Malaysia case, for instance, we have been assisting government and be with the government since 1950s, before the independence of Malaysia. So we have been working very closely and has been the council of the government on many areas. Our moderators this morning has covered the 5 Ps. Everything of SDG basically comes under development as well when you talk about project, programs and all. So then most of the time it would depend on the country's interests. Where do they want to hit? When you talk about national priorities, midterm, planning, 5 years planning and all. So then COVID happened. Most of the time projects happen, on the ground, very little, small, and the support for tourism was fragmented back then. Then COVID happened, then the government was saying, like UNDP this actually happens. So, what are the next focus for us to actually bring back, the whole entire country, since UNDP is looking into the whole entire development. So we said, if let's say you're talking about COVID specifically, which is the hardest, most impacted industry in the whole entire Malaysia and in fact global, then it goes to tourism. Then we look into statistics, we look into the situation analysis, and then we assist the government in regards to the design and also the approach. So in regards to the design and approach, it's actually, we consulted more than 600 people just to design the Sustainable Tourism project. And the approach that we use is actually based on the United Nations the programming that we actually have, which is bottom-up approach, access to equal opportunities, gender equality. So that's the basis of the project initially. So when we started, it was supposed to be a 3 destination. It was supposed to be a pilot. And then it grow and bigger, and it became state level and the whole entire nation now. And the reason why it became that way is because of the support that we actually give is in regards to the technical, and also, you are talking about linking from the bottom to the policy, because most of the time the government focuses a lot on the policy level, tourism planning and all, but sometimes listening to the challenges on the ground, what are the obstacles, and how to ensure that we go into the same direction for sustainable tourism, for instance, would be very imperative. Second would be the moral support and emotional support in a way, because to go into sustainable tourism, sustainability is not easy for most organizations, be it government, local government, communities, and even businesses. It's a frightening journey, because you're talking about, for businesses, it's cost. When you talk about government, whether the governance is good. If let's say for instance, like the community, for instance, they are like housewife and they wanted to be part of the tourism sector. And how do they do that? How do they be part of it? So UNDP provides that kind of support as well, which is, I think, the reason why in regards to the trend, we can see the whole entire nation is moving. When you talk about recovering from COVID, then you recover green, you recover towards sustainability, and that is the trend that we see in Malaysia as well.
Thank you, Fisa. I think that is very interesting to learn that the development agency is entering in this area and helps through tourism to enter the path of sustainability. What we usually say is that sustainability, like democracy and peace, is not a place where you arrive and unpack, but it's a continuous journey. So this is a journey that you have started with the government of Malaysia and with several destinations. I know that you're working also on the ground with them, that you are doing a lot of things, so congratulations on that. We moved from Malaysia to Canada, to Thompson Okanagan. I have a question. Who knows where Thompson Okanagan is? Or have not many. On this side, some. Yeah. No, good. Thompson Okanagan.
Yeah.
Destination. Tell us what is happening there.
Absolutely, and that's a really good segue. So as Fisa was talking, I was thinking about the things that we're doing and how similar that we have that same desire to support around sustainability, because it is a scary journey to start when you don't know where. So what DMOs can do to support that sustainability journey is to directly support businesses in our region. So we have a couple of supports that we have in place for our businesses to be able to do, because it can be scary to do that, and also they might need a little extra help with different tools and resources, so we can make them more accessible and reduce the barriers to those tools that businesses might need to move forward. So I was kind of looking at ClimaLink and thinking, when is that going to be available in Canada? Just want to know. But so we can reduce those barriers to become more sustainable, and we can also do what SMEs cannot. We can look at the big global picture and look at the strategy for our region and think, where can we have the most impact? So I think that's where we would start.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, definitely. So you say that to break down sustainability in different blocks in order to make it more understandable to the sector on where to start. Can you give us an example on?
Absolutely. So you were mentioning COVID. So during COVID, the provincial government supported tourism businesses to survive in a time where there was no tourists. So there was a program developed. The different regions across British Columbia, the tourism regions that is, came together and started a organization together to work with the funding from the provincial government to support those businesses, and it was called the Tourism Resiliency Initiative. And so this was really kind of a novel thing for the different tourism regions to come together to directly support those businesses. When the COVID was over, of course, and that support wasn't as needed, it segued into more of a sustainability journey. So it was a natural extension of the work we were already doing together to support those businesses. So many different things have come out, but the result was that we found that this network of businesses was this network across the province was very helpful with businesses, because each region could go and deal directly with businesses where they were at in their journey and say, hey, what is it that you need? How can we support you in this time? And how can we support you with your sustainability journey?
Perfect. Thank you so much, Eve. Very interesting always to learn how you are working and what you are doing. I know that you have also a very strong participatory approach on the ground. That is something what we keep saying, that without participation and the talks to the local stakeholders, sustainability cannot happen, or sustainability cannot be sustainable, so to say. These participatory approaches, I know that you are taking them specifically in a very interactive manner. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, we're working directly with communities and businesses around sustainability. So we have a number of different projects that are happening around those different various topics. I mean, I don't necessarily want to give all the examples. How much time do you have? But just like, no, stop.
There's a concert at 7. We should make it until then.
But that relationship that you have with businesses in your communities and local government, so you can get feedback from them on where you're at with your journey and where people are going, and having that real on-the-ground understanding of where people are in their sustainability, so we know where the gaps are that we can help to fill, and what kinds of funding we want to look for, projects to be able to help companies meet directly where they need to be. So,
perfect. Thank you, Eve. Denisha, within the observatory work that we are leading in UN Tourism, for us, this evidence-based decision-making processes are highly relevant. How do you see this in your work in IDP and with regards to the tourism development? What is happening in this regard?
Yeah, so the importance of data, right? Even for designing tourism interventions, it's important for the preparation stage of any programming. I think I've had a good appreciation of programs that have not been well designed because of a lack of data. And if we are not aware of what is happening on both the tourism supply and demand side within the particular destination, then how do you know where to support and how to support effectively? So data from observatories or any sort of tourism-related data is quite important. If I can draw an example, within recent times, Compete Caribbean facility, which is partly funded by the IDB. It's private sector driven. It's supposed to support MSME development in the region. And in 2019, this is before COVID, but the information is quite still profound. There was a research that was conducted on the willingness to pay for agro-tourism experiences and community tourism experiences. And the data coming out of that pointed to the US traveler wanting to pay up to US $300 per experience for a farm-to-table experience or for a local community tourism experience. And what those findings at that time did was really open up the dialogue further in the Caribbean about diversification of the tourism experience away from sun, sand, and sea. We've been talking about decades of diversification, the need to get away from 3S tourism. We're more than a warm weather region. But only when the data was put forward did it influence mindsets towards thinking, hey, this may be a bit more profitable. We spoke about earlier this morning about not volume, but value. So perhaps pursuing agritourism, community-based tourism, culinary tourism, etc., may be more profitable. And that's an example of what data could do to help change mindsets and actions.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned before that you have worked on TSA issues and MSD. Can you tell us a little bit how you work now with the MSD? What is happening there?
Yeah, so
in Jamaica, right?
It's at the very early stages. Jamaica is very much one of those destinations, as we know, top tourism destination, very innovative in its advancement. I think Minister Bartlett, everyone in the room knows him. He's a superstar of some sorts. So what we're doing, they are very much, they've started to adapt the framework to the Jamaican context. And what we're supporting in now is a rollout of workshops to engage various stakeholders to understand their role in the MSD, and not just their role, but their role in terms of data collection on contributing to that data innovation. They're also looking at building proper data governance systems, digitalization of data collection, and so forth. So again, it's at the early phases in terms of our support, but we do hope that it will catch on for the other 5 member countries that we have in the region. Yeah.
Thank you, Tanisha. Fisa, data, evidence-based decision-making. How is UNDP handling this?
So for UNDP, for instance, in Malaysia, I mean, when we embark into the sustainable tourism practices and, assisting with the whole entire nation towards sustainable tourism, then you have a lot of initiative. For instance, like you create a lot of products on the ground which is sustainable. For instance, like this one. So this is a product from the communities. But one key important thing is that how to measure if, let's say, you have sustainable tourism product and you have a lot of initiative on the ground. So we actually had a discussion with the government, Ministry of Tourism, for instance, and we engaged with Department of Statistics as well as Economic Planning Unit. And we said that, what do they think would be the best to actually monitor? And they did mention about INSTO back in 2014, I think, something like that, but it has never been taken off. So again, back to the first point that I had, sustainability is not something easy, and it's quite scary in a sense of when you are going into it as a government. So we actually be with them in this journey. So we said that, okay, if let's say INSTO is basically the approach that we wanted to use as the whole entire nation framework, then it needs to be embedded into the tourism, national tourism, from the federal level up to the destination level. And that's where the escalation of the tourism planning would go, because again, point taken from the other speakers that you don't know your data, then you can't manage. So in that regards, we mentioned to them, if let's say we were to get into this INSTO framework, then the reporting needs to be from bottom to top. But at the same time, this governance setting needs to be there as well to support the ecosystem of data management and also data-driven policy making, because towards the end, you are talking about the destination is having the framework of INSTO where they actually have the monitoring mechanism, then they look into the matters, they analyze, they go into action plan, and then after that it's supposed to go back into tourism planning. But it does actually have correlation in terms of budgeting and also direction with the state level and also federal level. And then that is where the linkage, when we say the support from the bottom goes up to the top, actually plays a role as well. And this is all based on not only data-driven and also the concept, but most importantly, the willingness of the stakeholders to be part of this, which is very important. And it goes back to the participatory approach, where everyone needs to be engaged, everybody needs to understand and also have the awareness before they even move into the sustainable tourism as well as monitoring and all.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that. This is exactly when you say so the complexity of sustainability that we have to deconstruct before we start constructing. So we need to make the blocks. That what Jafar before said also. Tourism is so many things. So we need to be clear on what sustainability means within the tourism context, and especially then for the measurement aspects of what to measure, how often, how regularly, what I do with the data, transformation of the data into the information, and the information for making decisions on the ground. How Domsno Kanagan is dealing with this?
Well, that's a good question. We are in STO, so we're an observatory, and I would love to have it go the other way down from government to, but it's again come from bottom up. So we're in STO, but we were heavily run. We do have the usual tourism statistics available to us. We have a research and development team called Symphony that is helpful at gathering the data, and they can analyze the typical kinds of tourism-related data. But the untypical data, that's harder for us to collect. We rely on partners and the provincial government and statistics that are gathered in order to be able to reflect some of that. And we'll ask partners for information as well to look at those more harder to reach data points for sure. So we do have this commitment for measuring and recording, and which absolutely we do, but it's not, we don't control the data. So we have to go and find partners who have the data and who are willing to share as well. So yeah, so having data available, publicly available data that you can get to. So that's a similar conversation that we've heard all the last couple of days, is that data can be very difficult to get to. So how maybe the conversation more becomes, how are we helping to promote gathering of data instead of just looking for what's already out there. Maybe we need now to push the agenda on data gathering.
The beauty also to look when you have need for data, to look even who could have the data, that you find partners that you have not thought of before, so that we have noticed also on several occasions how healthy such a process is at the end of the day. So the transformation of destinations or the transformation of tourism at the destination level is something that we see that is really happening also around the globe, with some leaders among those, where we have lots of data-related issues, of course, also, and then this moving away from DMOs, this typical destination marketing organization that we're dealing usually with economic data, that they go now beyond this economic data and look into social data and environmental data and what is relevant in the destination context. So everybody has to define its own priorities, of course. It has to be context-specific, destination-specific also. I think that is important. Otherwise, it is not relevant for the stakeholders around the globe, and everybody needs to carry these ideas forward. Denisha, for you, coming from the Caribbean region, where tourism is, as we know, so important, what you see for the future, what you think needs to be done further in order to make sure that the tourism sector in your region gets fit for the future?
Yeah, sure. If I could go back to just the role of the development agency. So if you track the progress of IDB, for example, in the interventions, we would have moved from the 70s to more infrastructural interventions and focusing on increasing tourism receipts, to now, of course, a more sustainable approach. And I just want to go to touch on the participatory approach because, for example, my work at the IDB focuses, my main client is the public sector. IDB has the private sector arm, and IDB Invest and IDB Lab. But what has happened over the years is a recognition that it's not sufficient enough to intervene and interact with just the public sector agencies. There's a lot of power, and I want to just draw this one reference, in civil society organizations and their ability to progress the impacts of sustainability at a different level that perhaps the public sector agencies cannot. And I just want to draw a reference to two examples that the bank supported. Sorry, this fly is really trying to get me.
You should give her a name, Fred or so.
So I wanted to share, so again, the IDB has gone out of what is the usual space and would provide support now to institutions. So the first picture that was shown, if you can put it up.
Can you show the photo, yeah?
So this is, what you're going to see on the screen is Walker's Reserve, and this is in Barbados. It's a restored sand quarry where over the years they have mined silica sand for construction. And the owner had a revelation of a more regenerative approach. And what he envisioned, if you can go back to the first photo. So what he envisioned was a space that through regenerative agriculture, permaculture, etc., that it could now become a hotspot in Barbados for agrotourism and ecotourism. So on this site, so this is what it was previously, this is what now over, and it's still going through a regenerative process, but over years and months and so forth, they are now they're having beekeeping tours. There's a lot of education of the community. The community has been part of a regenerative process of replanting vegetation, etc. And it's really one of the up-and-coming tourism sites in Barbados. And the bank would have supported through a technical cooperation for the development of an integrated master plan for Walker's Reserve. And the second example is out of IDB. It's a Predator Salvatore program, and I'm just going to read my notes quickly so I don't mess up the essence of what I'm trying to say. So this is transforming tourism in Salvador, Brazil, by boosting income and employment among the Afro-Brazilian community. The program is in 4 pieces. It focuses on enterprise development around the Afro-entrepreneurs in tourism. It also focuses on festivals and driving marketing and PR efforts, and this has led to a working group. So it's an example of how developmental work has gone past just the public sector leading these interventions to more civil society, community-based work that could have a greater impact.
Thank you, Tanisha. Tanisha, you from IDB, you are a very important partner of UN Tourism because you're on the ground, you're doing a lot of things. We know that IDB also supported the setup of several observatories in Brazil, and we have here a colleague from Embratur in Brazil, Fabio, who was very much involved in this. So I think that is important, from our perspective, important, and we are happy always to partner with you and to provide also our expertise to these discussions and your interventions on the ground. Yeah. So really thank you for sharing that. Fisa, future of tourism, what needs to be done from your perspective in Malaysia, in your context?
At the moment, because we actually see the government has already taken the ownership. So for instance, like, you know, they are first looking into sustainable tourism as just part of the small initiative in tourism. Now it becomes integrated approach in the whole entire government. And we are looking into Visit Malaysia year 2026, where the theme of the whole entire nation is basically sustainable tourism and heritage, which embed the sustainable tourism in the whole entire nation, as well setting the direction, which is really good. But at the same time, we are also looking into empowering and making sure that the whole entire nation is ready for that direction, because it has already been set, so how to get there. So that is where we think that the public-private partnership needs to come together and not silo in regards to government is moving this way and private sector is moving this way, communities is moving this way, but also interacting with each other, which is also another reason why we think that having the STO Observatory would be really, really relevant, and making sure that the interaction happens so that that would address the key underlying issues in sustainable tourism. So main focus that we are looking into currently is basically in regards to wastewater management, waste management, climate change. So those are the key areas that currently the government of Malaysia have the concern because of, you know, international pledge as well, climate promise and all, which plays a role in you know, setting the focus for the nation basically.
Thank you so much. There's something beautiful happening, especially now with you, Fisa, because you reached out to us. We spoke about the observatories. We came to Malaysia. for helping with a workshop that you did in a very participatory manner with almost all the destinations in Malaysia. And then the good thing is that it's not only knowledge that UN Tourism as such provides, but also it's these linkages to the destination, to other destinations that then can also help with knowledge transfer to Malaysia. And I think that is something beautiful where we as international agencies can be of assistance. Thank you so much for that, Fisa. Eve.
I have a minute and a half.
You better speak up.
It's all good. I love hearing from both of these amazing women of the things that they're doing, so I think it's fantastic. The future, I think, is bright for tourism, not just because I'm generally an optimist, but because we're seeing this from the younger staff. Where's the flash? We're seeing this from the younger staff coming up, people who want to be part of tourism. They're expecting tourism businesses to be active in the social and environmental practices. They expect them to be doing this, and they can, I mean, you can find a job anywhere, but we've had people tell us, I took this job because you have a sustainability focus, and this is where you want to go. We're also seeing a lot more interest from businesses. They want to move forward in a sustainable way. That's where we got our marching orders in 2012 from businesses and say, hey, Toda, we need to move forward in a sustainable way. How are we going to do this? So we've been active in this space for a very long time, and I don't see it ending anytime soon.
You have a pledge in place also, right? The pledges?
Yes,
the 9 pledges?
Seven.
7 it is.
7 generations. It's based on indigenous knowledge that you probably have heard this before, but that the impacts, the actions that you take have impact for 7 generations beyond you. And the pledge was developed with indigenous peoples in our region, and we have it on our website. You can go and sign up.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Eva, and thank you, Fisa and Denisha, for coming to Mallorca all the long way. Thank you for sharing your experiences, your knowledge with the audience. A very warm applause, ladies and gentlemen, to the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Photo.
How are those energies going? Good? Yay. Because this is our last panel of today, day 1 of Sustainable Destination Summit. We have a lot to come tomorrow. And we're moving along. This was really, really interesting too, especially when you get perspectives from other countries in the world and what's going on. It's always enriching. We will move on to another one that's also very interesting. The exclusivity of inclusivity. Now, I know a lot of you know what inclusivity means, but it's an ever-evolving concept, changing, and it's clear today that local people are playing crucial roles in shaping more and more destinations around the world. So people play a significant point here. Gone are the days when tourism products were designed solely for visitors. Now things have changed, and we're now seeing new approaches that not only seek acceptance, but actively seek the involvement of local communities in the desired development of these destinations. So we have another luxurious panel to talk about inclusivity today. Juanma Martinez, Managing Director of Green and Human, as a moderator. We're going to be joined here on stage by Mr. Alessandro Marinelli, the President of ASPAIM, Mr. Jonathan Posting, who is the Deputy Head of Destination Development at Visit Berlin, Ms. Maria Fernanda Leitom, Coordinator of the Department of Tourism Sustainability of the Costa Rican Tourism Institute, ICT. Maria Fernanda, I didn't forget you this time. Mr. Maggie Castelfort, Tourism Advisor in New York, to España. So let's welcome this large panel. Now there are 4. And let's hear about the exclusivity of inclusivity. Let's give him a hand.
Buenas tardes. Los que quedamos somos ya los auténticos entusiastas del turismo sostenible. Enhorabuena. Bueno, me vais a permitir que os represente rápidamente, porque ya Mario los ha presentado. Son auténticas eminencias en los campos en los que trabajan, pero hoy le vamos a pedir que se centren en esforzarse en accesibilidad y en inclusión. Y queremos pedirles que cambiemos el enfoque. Empezamos a hablar de inclusión o de accesibilidad y es la sensación de esto es algo necesario, tenemos que hacerlo, es complicado, es importante, pero nos complica la existencia mucho. Nos metemos en un modelo de gestión en el que estamos intentando eliminar riesgos, controlar posibles incidencias, y lo que os propongo hoy es que cambiemos este enfoque. Hoy queremos hablar de excelencia, de encontrar evidencias de que cuando nosotros integramos todos estos criterios en nuestras estrategias, de tal manera que buscamos crecer y generar nuevas oportunidades a partir de estos parámetros de decisión, nos encontramos con beneficios. Nos encontramos con beneficios directos en la explotación de nuestros servicios turísticos, aparecen nuevos tipos de experiencias, aparecen nuevos perfiles de viajeros que son más interesantes para nuestros destinos, pero además mejoramos las infraestructuras del destino y mejoramos la convivencia y la calidad de vida del destino. Y como corolario, generamos una mejora de la relación entre turistas y visitantes que contribuye a que todo el espacio de desarrollo del destino pues funcione mejor. Entonces os pido que sobre este nuevo enfoque desarrollemos la ponencia de esta tarde. Me gustaría empezar entonces contigo, Jonathan. Considering this perspective, what is the basis for destination development in Berlin? And how do you integrate inclusive politics in your strategy?
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, I'd like to think that a destination, and especially a destination like Berlin, is a destination with different needs. So I think that, for example, in Berlin, the center has different needs than the outer areas in Berlin. So we have 12 districts, meaning 12 different needs. We have over 100 neighborhoods, meaning 100 identities in Berlin. And I think we have to acknowledge that there's not one solution for the whole destination, but actually there are different solutions. So what we did in Berlin is we formed, of course, a concept and a strategy out of it. But actually we made agreements with every single one of Berlin's districts, acknowledging that they are different. And we have to work with that. So now the state of Berlin is giving a certain amount of budget to each single one of the districts for tourism projects. And of course, these projects have to be about the buzzwords, so about sustainability, about responsibility, so responsibility towards the city and the people and of course the visitors, and also about accessibility, which is, in my opinion, way bigger than most of the people think. It's also about elderly people, people with children, and also if you just break your leg, you will be thankful if your destination is barrier-free or accessible. So I think it's a huge topic. But for destination development, for me, my favorite number is actually 65%. Because 65% of the people who are coming to Berlin are coming for the second time or for the third time. And I think these are the people I can work with. Because if you're coming the first time to a destination, what do? If you go to Paris for the first time, you go to Eiffel Tower. If you go to London, you go to the Tower Bridge. And if you go to Berlin, you go to Brandenburg Gate. And that's totally fine, but I don't have an influence on you. But if you're coming for the second time or the third time, I could tell you what you can experience differently in the city. I can give you stories, I can give you experiences, and I kind of can influence you on what to do. And also to go in the different neighborhoods of Berlin, because in the neighborhoods we have different needs, like some neighborhoods want more tourists, some want less, and I can manage that.
Okay. Has mencionado que entre todos los parámetros de inclusión que trabajáis, accesibilidad quizás uno de los más relevantes que deben de tenerse en cuenta. Completamente de acuerdo. Bueno, incluso llegamos a hablar, ¿no?, de turismo accesible como un concepto en sí mismo. Alessandro, hablar de excelencia cuando hablamos de accesibilidad, ¿esto es un desafío alcanzable?
Yo creo que es imprescindible, porque hablamos de un concepto básico que es la inclusión, que estamos diciendo hoy aquí, ¿no? La inclusión significa la eliminación de barreras, ¿no? El no tener barreras para acceder. Por ejemplo, algunas de estas barreras son en espacios, productos, servicios e información, ¿vale? ¿Vosotros realmente creéis que podemos ofertar una excelencia para un turista con barreras? Mi respuesta es no, ¿no? Esta parte que os he dicho de barreras en espacios, servicios, productos e información es lo que llamamos accesibilidad universal. Entonces yo creo que la excelencia y la inclusión tienen que ir de la mano, porque si no la excelencia no puede existir.
Es decir, hay que trascender por encima de la normativa, de lo básico, que venimos obligados a identificar elementos que nos van a ayudar a que sea un fin en sí mismo, ¿no? Que, sí. Muy bien. ¿Cómo hacéis esto en Costa Rica, María? Vosotros sois sobradamente conocidos por tener esta visión holística sobre la sostenibilidad, pero cuando llega el momento de hablar de accesibilidad, y nos plantea Alessandro modelos de excelencia en accesibilidad, vosotros además tenéis, como muchos otros destinos, un reto adicional por vuestra configuración medioambiental, el patrimonio medioambiental tan rico que tenéis, y por el patrimonio cultural, arquitectónico que tenéis. ¿Cómo es este desafío?
Sí, bueno, muy buenas tardes a todos y a todas. A ver, primero dejar claro que trabajamos con un Plan Nacional de Turismo. El plan con el que nos regimos actualmente es de 2022 a 2027. Este plan se cambia cada 5 años, se actualiza. En este plan establecimos 33 centros de desarrollo turístico. Son centros identificados donde se aglomera la mayor cantidad de atracciones, ¿verdad?, de hoteles, y se trabaja en ellos porque hay una dispersión. Lo que tratamos de hacer es que haya una dispersión de toda la oferta en todo el país, ¿verdad?, para evitar ese overtourism del que siempre estamos hablando. Entonces, en este plan desarrollamos este programa de destinos, o es el programa de gestión de destinos integrado, ¿verdad?, donde trabajamos en conjunto con la comunidad, empoderamos a la comunidad y hacemos que tomen este programa y lo hagan de ellos. Es un programa que dura 5 años en su implementación. Cuando hablamos de comunidad, mencionamos gobierno local, por supuesto, cámaras, asociaciones, sociedad civil, ¿verdad?, todos los que quieran participar en la elaboración de un plan de acción. Es un plan de acción que se hace por 5 años. Este plan lo toma y lo asume la comunidad, y siempre hay un gestor nuestro, ¿verdad?, guiándolos en todo el proceso. ¿Qué es lo importante de este plan? Que a nivel nacional, como lo mencionó ahora el doctor Jafar, ¿verdad?, logramos medir el impacto del turismo en los destinos. Lo medimos con el IPS, o el Índice de Progreso Social, que es un índice hecho por la academia. Este índice lo elaboró el INCAE, que es una de las 10 mejores escuelas de negocios del mundo, y nos apoyamos en este porque es un índice que se complementa con el Producto Interno Bruto, no toma indicadores económicos. Este índice únicamente valora indicadores sociales y ambientales. Entonces, ¿qué significa esto? Que hemos hecho este índice, este es el 2º año que salen los resultados de este índice. Entonces, logramos identificar cuál es la percepción de la comunidad con el turismo, y si ven que el turismo es una fuente de trabajo, y bueno, nos genera resultados positivos. Entonces, es una de las formas. Además, tenemos una certificación o un estándar reconocido a nivel mundial que cuenta con indicadores que, pues, de manera mandatoria o obligatoria obligan a las empresas a cumplir con temas de accesibilidad e ir más allá, ¿verdad? Entonces, bueno, al ser parte de este estándar, ofrecemos programas dentro de la institución que nos facilitan este proceso. Entonces, tenemos un programa que se llama Turismo para todas las personas, y pues es este programa que va más allá de esa ley, en mi país se llama ley 7600, y todo el mundo habla de la ley 7600, ¿verdad? y esa ley pues se queda muy baja, ¿verdad? Entonces, con este programa intentamos ir más allá, incentivar a los empresarios a qué tan accesible es la página web. ¿Es mi empresa accesible para cualquier ser humano, un niño, ¿verdad? Porque a veces también no hay que pensar solo en discapacidad, sino es cualquier persona, un adulto mayor puede llegar a mi empresa. Entonces, bueno, eso es como parte de las acciones que hemos trabajado a nivel del país.
¿Me permites decir una cosa? Antes de subir estábamos comentando de que Costa Rica para nosotros es un ejemplo, porque directamente comunicáis. La principal reivindicación que tiene el sector de las personas con discapacidad o con barreras es saber lo que hay en el destino, que a día de hoy es muy complicado. Costa Rica, dentro de Latinoamérica, son los impulsores dentro de lo que es inclusión y accesibilidad universal, y ellos lo que tienen lo comunican, y eso, como comentábamos, les ha generado un impacto muy positivo, y tenemos aquí en Europa que aprender a comunicar como hacen ellos.
Quiero aportar algo a eso, porque creo que también como país nos alineamos. Tenemos una marca país que tiene valores, que son los valores que buscamos en ese turista que nos visita, y alineamos el Plan Nacional de Turismo. Entonces los valores de la marca país son excelencia, progreso social, sostenibilidad. Los valores del plan de turismo, sostenibilidad, innovación, inclusión. Entonces vamos muy alineados, y pues marca país, ¿verdad? Es cómo vendemos esto al mundo. Entonces creo que también es un buen principio, y por eso lo comunicamos todos en conjunto.
Hablamos de incorporar herramientas de gestión, pues, como comunicación, establecer estrategias verticales que alineen distintos factores, que a día de hoy parece que es imposible desarrollar modelos excelentes si no utilizamos herramientas más avanzadas. Una de las cuestiones a la hora de tomar decisiones en este sentido es buscar también herramientas que nos permitan identificar a quién queremos dirigir nuestra atención. Y cuando hablamos de inclusión aparecen también muchas oportunidades, mirando más allá de accesibilidad, a colectivos que gestionan diversidades distintas, ¿no? Y aparecen pues, modelos de turismo religioso, puede aparecer turismo cultural, puede aparecer turismo LGTBIQ. Tenemos un montón de espectro de posibles viajeros que están pidiendo cosas diferentes y que tenemos que darle cosas diferentes. Aquí tenemos la suerte de que tenemos aquí a Magí, dirige la oficina de Tour España en Nueva York. A mí se me ocurren pocos sitios que sea un crisol de culturas y de diversidad tan grande como esa ciudad. ¿Cómo hacéis en Tour España que debéis de identificar oportunidades para dirigir luego viajeros a nuestros mercados? ¿Cómo hacéis para gestionar esa diversidad?
Bueno, ante todo, muchas gracias por la invitación. Ante todo, yo creo que lo que has comentado tú muy bien, Juanma, o sea, lo importante es sobre todo saber el perfil de gente que venga para facilitar esa percepción de carga de que tengo que adaptar mi destino a la demanda, pues ¿por qué no buscar un perfil de demanda que ya se adapte a los valores del destino, ¿no? Entonces, yo por contextualizar un poco, ¿no? O sea, hay un antropólogo que se llama Jared Diamond que siempre dice que nos maravillamos poco cuando vamos a un aeropuerto, porque un aeropuerto es un lugar donde confluye gente de distintas culturas, de distintas religiones, distintos idiomas, pero todo el mundo sabe que en la puerta G44 sale el vuelo, todo el mundo se comporta de una manera educada, correcta. ¿Por qué? Porque hay una base de valores, ¿no? Entonces, creo que es muy importante recuperar la base del turismo, que es lo que también defiende la OMT, ¿no? Con un pasaporte de paz y tal, es decir, el poder trabajar con gente, saber que es un fenómeno civilizatorio, de alguna manera, o sea, el que pueda venir gente extranjera a un país de una manera pacífica, eso es un cambio de valores que, por ejemplo, en una sociedad tribal, que es lo que plantea Jared Diamond, eso no existe, es decir, se matarían unos a otros. Entonces, es muy importante tener ese contexto. Entonces, tenemos que intentar que nuestro trabajo permita ese eje de civilización, de mejora de la sociedad y evitar esa tribalización, ¿no? Que a veces es lo que nos genera esa mala imagen, ¿no? Entonces, ¿cómo lo hacemos? Pues identificando, como tú muy bien dices, el tipo de segmento de persona que quiere venir, ¿no? Por ejemplo, hoy que hablamos de sostenibilidad, pues tenemos identificado en Estados Unidos que la forma más sostenible de viajar, o la gente más respetuosa, es el que viaja con familias. Las familias, es curioso, si viaja la pareja, es algo menos sostenible. Si viaja los hijos con los amigos, es algo menos sostenible. Pero el concepto de familia, por el tema de educación, de respeto, etcétera, que los padres quieren ser ejemplares, los hijos quieren portarse bien, todavía no son rebeldes. O sea, son segmentos curiosos que ayudan a identificar y hacen la vida más fácil tanto al destino como al propio turista que viaja, ¿no? Entonces, el identificando ese tipo de segmentos es lo que nos hace, o creo que hacemos la vida más fácil también a nuestros destinos, porque claro, ya tenemos muchos destinos especializados en turismo familiar. Si encima le ponemos el enganche de la sostenibilidad, pues lógicamente tenemos un efecto multiplicador. Por lo tanto, el identificando ese tipo de segmentos, por ejemplo, solo el 10% de afroamericanos estadounidenses vienen a España, ¿no? Pero hemos visto que es el segmento que tiene un mayor respeto a la sostenibilidad ambiental. por ejemplo, ¿no? En cambio, la mayor parte de gente de raza blanca o de etnia blanca, digámoslo así, en Estados Unidos, pues claro, como son más, porque son casi un 70%, pues claro, hay más mezcla, ¿no? Pero en cambio, el perfil de segmento de afroamericano que viene a España o que quiere venir a España es una persona que claramente demuestra que tiene más ganas de ser sostenible. Pues aprovechemos eso. Entonces, lo que intentamos hacer es, a base de este conocimiento que tenemos de ir segmentando a la gente y ver qué perfiles hay, lo ponemos a disposición del sector para que cuando hagan sus propias campañas de publicidad en Estados Unidos sea más fácil identificarlo. Entonces, de alguna manera le reducimos el coste de tener que cambiar toda la infraestructura, porque muchas veces, el problema que hay es que para que pueda venir gente como Alessandro y tal, la gente lo ve como un coste. Digo, no, vamos a ver, o sea, si tenemos más gente como Alessandro que la podemos identificar, pues te va a salir más rentable, ¿verdad? Sí, entonces es una manera de un win-win entre todos, pero es identificando muy bien el tipo de demanda que creemos que tiene mayor potencial para el tipo de destino que creemos que tenemos en España.
Porque pudiera parecer que están enfrentadas las rentabilidades, cuando muchos de estos segmentos de mercado específicos habéis encontrado pues que son más fieles o tienen estancias más largas o hacen un gasto complementario más grande. Y has mencionado además concretamente el ejemplo de accesibilidad. Alessandro, ¿vosotros encontráis determinados modelos de negocio que implementados con políticas de servicio en la que los parámetros de accesibilidad son muy evidentes, están creciendo, están diversificando su actividad y desarrollando los destinos turísticos que los albergan?
La accesibilidad es algo que inevitablemente estamos navegando hacia ello, porque los datos nos lo dicen. Ya no por las personas con discapacidad, ¿no? Estamos hablando que en Europa hay un 10% de personas con discapacidad que suelen viajar con un 5% acompañadas, pero hablamos de que en 2050 habrá más de un 30% de la población con más de 65 años. Van a tener más barreras, sin contar familias con hijos, incluso personas que vienen que hablan diferente idioma. Eso es accesibilidad universal, ¿vale? La accesibilidad universal, de hecho, las iniciativas de accesibilidad universal son para todas las personas. O sea que si un 45% del segmento de la población europea no es un segmento importante, pues no sé qué decirte. Yo creo que tenemos que cambiar un poquito esta visión y ver que además de los beneficios económicos que nos pueden presentar, que además te ha saltado uno que es importantísimo, que es desestacionalizador, que es importante, tenemos la responsabilidad moral, ¿no?, y ética de poder darle acceso al turismo también a esta población, ¿no? Y tenemos que dar las gracias en este momento al Consell de Mallorca, que está apostando por este tipo de turismo, y queremos navegar, al menos desde Mallorca, para que haya un turismo para todas las personas, para que todas las personas de todos los sitios y con todo tipo de condiciones, todo tipo de barreras, puedan acceder a un turismo de calidad y a una excelencia, que es como lo que estamos hablando hoy.
Muy bien. Claro, y para que todo este modelo funcione, nosotros podemos identificar estos segmentos que nos resultan interesantes, podemos establecer mejoras en nuestros servicios, podemos incrementar también las mejoras en las infraestructuras. Pero yo encuentro que hay una cosa que es esencial, que además se tiene que producir, y es que el residente tiene que aceptar al viajero y tiene que querer convivir con él. Y esto pues no siempre es fácil. Quería preguntarte, Jonathan, en el caso de Berlín, ¿cómo es el modelo que utilizáis para que pueda trabajar residente con los gestores de los destinos? ¿Cómo establecéis el modelo de participación ciudadana en este sentido?
Okay, first of all, I like to think that you don't only visit a city, but actually you visit the stories and the experiences you get in the city. And I think you get these experiences through the people, through the residents. I think the residents are actually our stakeholders as well, and that's why we put them in the center of our work in destination development. So we have to include their voices for our concepts, for our projects, and focus on the people. And that's actually also why we focus on urban development, because I think all the public space out there is being used by residents and visitors alike. So we have to look at that as well. For us, it all concluded in the Citizens Council for Berlin Tourism. I will come to that in a second, but before we got there, we started an initiative called Here in Berlin, where we said, okay, it was in 2014, we have to look at the people, and actually we have to ask the people what they think about tourism, what are their problems. So what we did, we didn't expect the people to come to us, so we went to the people and did workshops in the different neighborhoods of Berlin and asked them, what's your approach in tourism? What do you think about tourism? What challenges do you face? What problems do you see? We are still doing that right now. Every year, you're going to local markets and festivals and events and ask the people what's working for you, what's not working, what should we work on. And we try to collect the feedback and bring it to our projects. And I think you should also meet the people where they are, and that's not only markets, I think it's also online. So we created a special social media channel. It's not on our marketing channel, it's only for community engagement and tourism. Where we show local initiatives, local projects, and it's all about community engagement. But what we did with all the feedback is that we created a citizens' council for Berlin tourism. And what was important for us, that the people, and we don't think it as just another Visit Berlin committee or as another committee of the state or the city of Berlin. We really wanted it to be external, so that we don't have any influence on the people sitting there, because we wanted the people to trust us, and I think they wouldn't trust us if it would just be another committee of Visit Berlin. So what we did is we initiated the whole process, of course, and we are still providing the logistics, but the council has been managed by an external agency. They are experts in community engagement in different topics, and now they're experts in tourism as well. But they're managing the whole process, and the council itself is setting their own topics. So they decide what they want to work on. They decide what topics they want to talk about. So they formed, I think, 5 or 6 working groups on different topics like nighttime strategy, public transportation, neighborhood preservation. They talk about it, and then, of course, they address us or the state of Berlin, and we have to answer the questions. And, of course, sometimes I can't answer the questions, sometimes I don't like the questions, but I think that's what it's all about, that we have to face the questions, but sometimes don't want to talk about it. So that's why we also try to make sure that the council is not being made out of the tourism industry itself. We wanted the real residents of the city. Now we have 24. So 2 for each district. Berlin has 12 districts, and we let the districts decide how they want to decide about their residents who are taking part in this council. So right now they have 24, and they have 4 meetings a year. They have the working groups, and also they said they have to go public, because it wouldn't make sense if they are only working by themselves. So what we are doing is, or they are doing is 2 public forums a year where everybody from Berlin is invited, actually. We are there, the state of Berlin is there, normal residents are there, and they're setting the agenda for these, and they're inviting politicians, and they're setting the agenda, and they address the politicians with their own topics they set for themselves. And we learned a lot from this process. Actually, it was, for us, it's important to make it external even at the end, so it's a pilot project, but we're doing an evaluation, and we are not doing that by ourselves, so we give the evaluation out to scientists. We work together with universities and give the scientists, we ask them to evaluate the whole process so that they can learn from the process. They're giving us the feedback, and we have to decide how to go on and to implement the feedback we are getting from the council itself, but also from the external point of view.
It's very interesting. Are you considering exporting this model to other destinations?
That would be for the other destinations to decide, but what's happening in Berlin is that we have, I think, 2 districts in Berlin who have a different or a similar model right now. They have local tourism councils in different districts of Berlin, for example, in Neukölln. They have their own council for tourism, and they're doing it on a really small scale level, which is pretty good, actually, because you get a lot of opinions from the others. We would love to speak to other destinations about it, because I think Berlin is probably a unique destination, other destinations are as well, and if we talk about our experiences, I think we could improve.
Bueno, y si intentamos ya llevar estos modelos, permitidme la expresión casi de ingeniería social, a un nivel país, ¿cómo hacemos en Costa Rica? ¿Cómo podéis alinear y establecer un nivel de interlocución adecuado con participación ciudadana a todo nivel de país?
Ok, para esa pregunta tengo un ejemplo. y lo llevo a la certificación de sostenibilidad turística. Está compuesta de indicadores y cada pregunta se clasifica en preguntas obligatorias, preguntas de mejora y continuidad o preguntas de impacto externo. Estas preguntas de impacto externo claramente van dirigidas a qué hace mi empresa para la comunidad. Entonces, ¿qué pasó? Si tienen la oportunidad de ir a Costa Rica o ya han ido, hay un destino que se llama Monteverde. Monteverde tiene años y una trayectoria en sostenibilidad increíble, es uno de nuestros destinos ejemplares. Entonces, todas las empresas certificadas, se empezaron a dar cuenta que hacían acciones aisladas. Yo por aquí hago aquí, yo por ¿verdad? La tour operadora hace esto por acá, el hotel hace esto. Entonces dijeron, se acabó. Se empezaron a unir, hicieron alianzas. Entonces, ¿qué pasa ahorita? Un ejemplo clarísimo que tenemos. Hay 4 coffee tours ahí en Monteverde. Los coffee tours están a 3,5 kilómetros, el primero, el más cercano, del centro de Monteverde. Entonces, primero se reunieron y todos establecieron un precio, o sea, es el mismo precio para tener el tour de café en cualquiera de las 4 tour operadoras. $1 de cada cliente que compra su tour va al fondo Monteverde. Además, Monteverde, ¿verdad?, tiene esa genialidad, tiene un fondo, un non-profit organization, que pasa haciendo investigación en la comunidad a ver qué son las debilidades, las fortalezas y en dónde se invierte. Entonces, este fondo, una vez, bueno, ya después de meses en que los coffee tours han ido pues dando su $1 al fondo, iniciaron su primera inversión. ¿Y qué hicieron? Hicieron una acera que va del primer coffee tour al centro del pueblo. Son 3,5 kilómetros de acera. ¿Qué se volvió esa acera? Pasean a las mascotas, andan en bicicleta, salen en patines y ahora también pues la gente camina y se comunica, ¿verdad?, por la acera a estos tours. Entonces, eso es uno de los muchos ejemplos porque pues también hay una alianza en el mismo Monteverde, hoteles que trabajan su impacto externo juntos y que se dieron cuenta que la salud mental de los recién salidos del colegio, estos chicos universitarios, no está bien en Monteverde. Entonces, es lo mismo, generan un fondo estos hoteles e invierten en la salud mental de los jóvenes. Entonces, ahí es donde vemos reflejados estos ejemplos exactos. Y lo tenemos también porque siempre en cualquiera de nuestros programas, que pueden ser unos 10, 12, siempre la comunidad tiene que estar inmersa, o sea, no hay opción. Y lo hacemos igual con Bandera Azul. Bandera Azul, ustedes saben, bueno, en Costa Rica, porque sí sabemos que tropicalizamos un poco el programa de Bandera Azul y lo hicimos muy nuestro. El programa se lleva en las playas con un comité conformado por la misma comunidad, o sea, la comunidad llevando el programa en su playa. Entonces, ¿qué pasó ahorita? Con todas las botellas y todas las tapas de las botellas que no se reciclan, se formó un programa que se llama Donatapa y con este plástico pues están generando pasarelas de accesibilidad para las playas, están haciendo también pues baños, ¿verdad? Y al día de hoy ya en conjunto entre Donatapa y Bandera Azul llevamos 14 playas accesibles, que eso no existía en el país, ¿verdad? Entonces creo que pues ahí ya vemos cómo en la práctica resulta pues, o se pone en práctica lo que es la comunidad y la inclusión.
Muy bien, estamos hablando de estos 3 beneficios, de que estamos generando nuevas experiencias en el destino, de que estamos mejorando las infraestructuras para los residentes y entiendo además que esto también polarizará positivamente a los residentes para que inviten y acojan a los viajeros y les permitan participar de su vida, ¿no? Y no tengamos esos 2 espacios aislados donde es la vida del pueblo y la vida del turista. Te pregunto a ti, Maggi, vuestra posición como Tour España en Nueva York es generar demanda y entiendo que todos estos procesos de participación ciudadana, en este caso que se puedan hacer aquí en España, os habrán podido también permitir identificar nuevas oportunidades para ofrecer servicios diferentes en destinos que no sean quizás los clásicos súper conocidos en estos otros territorios que están queriendo también generar actividad turística. ¿Encontráis esto?
Sí, sí, totalmente. O sea, nosotros lo que estamos viendo, y de hecho es un comentario que ha hecho también Alessandro, ¿no? Es decir, el mercado estadounidense ya de por sí es un mercado desestacionalizador. El americano cada vez más busca no venir a España en agosto, lo cual es un beneficio para todos porque es un valor que tenemos. Es decir, por lo tanto, es el 4º mercado que más gasta en España, y encima lo intenta hacer fuera de temporada. Solo para daros una idea de un dato que ya di en nuestra convención hace 2 semanas. España es el 5º mercado del mundo, o el destino del mundo, el que más gastaron los americanos entre mayo y julio, o sea, fuera agosto. Por lo tanto, es claramente un mercado que lo lleva en su ADN y cada vez va a ir a más este tema, ¿no? Por lo tanto, es así. Entonces, vamos a aprovechar esta primera tendencia a desestacionalizar, pero segundo, la desconcentración, que es otro objetivo que siempre buscamos, que dar oportunidad a otros destinos españoles que, digamos, sean menos accesibles, y ahí hablo de accesibilidad general. Es decir, pensemos, por ejemplo, en Zamora, pensemos, por ejemplo, en Extremadura, ¿no? Son destinos que no tienen un tren directo, por ejemplo, desde Madrid, ¿sabes? O no tienen una capacidad, o sea, solo puedes llegar en carretera. Entonces, ¿qué hemos hecho? Pues hemos llegado a un acuerdo con AAA, que es el RACE, para que nos entendamos, el RACE estadounidense, para que todos los americanos que quieran viajar aquí estén cubiertos, ¿no? o puedan comprar sus paquetes con ellos. Por lo tanto, ¿qué pasa? Que automáticamente el americano ahora se sentirá más seguro de alquilar un coche y poder circular por esa parte de España que hasta ahora no podía deambular, porque hasta ahora, digamos, los estadounidenses cuando venían a nuestro país están de alguna manera como atrapados en nuestras fantásticas ciudades, ¿no? O sea, Barcelona, Madrid, Málaga y tal, pero de alguna manera yo creo que, y más el americano, ¿no? Es una persona que le gusta ser aventurero, explorar, ¿no? Entonces, nos encontramos con esa limitación, una limitación de cualquier persona normal, ¿sabes? Es decir, o tengo la barrera idiomática, tengo la barrera de no sé si me cubre el seguro, no. Pues ahora, con este acuerdo, es mucho más fácil y creemos que, hombre, lógicamente el resultado no va a ser inmediato, pero creemos que hemos sentado las bases para que pueda haber mucha más movilidad a nivel universal, que cualquier estadounidense ponga el pie en España, puede alquilar un coche, está cubierto por su AAA, por lo tanto puede conocer ciudades fantásticas que tenemos en España que hasta ahora estaban totalmente fuera de circuito porque solo podían ir o porque les llevaron autobús, ¿no? o alquilando un coche, asumiendo un riesgo de que el seguro podía tener un problema y tal. O sea, hemos simplificado muchísimo el proceso de consumo y acercado, como mínimo mentalmente, ¿no? una serie de destinos que creemos que merecen una oportunidad en Estados Unidos porque son preciosos.
Claro, entonces nos tocará igual reescribir algunos de los tratados que decía que el mercado norteamericano tenía poco recorrido en España.
Sí, pues sí, la verdad que es uno de los temas que, bueno, más gracia nos hace, ¿no? Los que ya llevamos tiempo así. O sea, yo cuando leía libros en el año 95 diciendo que Estados Unidos se iba de baja y que nadie vendría a vernos y ahora es el cuarto que más gasta en España, pues bueno, demuestra hasta qué punto la gente creo que conoce poco el fenómeno turístico, ¿no? Es gente que se basa más en la demografía que en el número de pasaportes emitidos, por ejemplo, ¿no? Que es la clave para nosotros. Es decir, un país donde emita muchos pasaportes significa que hay una clase media muy potente con capacidad para gastar y viajar, ¿no? Entonces, yo creo que es un tema que hay que tener muy, muy claro, ¿no? Efectivamente, y por eso yo me alegro mucho de que el tiempo haya desmentido a esta gente y haya confirmado que la apuesta que hizo Tour España hace 20 años por Estados Unidos, pues ahora estamos disfrutando de esos beneficios.
Muy bien. ¿Quieres aprovechar para derribar algún otro mito?
Bueno, tenemos varios mitos, pero bueno, ya puestos a hablar de mitos, quizá el de la sostenibilidad, ¿no? Yo creo que hay otro mito de que, no sé por qué, yo cuando llegué a Estados Unidos hace un año, todo el mundo decía que los americanos eran gente que pasaba de la sostenibilidad, ¿no? Y lo que nos hemos encontrado es lo contrario, o sea, a ver, no es el principal criterio para elegir destino, pero es que más del 60% de los americanos que quieren viajar a España o que quieren viajar al extranjero dicen que lo hacen con criterios de sostenibilidad. Entonces, bueno, yo creo que hay que desmentir ese mito y abrazar este tipo de mercado que creemos que realmente tiene un enorme potencial para España y que encima no nos obliga a cambiar nuestra forma de ser, que yo creo que es lo más importante. Es decir, el reto a veces lo tenemos cuando queremos captar un perfil de turista que choca con nuestra forma de ser, con nuestra cultura, pero somos países democráticos, que tenemos un eje de libertad, entonces claro, el turismo es libertad. Entonces, tenemos unos valores muy parecidos, pues demos oportunidad a esta gente, ¿no?, de disfrutar de nuestro país de una manera sostenible, de una manera integradora, de una manera inclusiva, ¿no? De hecho, de las primeras preguntas que yo recibo cuando he llegado a Estados Unidos es ¿qué capacidad o qué servicios hay de movilidad, ¿no?, para gente de movilidad reducida? Pero la primera pregunta, o sea, y claro, cuando lo empiezas a responder, la gente alucina y es cuando generas esa demanda que estaba ahí latente, ¿no? Por lo tanto, efectivamente, hay demasiado mito que yo creo que, por suerte, nuestros estudios están desmintiendo y creo que parte del éxito viene de ahí, ¿no? De haber conocido muy bien el perfil de americano que quiere venir a España y ofrecerle lo que ellos quieren, ¿no?, de una manera cómoda.
Claro, volvemos a retomar el hilo de lo que nos decían María y después Alessandro sobre la importancia de la comunicación. Y cuando nos ponemos a hablar de comunicación, para mí es esencial no solamente explicar lo que ofrecemos aquí, pero también hay que hacer un trabajo previo de concienciación de lo que esperamos del que viene aquí, el poder trabajar en esto. En ese sentido, Alessandro, ¿cómo incorporamos estos mensajes de accesibilidad? ¿Cómo pedirías tú que cuando se hace promoción en el mercado emisor se incorporasen mensajes de accesibilidad más allá de la parte de la información técnica de disponibilidad de servicios?
Bueno, primero de todo, antes de esto, estamos hablando de excelencia, ¿no? La excelencia va de la mano de la inclusión, como os he hablado, pero hasta ahora seguro que os voy a mencionar una cosa que habéis escuchado muchas veces, la palabra adaptado, is adapted. ¿Esto qué significa? Que lo han diseñado sin pensar en la accesibilidad y ponen un parche para adaptarlo. ¿Esto qué significa? Un elemento caro que no tiene un buen uso. Entonces, ¿para qué? O sea, ¿qué es lo que tenemos que hacer? Una planificación, un plan, ¿vale? Ese plan nos va a dar dos inputs, positivos y negativos. Los positivos los tenemos que comunicar. Tenemos esto, estamos orgullosos, esto es lo que nosotros tenemos y ofrecemos. Que, por cierto, aquí en Mallorca y en Baleares, pero sobre todo aquí en Mallorca, tenemos muchos inputs positivos que todavía no hemos sabido comunicar de forma positiva. Y luego tenemos los inputs negativos. Con los inputs negativos, ¿qué los hacemos? Nos los guardamos. ¿Para qué? Para que cuando vayamos a hacer un cambio, en el sector siempre vamos haciendo cambios, es normal, ¿vale? Cuando hagamos ese cambio, que sea con esos inputs para que no tengan esos parches y ya aprovechemos, que no sea caro, esté bien hecho y tengamos un impact positivo. Yo quiero recordar que mi colectivo, con la estrategia del turismo universal y la accesibilidad universal, es un colectivo egoísta. Porque lo que queremos es recibir un input de vuelta. Nosotros, como entidades sociales, estamos potenciando el turismo universal y turismo inclusivo. ¿Por qué? Porque queremos que nosotros, cuando podamos viajar, viajemos en igualdad de condiciones. Pero no solamente eso, sino que al desarrollar políticas de inclusión y de accesibilidad universal, aquí, por ejemplo, en nuestra isla, como estamos desarrollando, esto nos va a generar un input fantástico, porque estamos hablando de eliminación de barreras que nos va a servir principalmente para nosotros y también para el turista. O sea que ese es el motivo egoísta que tenemos. Y la forma de comunicar, como dices, al final, pues, a día de hoy, algo tan básico. Por ejemplo, del mercado americano, en la ley ADA y en la ley de turismo tienen una obligatoriedad. Por ejemplo, el sector turístico están obligados por ley a informar acerca de las medidas de accesibilidad que tienen en el recurso. Aquí no. Aquí es casi imposible encontrar un establecimiento hotelero, cuando realmente nosotros tenemos barreras, buscas en Internet o donde sea, donde te den información de cómo es la habitación accesible, cuáles son los elementos accesibles del hotel. Entonces, lo máximo que encontramos es el pictograma de la silla de ruedas, que puede significar cualquier cosa. Entonces, mucho sector turístico de personas con barreras, ¿vale? Ya por edad, ya por discapacidad, etcétera, no viaja por miedo. Porque, ¿qué me voy a encontrar? Entonces, si le damos esa información, ese miedo desvanece, porque sé dónde voy a ir. Entonces, eso es muy importante.
Desde luego que es. Movemos un poquito el eje desde la accesibilidad a la diversidad cultural y ese respeto a la diversidad. Y esta pregunta la quería lanzar a los tres destinos. Cuando preparáis vuestros mensajes y queréis generar una corriente de opinión desde antes de tomar la decisión de viajar a vuestros destinos, sobre qué pueden encontrar y sobre qué no deben hacer cuando lleguen aquí, esos mensajes de concienciación. Empiezo, si quieres, por ti, María. ¿Cómo hacéis para que el viajero comprenda la importancia de que respeten la diversidad cultural de Costa Rica cuando llegue? Que no es un parque de atracciones donde van.
Bueno, pienso que eso va un poco con lo que les mencioné anteriormente, de que trabajamos muy fuerte con la marca país y como también pues, en la oferta y en la demanda, ¿verdad? Entonces tratamos pues de alinear los tres pirales principales nuestros con la marca país. Importante pues mencionar que trabajamos en conjunto, pero esta marca país la lleva el Ministerio de Economía, ¿verdad? Es independiente a nosotros, aunque lo manejemos juntos. Entonces, es la forma en cómo comercializamos, ¿verdad? Porque pues además ellos se encargan de ir a vender nuestro país al mundo, y creo que es la forma en que hemos tenido ese éxito, contarle al mundo cuál es esa esencia del Pura Vida. esa esencia del tico que tal vez, y lo viví en una experiencia que fuimos a un hotel que había que ir en bote, y iban personas pues en silla de ruedas, y en el hotel solo pensaban que existía un tipo de discapacidad en una silla de ruedas. Pues cuando llegamos, los del hotel empezaron a cortarle las patas de las camas para bajar el nivel, pero todos lograron. Entonces yo pienso que eso también, ¿verdad? Esa esencia que llevamos dentro hace que haya esa tasa de retorno que tenemos. O sea, el 40% de nuestros turistas regresan, y no regresan 2 veces, regresan hasta 7 veces. Entonces creo que por ahí es como lo hemos logrado hacer.
Muy bien. Jonathan, y en el caso del trabajo de Visit Berlin, vosotros realimentáis la información que extraéis de este proceso de participación ciudadana para generar también los mensajes para atraer nueva demanda. ¿Cómo hacéis? ¿Cómo hace Visit Berlin esta parte de concienciación en el origen?
Yeah, actually we call it quality tourism, meaning that everybody is welcome to Berlin. But for marketing, we only focus on visitors who are really interested in the city and its culture and its authenticity and the people, and not for the people who are coming there to party. So we want the people who are really interested in the city. And in marketing, how we're doing that is we develop new stories. We call it theme development. It actually is an own team for theme development, where we develop new topics for Berlin, maybe topics you haven't heard about it. So if you think about Berlin, it's really an urban area, a lot of buildings. But what we try right now is we develop a water tourism strategy to say, okay, this is a new topic for Berlin. Actually, there are a lot of forests, a lot of lakes, a lot of rivers in Berlin. You can experience them. And we creating a new concept for this, also for the marketing. And also this is an example where we integrated the Citizens Council for Berlin Tourism, because there's an advisory board. We are in it for destination development. The administration is in it, the industry is in it, but also the people, the residents, because they wanted their opinion on the water tourism strategy. So it's one example, and other one is like industrial heritage, which is a huge topic in parts of Germany, not for Berlin, but actually there is a lot of industrial heritage. People don't know about it, and we want to create these stories for people to visit Berlin, but not only for visitors actually. It's also interesting for residents. So part of our marketing is focusing on marketing inside, because we want people from Berlin to visit their own city, to experience their own city, to become a tourist in their own destination. And I think this is one part where we can interact between tourists and visitors.
Very interesting. Maggie, ¿alguna herramienta que quiera destacar de este trabajo de concienciación que podáis hacer desde Nueva York, de respeto a la diversidad cuando viajan aquí?
Sí, bueno, hay varias formas de hacerlo. Lo que pasa es que el problema principal que hay con esas campañas de concienciación es que tienen un efecto muy limitado. Entonces, hay que mirar muy bien el perfil de gente, insisto, por eso insistí en el tema de los valores al principio, ¿no? O sea, es muy importante saber a qué persona te dirige. Y muchas veces el problema que hay es que es más fácil orientarte a la persona que tú crees que realmente tiene ese valor. Y voy a poner un ejemplo para que veas el debate que hay ahora encima de la mesa y que lamentablemente no tiene solución. O sea, el famoso triángulo que hablamos de sostenibilidad, ¿no? Sostenibilidad social, sostenibilidad ecológica, sostenibilidad económica. Vale. Pues, ¿qué nos encontramos nosotros cuando queremos implementar esa estrategia en abstracto, ¿no? Entonces, pues vemos que la gente joven, las generaciones jóvenes, son las generaciones que tienen menos dinero, porque todavía no han consolidado un patrimonio, pero es la más sensible en temas de sostenibilidad, ¿vale? Por lo tanto, si queremos vender o captar a gente que tenga esa sensibilidad hacia la sostenibilidad, ese respeto ecológico, pues sabemos que automáticamente el tipo de gente que va a venir quizá no tenga esa capacidad de gasto que a veces nos pide la comunidad local. Por lo tanto, están más dispuestos a pagar, que eso es muy curioso, están dispuestos a pagar más por un viaje sostenible, pero no es que ellos sean gente más rica, simplemente es gente que hace un esfuerzo por eso. Gente mayor, la gente senior es la gente que es la que tiene patrimonio porque teniendo más años de vida puede acumular más dinero, pero no sabe cómo ser sostenible. Hay que enseñarle. Entonces, ese es el debate que tenemos ahora nosotros encima de la mesa, intentar educar ese perfil de gente mayor que estaría dispuesto a viajar de una manera más sostenible, pero no sabe cómo hacerlo y espera que sea el destino el que lo haga. Y claro, y ese es el reto que a veces tenemos encima de la mesa y que no siempre es fácil de resolver, pero claro, tendrá una persona mayor que tiene capacidad de gasto, lo que ha comentado muy bien Jonathan, de intentar captar pues, turismo, ¿no? de calidad, ¿no? que ahora se llama y tal, pero claro, a lo mejor choca con ese otro objetivo. Entonces, el cuadrar este sudoku a veces pues, hace que sea extremadamente complicado. Por eso insistimos mucho en el perfil de gente que queremos captar, saber qué es lo que busca cada uno y entonces adaptarnos a eso o como mínimo asumir las consecuencias. Es decir, ya sabemos que si buscamos a gente mayor, primero, el tema de las redes sociales, pues sabemos que no va a funcionar muy bien. Sí que funciona muy bien la inteligencia artificial, está siendo cada vez de mayor ayuda para ellos a la hora de viajar. O sea, tenemos que buscar herramientas, pero claro, por ejemplo, les gusta más el papel. ¿todo? Entonces, si hemos dicho que somos una organización paperless, ¿no? más sostenible, entonces no podemos actuar con este grupo. Entonces, por eso digo que es realmente un reto que a veces en nuestras oficinas, encima de la mesa, aparecen todas las incoherencias que en un debate político o mediático parece todo muy coherente, pero luego, cuando tienes que encontrar la solución concreta, pues te encuentras con esos aparentes, digamos así, incoherencias que tenemos que ir resolviendo, que se pueden resolver al final, pero siempre, digamos, no de una forma óptima, que es lo que a veces hay que tener en cuenta.
O sea que, en cierto modo, igual puede tocar empezar a repensar cuáles son estas estrategias si queremos dirigirnos a determinados colectivos muy determinados, cambiar las estrategias de comunicación, ¿no? Estáis, y vuelvo a preguntar en los 3 destinos, pero quizás si me permitís le pregunto primero a Alessandro cuál es la perspectiva que ellos ven desde Impulsa Igualdad. ¿Pensáis que los modelos de asistencia a ferias, de las estrategias de redes sociales masivas, todos estos modelos toca repensarlos?
Yo creo que todos los modelos en los cuales nos podamos plantear tienen que ser modelos inclusivos, ¿no? Muchas veces, cuando hablas con el sector, piensan que las personas con discapacidad solo viajamos con grupos de personas con discapacidad, y no es así. Las personas con discapacidad normalmente viajan con personas que no tienen discapacidad. Las personas mayores normalmente viajan con sus familias, las personas con discapacidad viajan con sus familias, sus amigos, en igualdad de condiciones. Entonces, crear un producto específico para personas con discapacidad es algo muy reducido. Nosotros queremos ir a sol y playa, queremos ir a cultura, queremos ir a hacer turismo de gastronomía y de forma integrada. Entonces, no queremos pedir que nos hagan algo especial para nosotros, no, queremos ir con nuestro grupo de amigos y, está claro, si nosotros 5 decidimos ir a un hotel y hacer un viaje y organizarlo, ¿dónde iremos? Vamos a ir a un hotel que yo pueda acceder, vamos a ir a un restaurante donde yo pueda ir y vamos a ir a una playa que yo pueda ir porque de esa forma los 5 disfrutaremos de una estancia, ¿no? y unas vacaciones increíbles. Entonces, eso para nosotros es importante, generar un producto que sea 360, o sea, nosotros no somos un producto, somos 365, nos integramos en todos los productos y lo que pretendemos es que las cosas se hagan bien, porque la normativa, sobre todo aquí en España, ya la tenemos. El problema o las barreras que nos encontramos más grandes es que no saben cómo aplicar bien la normativa. Entonces vamos a desarrollarlo bien, ya que hay que hacer un gasto y las compañías y los recursos tienen que hacer un gasto importante en materia de accesibilidad. Vamos a hacer bien algo bonito y que sirva, ¿no? No vamos a hacer el típico baño que sale en las películas de terror de Netflix cuando es una habitación adaptada, que es lo que nos encontramos muchas veces, y vamos a hacer algo que además con planificación nos va a costar menos y sea agradable para todas las personas, no solamente con las personas con barreras que lleguen allí.
Muy bien. Jonathan, ¿estáis vosotros repensando vuestras estrategias de comunicación para dar cabida a todos estos mensajes de inclusión?
Yes, actually, if you're talking about accessibility, right now we're focusing on marketing for accessibility. We're thinking about it, how to do it, because for us it will be interesting how to reach the different target groups, because accessibility means so much. And we can't just use a strategy for accessibility marketing. There has to be different strategies to reach the target group, because I think it is a widely spread target group of different parts. So yeah, I think it is all about information, actually. I think, especially in Berlin, of course, Berlin will never be barrier-free. It's not possible. But it's about information, to give the information to the people. who need accessibility, and we have to provide this information.
Muy bien. Nos estamos quedando ya prácticamente sin tiempo, así que me gustaría preguntaros, en 2 minutos, ¿dónde marcáis vosotros el horizonte? Hablamos de excelencia en términos de inclusión. ¿Cuál es el capítulo siguiente que aún no habéis abordado, pero ya tenéis dibujado en vuestra hoja de ruta para avanzar en este camino de inclusión? ¿Te animas, María, a empezar?
A ver, bueno, yo como líder también de capacitación de mi institución, ¿verdad? Siento que es fundamental. Necesitamos sensibilizar. En Costa Rica creemos en el compromiso. No trabajamos con ningún empresario que no esté comprometido. O sea, necesitamos que crean en esto y que lo vivan y lo sientan. Si no es así, no, gracias, ahorita, no, cuando esté sensibilizado, sí. Entonces trabajamos fuertísimo en la sensibilización y creo que está dando resultados, ¿verdad? Porque los destinos se están dando cuenta que, le decía yo a Alessandro, que no son accesibles, ¿verdad? Y están viendo qué hacer. Y otro claro ejemplo, digamos, fue el mismo caso de Monteverde, que pues se dieron cuenta que no son, en su percepción no son accesibles, e iniciaron temas de capacitación en toda la comunidad. Temas de capacitación de nuestro lenguaje de señas, ¿verdad? En cómo atender personas no videntes, o sea, fortaleciendo esto que no lo habíamos trabajado de esa manera. Además, creo que, bueno, pertenecer ahora a la ISTO también fortalece esto, ¿verdad? Pues tenemos el Congreso Mundial de la ISTO ahorita en Costa Rica a final de mes y creo que también eso nos ha dado, pues, una línea que seguir. Y aparte de eso, yo también siempre les digo, cuando estoy dando mis talleres y cuando les estoy explicando de cualquiera de los programas que hablamos, siempre les digo a la comunidad, porque los empresarios son la comunidad y es a los que veo, no nos pongamos a inventar, no se pongan creativos. Ya todo está o hay mucho, ¿verdad? Hay demasiadas opciones y van aquí todos los ejemplos que tenemos. Investiguemos, veamos qué hay, copiemos, hagámoslo mejor, pongámosle nuestra esencia, ¿verdad? Pero vayamos y eso hace esa red y esa alianza y esa fuerza en la comunidad que es lo que fortalece y da esa calidad y esa inclusión en el destino, que es lo que queremos llegar.
Muy bien. Alessandro, ¿una reivindicación egoísta?
Pues sí, una reivindicación egoísta. ¿Cómo podemos avanzar? Pues nosotros tenemos el camino marcado, ¿no? Y queremos ir y vamos de la mano del Consell de Mallorca. Por ahora tenemos la voluntad política, tenemos la voluntad de las asociaciones y nos queda la voluntad de los empresarios, ¿vale? Nos falta, hemos ido avanzando en estas reivindicaciones y esa concienciación, entonces ahora nos queda pues un paso más. En el momento que directamente vea las bondades que genera para el colectivo de personas con barreras, ¿no? Tanto para el local como para el turista, pues yo creo que lo conseguiremos. Pero es un pasito más que necesitamos dar.
Muy bien. Jonathan, ¿te animas a indicarnos tu herramienta de excelencia?
What we're working on right now is to break up the border between residents and visitors with the hotel industry, actually. So what's coming up in the next weeks is a new format. We call it Storytelling Saloon, because in a few weeks the fall of the Berlin Wall is 35 years ago. And we're bringing together people, visitors from the hotels and residents, which we are inviting from the neighborhood. And we want them to share their stories with each other. So we're bringing them together at an event in a room and want them to share their stories about the fall of the Berlin Wall, actually. So we want to break up this border. And I think with the hotel industry, you can do a lot, because you can work with the neighborhoods to open up the hotels for the neighborhoods. For example, if you live in the neighborhood, you can get a cheaper meal, for example, or what we have, we call it Experience Your Own City. At a few weekends per year. If you live in Berlin, you get a pretty reasonable price at a 5-star hotel, so that the hotels can engage with the community from Berlin, and the people from Berlin can enjoy a 5-star hotel, but also see that tourism isn't that bad if you think about it that way. Yeah.
Muy bien. Maggi, siguiente hito.
Sí. Bueno, a mí me gustaría resumir, estoy totalmente de acuerdo con lo que ha dicho María y con lo que ha dicho Alessandro, un poco integrándolo. Yo creo que es el momento de los hechos, ¿no? De ya bajar a proyectos concretos. Entonces, por ponerte un ejemplo, ¿no? Nosotros en Tour España, cuando hicimos el protocolo de eventos sostenibles, ¿no? Pues había muchas formas de trabajar, ¿no? Pero al final, ¿qué decidimos? Decir, no, es que el procedimiento tiene que ser solo rodearnos de las empresas que realmente cumplen los estándares de calidad, de sostenibilidad que nosotros queremos. Es decir, rodearnos de los mejores para potenciarlo. Y eso es un cambio en la cultura administrativa que hasta ahora no se había producido, porque veníamos de una crisis donde se iba solo a precio, ¿no? Contratar solo a la gente que fuera pues, más barata, al que te ofrecía el servicio más barato, ¿no? Pero ese nuevo cambio hacia favor de la calidad va a dar un salto muy potente de que podemos hacer justamente lo que decía ahora Alessandro, es decir, nos vamos a poder rodear de empresas que realmente estén comprometidas con la sostenibilidad y con la accesibilidad. Entonces, a medida que podemos crear un club de proveedores o de partners que piensen como nosotros, que actúen como nosotros, primero haremos eventos más inclusivos, más sostenibles, de una manera fácil, y encima estaremos creando o liderando una transformación empresarial que puede ayudar a todos los demás de una manera pues, más permeable, ¿no? de disponer, ¿no? por fin, de una capacidad de acogida que realmente sea universalmente accesible.
¿Consideráis que la certificación, esta pregunta no estaba en mi lista, pero es un tema que me interesa mucho, ¿consideráis que a día de hoy las certificaciones en sostenibilidad, en accesibilidad, realmente son útiles para que el viajero modifique su decisión?
Vamos a ver, la certificación de verdad, la que realmente obedece, o sea, no es un grupo de amigos que certifique o la tal. O sea, la certificación de verdad funciona. Eso lo hemos visto, nosotros somos el Ministerio de Industria y Turismo, ¿no? Entonces, en el mundo industrial eso ha funcionado, es decir, la industria española, por poner un ejemplo, no empezó a exportar de una manera de calidad hasta que no empezó a tener una ISO. Entonces, las empresas de servicios españolas, hasta que no tuvieron una ISO de servicios, no empezó a ser reconocida internacionalmente. Es decir, cuando te falla la marca país, solo te puede funcionar una buena certificación internacionalmente reconocida. El estadounidense cuando viaja, por ejemplo, a España, ¿dónde se aloja? Busca primero un hotel de una marca internacional reconocida y luego ya voy a experimentar la cultura local. Pero lo que le engancha es... Entonces, lógicamente, la certificación, si es internacionalmente reconocida y obedece realmente a un servicio de calidad detrás, siempre es motivo de mejora. Y lo hemos visto, como digo, en el caso industrial español, que es una industria de éxito, gracias en parte a la ISO, no a la marca España que ha venido después.
Muy bien.
Yo sí tengo una cosa que decir para complementar lo que dice. Para nuestro colectivo es súper importante una certificación, porque una certificación te dice si una cosa está bien o está mal. Sin embargo, las certificaciones que se han creado en los últimos años tenían un punto incompleto. La certificación solo ponía que era accesible. Y esto, pues al final genera una barrera porque no te da la información. Y entonces, lo que pedimos es que esa certificación vaya acompañada o que se dé porque tú generas una información. Entonces, es una parte, ¿no? Tiene que ir siempre esa certificación acompañada de información acerca, sobre todo, de las medidas de accesibilidad y de inclusión que tenga el recurso.
I think it should be an international certification, right? Because I think in every nation we have different certifications for accessibility. For Germany we have one, it's called Tourism for All as well, actually, but I don't know if any international visitors know about it. And also for certification, it's about information. And you need to know where you get the information.
I think that we need to travel to have a European certification or international one.
Muy bien, pues hemos sido muy puntuales. Muchísimas gracias, ha sido realmente muy interesante. Gracias.
Photo? Thank you very much. Gracias. Thank you very much for this panel discussion. Well, we're coming to an end, day one of our summit. Just a few announcements. First of all, remind you that you have 3 different hashtags you can use for all this valuable information that's been put across today in case you want to share it in social media. 3 Roman number SDS 2024, Sustainable Destination Summit 2024, Summit Mallorca 2024. Also, I want to announce that at 7 p.m., for those of you that are interested and want to join us, there will be a surprise concert at the chapel here at the hotel. So it's a beautiful setting, and I'm sure it's going to be enjoyable. And last but not least, I'm going to ask you to raise your hands and cross your fingers because we're going to try to see the video of Video Pledge Responsible Tourism of Mallorca. Let's take a look at that and we'll close the session with that today. Thanks so much for being here. Thanks so much for everybody that was online with us today too. And don't forget, that tomorrow 9 in the morning, right? That's the right time. We're going to be here continuing with all these very interesting discussions. Thank you.